Mother trucker. Mother clock. Mother clock.
attention on the part of all involved to see.
What up, Chef? All right. What's going on, folks, man? Appreciate the pull up. We 9 minutes into it. We got 4 people on the spot. What's going on? I just thought I'd do an impromptu open panel. You know what I'm saying? Just chilling out tonight, seeing what's going on. I was checking out these YouTube streets. You know, ain't that major going on. They all talking. Let's see. Shit. Hope I don't get in trouble for this shit. I should know, right? I should. Let's see. They talking about, you know, everybody talking about this, right? What's she saying? What's she talking about?
Make the changes. I think it helps courts. Maybe there'll be fewer disputes or easier disputes to resolve.
Easier disputes to resolve in the sense that, and I've seen it happen, a judge.
What up, Joe?
I don't know what Congress meant to do in this kind of situation, because this law was written at a time when none of this stuff now existed. I'm sure you faced that situation. I think it's true of social media and the dangers to children as a result of the toxic content that they often find and often seemingly are addicted to use again and again and again, because it's part of the business model of those social media and big tech platforms.
Yes, I have faced this situation. One of my cases, the Alliance of Artists and Recording Companies versus General Motors, is a case that I ended up writing a couple of opinions about. It involved a statute of Congress related to digital recording audio devices and whether or not royalties were required for the purchase of those kinds of devices. And it was enacted at a time in which recording technology was at a different stage than it is now. And disputes arose that came before me.
This should be right up RBR's alley. He should be watching this. I hope he is.
Royalty requirement in that statute to modern recording devices, and in particular, the recording devices that are now in automobiles. When you take your CD and you put it in your own car and record onto the hard drive of your car, is that the same thing as putting your CD in one of those machines that records from CD to CD, and you give the second recording to all of your friends? That was what the statute was originally meant to cover. And the question was whether recording to your own car's hard drive counted. And it was a very interesting interpretive exercise. But again, it was the kind of thing in which I was focused on trying to ascertain what, based on the text of the statute and the definitions in the statute, what Congress intended this statute to cover.
And cars, other devices, appliances at home collect huge amounts of data, don't they?
Yeah, we was just peeping that out for a minute, but that's very interesting. I find that this very, like, how did we let this sister slip between the cracks, you know? Not saying that there's anything wrong. You should find love where you should find it, but it seems like she's a good one we let slip away, you know what I'm saying? That's what I be thinking sometimes, man. We be letting the good ones slip away. Not saying we still don't have good ones that's on the team, but I mean, man, the ones who making moves like this, you can get right into it. Like, babe, you know what I'm saying? You gotta try and flip that weed, love, boo. Just like her, nigga. You gotta flip that weed, love. But no, I was just thinking, man, she's about to be one of the most powerful people in the government. You know what I'm saying? Gonna hold that job for life or until she decides to retire. God forbid something happened to her. You know what I mean? She got that for life. You know what I'm saying? She could literally affect laws one way or the other. That's some pretty powerful shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Just thinking about that. That's pretty deep, man. Not that it matter. I don't know. Let's see what this dude talking about. Crazy. Oh, he watching it too. The net.
We have addressed. I've been.
He must have heard me. It's choppy though.
Arbitration applies as well.
That shit choppy.
To everybody.
What's going on in the YouTube streets? What else is going on? I don't seem like nothing going on. I ain't got nobody watching. I ain't got no friend. You just gotta roll, I guess. I am grateful that, you know what I'm saying, I even have the possibility to do this. So I'm gonna just roll with it. It's just me and my thoughts, I guess, today. It's the open panel. What's going on in the world? I have no idea because I'm not in the world. I'm just here in my city. I ain't in the whole world. What's going on? What's going on, Mo? What's going on with you, man? How you doing today? You all right? Shit, we about that time, ain't it? About to get in? You going in? What's going on, Mo? Yeah, let me drop the link and see if Mo want to come on up if you got time. It's me and my girl. I should, you know what? Let me. Tupac got that song. That song. You probably wouldn't even be allowed to play it though. Yeah, man, we just chilling out. I was looking at the lawyer and thinking about, man, she gonna be pretty powerful. First sister. Like, how did we let that one slip out our hand? We be slipping. And she ain't really that bad, you know what I'm saying? I could see it being a little younger, yeah, when she was younger.
Which is analyze a new set of legal provisions. These laws were new And
but I kind of always like the studious woman. You dig what I'm saying? And not like a smart woman. It's kind of sexy.
I asked that this article be put in the record.
She ain't too bad. It's the glasses. How she wearing the glasses might be. But
by the
no,
way, it took me 2 or 3 times to get through it. So
yeah,
no
nice little
disrespect to you or
smile.
the Harvard Law Review. The issue of child pornography.
Whoa.
You mentioned, I think, that in your decisions on these sentencing cases involving child sexual abuse material, which, by the way, I agree is absolutely horrific, abhorrent. It's the reason that Senator Graham and I have actually sponsored a measure called the Earn It Act that addresses it. But you said that you imposed a sentence that matched the recommendation by either the prosecution or the probation office in most of the cases where you did that sentencing. Is that right? You have that in mind?
Yes, Senators. In looking back at the records concerning my cases,
going back to the old days, like this, how they used to look at it on listen to it on the radio. Listen,
cases that involved either child pornography, interstate travel to meet up with a child for sex, the sex crimes related to children. And in 10 of those 14 cases, I imposed a sentence that was consistent with or greater than what either the government or the prosecution requested.
The probation office.
Excuse me, the government or the probation office.
And let me just ask you, the probation office is an independent arm of the court that investigates the defendant, looks at the crime, the defendant's background, his family situation, all of the relevant factors involved in sentencing, including the sentencing guidelines, and then independently and impartially makes a recommendation, presumably to serve the interests of justice in that particular case based on the individual facts there. Is that roughly a correct description?
That is correct, Senator. The probation office works within the court system. They are independent of the parties, and they investigate and make recommendations in cases concerning what the probation office thinks is an appropriate sentence.
Thank you. Let me just finish by saying much of America is watching these proceedings on a split screen. On one hand,
I'm sorry, y'all want to watch it? If
y'all
want to watch it, hit the thumbs
death
up.
And destruction in Ukraine, Russia's brutal, barbaric assault on individual rights, basic freedoms that we often take for granted here. And we are exercising those rights right here. You are a teaching lesson. This proceeding is a teaching lesson about the importance of democracy. The people of Ukraine are fighting for it. They are dying in their neighborhoods.
Here we go to Ukraine.
And streets.
We're not police of the world, bro.
They are huddled in basements. They're men and women are resisting valiantly and bravely against.
Man, see, they had to ruin it talking about this Ukraine shit, man. Where COVID at? Oops.
And a reign of terror from the sky, simply because they believe in the ideals of freedom and law that we are seeking to preserve here. And so on this side of that split screen, I think it's important that we do our best to honor the norms and the rules that you've sought to uphold throughout your life. And I'm proud and excited to be here with you and your family as we go through this process. And I look forward, as I hope many of us do, to a bipartisan majority in support of your candidacy. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. I'd like to bring everyone up to date. We have several considerations. The remaining senators for questions, the endurance of our witness, Judge Jackson, votes on the floor, request for compassionate release by a number of people in the audience. Here is where we stand. We're going to have Senator Hawley, followed by Senator Hirono. Then we're going to take a 20-minute break because that's when we think there'll be some votes on the floor. We can take care of those and get back in 20 minutes. Then we will return from that break to Senators Cotton and Booker. Then we'll take a 30-minute break or so for dinner.
Damn, why y'all taking so many breaks, man? Let's get this going. What the fuck?
And we're going to start off tomorrow with
Man, see, that's the problem with our government, man. We so slow and inefficient, man.
Finish in the
We're in the 22nd, 3rd, 4th, or 6th century, aren't we? That's 21st century, man. Why we moving so why we moving so 1776 and it's 2022? That's what I never understood. You know what I'm saying? We should be voting every 2 years. Get them in, get them out. I bet they'll work a little bit harder then. You know what I'm saying? We're so behind, man. Our government is so behind. I think I'll start to focus on anything that might go back to the politics because
in these 7 cases, not every case, of course, you have discretion.
This shit is crazy. Why they taking so many breaks? They just talking. Like you need a break to stop talking. People be on YouTube talking for 12 hours. Why y'all need a break?
The government's, the prosecutor's recommendation. Senator Lee asked you a little bit about this. Senator Cruz has asked you about it. He had the chart with the 7 cases on it. Before we jump into those, I just want to correct the record on 1 or 2 things. Senator Coons suggested that in 3 cases, Nickerson, Wynn, and Fife, you actually imposed sentences either within the guidelines or at the same level of the prosecution. But in Nickerson, you didn't have any discretion. That was an 11C1C case. The law bound you. And Wynn wasn't a child porn case, and neither was Fife. Just one other quick thing to clarify. As to this comments about the probation office, the probation office doesn't issue national guidelines, right? I mean, the probation office doesn't issue sentencing guidelines. They're not public. They're not recommended to all judges. The probation office provides advice to judges case by case, usually in private, usually not available to the public. Is that right, Judge?
Not exactly, Senator. The probation office in criminal cases is assigned by the court to work with respect to the evaluation of cases, in every case consistent with Congress's requirements. The probation office prepares a pre-sentence report in which they review all of the statutory factors concerning sentencing. Congress has a statute for sentencing. It requires judges to consider the nature and circumstances of the offense, the history and characteristics of the defendant, the need for the sentence imposed to promote various purposes of punishment. There are many purposes listed in the statute, and the probation office is the arm of the court that does factual investigations in every criminal case, unless there are certain cases in which you can waive it, but the background is the probation office's assessment of the facts related to a particular sentence and a particular crime. And the probation office's report, when a court sentences, actually, in most cases, becomes the findings of fact of the court. And so the probation office appears just like
hey, Lestro, how you doing?
Prosecution.
You know, we just trying to gain a little information on this strong black queen. That's about it.
The court,
how you doing today? You all right?
Independent analysis related to the facts of a particular.
What up, on Gamer Miller? Hey man, appreciate you always pull up too. Thanks,
So
thanks for coming through for the.
Understood.
However,
However,
pull up. I appreciate you. And guys, you know, as always, if you got a channel, drop it in the link or drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat.
As I understand it, the pre-sentencing
We doing good. How you doing
report
today? You all right?
are
On
not
Game
public in
Miller.
all of the cases that we're talking about here. I'd love to see them if they are. But it's not as if there's one set of guidelines that are federal sentencing guidelines, and then there's the probation guidelines. The probation office is giving advice to the judge. It varies case by case.
Senator,
but it's not the same.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, that's all right. Let me ask you about a specific case. I mean, let's talk about. I listed these 7 cases in which you had discretion and you did not follow the prosecutor's recommendation or the sentencing guidelines. But let's just talk about one of them because we've talked about some of them as a group. Let's talk about United States versus Hawkins. I think that's one you probably remember from 2013. The defendant there was Wesley Hawkins. He was 18 years old at the time. He uploaded 5 video files of child pornography from his computer to YouTube. This is how the police got onto him. He then uploaded another 36 depictions of child porn and other lewd photos of children to his iCloud account. When the police executed a search on his apartment on premises, they found 17 videos on his laptop and 16 images of child pornography.
What?
All of them very graphic, some of them involving very young children. The 17 videos in particular, this is from the government's sentencing memorandum in this case, just so we understand the facts. Here are some of the videos that the government charged that they recovered. There was a 24-minute, 6-second video depicting a 12-year-old male committing a sexual act.
What does this have to do with her hearing?
What it was. There was a 1 minute and 50
What up, Deacon?
video.
How you doing today, man? Appreciate the. You ain't put up in a minute, man. Appreciate
There was an 11-minute and 47-second video depicting an 11-year-old
I can't remember.
committing a sexual act and being raped by an adult male. There was a 15-minute and 19-second video depicting 2 11-year-olds committing sexual acts. There was a 7-minute and 51-second video.
Oh, we got 4 people in the house. I'm getting bigger. I'm growing.
So,
see, that's how fast we're gonna be growing. As fast as that car was going down the street.
Hearing 17 videos is a lot. Some of the videos, including the ones that
let me just get on here and just start talking to myself, man.
Related, some of them are very lengthy.
No. Appreciate the pull up. We just listening to confirmation here, and I believe this senator's name is Josh Hawley.
The government goes on
Idaho, Iowa. I can't remember where he's from, but yeah, 4 is always. But I appreciate y'all for it, and I ain't really saying nothing. Man. I can remember when wasn't nobody here, so I'm doing 4 times better, Deacon. That's how I look at it. You know what I mean? I've been on for a little bit, wasn't nobody here, but now I got 4. Man, I appreciate all y'all for coming. We just listen. When somebody, you know, I'm always better a little bit when I got an opponent to talk to, or say adversary.
Congress
specified
that they wanted the range to
a human being
kind of cases. Congress also
chat
specified that they wanted the.
But yeah, we just chilling.
I know you remember.
But you know, Josh Hawley, the dude from November 6th who put his fist up in the air. That's who this senator is right here, man. Weak dude.
84-0 was the vote here in the Senate. The reason the PROTECT Act was put into place is the Senate was concerned over lenient sentences by judges in child porn cases, which is what you described. You said about it, there was an increasing perception on Capitol Hill and within DOJ that liberal judges were to blame for the downward pressure on federal sentences and that legislation was necessary to rein them in. That's you in 2011 describing this law. So Congress has set the guidelines here, 84-0 in the Senate. I noticed the chairman voted for it, as did a number of other members of this committee. So the Congress sets the range. Essentially, it's 97 months up to 10 years. Now, the prosecutor in this case, this is in D.C., of course, you're on the federal district court. Prosecutor in this case, it's a liberal administration, I think it's fair to say. This is in the state of Texas. See my colleague from Texas next to me here. Prosecutor in this case, nevertheless, still asked for 2 full years in prison. You gave the defendant 3 months. Guidelines called for 10 years.
Dun, dun, dun.
Prosecutor wanted at least 2. You gave him 3 months. And when you did, you made a number of arguments and statements in the record, and I'd like to go through some of them because I've read them all. And the first argument you made was that the federal guidelines that punished child porn offenders, the ones that Congress wrote, were, and I'm quoting you now, are in many ways outdated. That's your quote. And you went on to say about why you thought they were outdated. I'm going to quote you again. You say, and I quote, "I don't feel that it's appropriate to increase the penalty on the basis of the number of images or prepubescent victims," meaning little kids, as the guidelines require. Because these circumstances
I hope
exist in many
RBR
cases,
comes
if
on
not
or
most.
watches, because I got a little
And
video I
don't
want him to see.
signal
So tell him
an
I'm
especially
and I'm
heinous
blocked on it. I'm
egregious
blocked for life, DK.
child
I
pornography
forgot.
offense.
That's what I should have named
I
the
just want
show.
to
How
ask
you
you
get
about that,
blocked
because
for
I'm
life.
tell you, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it. We're talking about 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds.
Oh shit, that's
He's
so
got
funny.
images of these. The government said added up to over 600 images, gobs of video footage of these children. But you say this does not signal a heinous or egregious child pornography offense. Help me understand that. What word would you use if it's not heinous or egregious? How would you describe it?
Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you, Senator, for letting me address the concern that you've put forward based on the record that you've reviewed.
She about to get him.
As a judge who is a mom and has been tasked with the responsibility of actually reviewing the evidence.
Ooh.
The evidence that you would not describe in polite company. The evidence that you are pointing to, discussing, addressing in this context is evidence
She making him
that
feel
I
guilty.
have seen in my role as
Brilliant
a judge.
move, sister.
And it is heinous. It is egregious. What a judge has to do is determine how to sentence defendants proportionately consistent with the elements that the statutes include, with the requirements that Congress has set forward. Unwarranted sentencing disparities is something that the Sentencing Commission has been focused on for a long time in regard to child pornography offenses. All of the offenses are horrible. All of the offenses are egregious. But the guidelines, as you pointed out,
he said, please help. Deacon, I'm just reading this message. That's cold-blooded, brother. Please, God.
With respect to the
Help
government's
this.
recommendation.
Help this nigga.
The government, in this case and in others.
If I can get monetized, anybody can get monetized. I know that's right. Today is the day.
Guideline penalty. And so
we just I don't know how we're going to do it. Something is going to happen. I feel it. I can feel it.
In this area are not doing the work of differentiating defendants, as the government itself indicated in this very case. And so that's what I was
Thank y'all for just watching.
But I want to
would y'all like to see the hearing? I'm just I don't know these YouTube rules. You know what I'm saying? They be flagging so many people for so little things.
These cases
we just listen to it. They can't.
The notion by many defendants.
I gotta look up the cop because I thought it was you only could watch a couple seconds. But I done seen David Pacman
on the internet. They're terrible things that have happened, but they're not involved, say the defendants. They're not focused on, what is actually happening to the children. And so part of my sentencings was about redirecting the defendant's attention. It's not just about how much time a person spends in prison. It's about understanding the harm of this behavior. It's about all of the other kinds of restraints that sex offenders are ordered rightly to live under at the end of the day. The sentences in these cases include not only prison time, but restraints on computer use, sometimes for decades. Restraints on ability to go near children, sometimes for decades. All of these things judges consider in order to affect what Congress has required, which is a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to promote the purposes of punishment.
Get him.
Well, let me just ask you about that last point, because you've said this a couple of times now. The sentences that Congress require. Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. Congress wrote the guidelines in this case. They wanted them to be mandatory. They gave the courts factors to consider to choose between the sentencing range. Congress wanted you to choose between 97 and 121 months. That's what Congress wanted. The Supreme Court in Booker said that the sentencing guidelines would be discretionary. So the Supreme Court gave you the discretion. But if we're talking about what Congress has wanted, Congress wanted it to be mandatory. My only point in raising that is just to say that you have discretion in
shove through this. We got to get through this.
And you use your discretion to choose the sentences that you did. Let me ask you about some of the things, though, that you said, because you said this morning, and I appreciated it, how you want to direct the defendants. You want to get them to own up to what they've done in these cases. I thought that was powerful, and I thought it was right.
So why you stressing,
let me just ask you
bro?
about what you said
Calm
to
down,
this
just vote her
defendant.
in. Let's get this shit
You said
over with.
this
Let's move it.
defendant,
Come on, man.
only 3 months in prison, that your collection, I'm quoting you, your collection at the time that you were caught was not actually as large as it seems. The government felt the need to respond to you on the record. They said the government doesn't believe that it's appropriate to just disregard the number of images, that the number of images can be appropriate. And indeed, in this case, the defendant has amassed an extremely large collection of child pornography. But you disregarded that. You also told the defendant, you said this seems to be a case where you were fascinated by sexual images involving what were essentially your peers. And then you went on to say the defendant was merely trying to satisfy his curiosity. Curiosity is your word. One more thing on this, same idea. You said you were viewing, this is you to the defendant, you were viewing sex acts between children who were not much younger than you. And this whole discussion is about why you're only giving him 3 months. Judge, he was 18. These kids are 8.
What?
I don't see in what sense they're peers. I've got a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 16-month-old at home.
This might be the killer.
And I live in fear that they will be exposed to, let alone exploited in this kind of material. I don't understand you saying to him that they're peers and that therefore you were viewing sex acts between children who are not much younger than you, and that's somehow a reason to only give him 3 months. Help me understand this.
Senator, I don't have the record of that entire case in front of me. What I recall with respect to that case is that unlike the many other child pornography offenders that I had seen as a judge and that I was aware of in my work on the Sentencing Commission, this particular defendant had just graduated from high school. And some of, perhaps not all when you were looking at the records, but some of the materials that he was looking at were older teenagers, were older victims. And the point, Senator, is that you said before the probation office is making recommendations and they do so on a case-by-case basis. That is what Congress requires. That this is not done at the level of.
But you had discretion, Judge. You admit that, right? I just want to be clear.
Senator, sentencing is a discretionary act of a judge, but it's not a numbers game. It's not. I understand that Congress wanted the guidelines to be mandatory. The Supreme Court in 2005 determined that they couldn't be, in an opinion by Justice Scalia, determined that they couldn't be, and Congress has not come back to amend them or to change them or to make them mandatory again. So there is discretion at sentencing, and when you look at the sentencing statutes, Congress has given the judges not only the discretion to make the decision, but required judges to do so on an individualized basis, taking into account not only the guidelines, but also various factors, including the age of the defendant, the circumstances of the defendant, the terrible nature of the crime, the harm to the victims. All of these factors are taken into account, and the probation office assists the court in determining what sentence is sufficient but not greater than necessary. And I appreciate, Senator, that you have looked at these from the standpoint of statistics, that you're questioning whether or not I take them seriously or I have some reason to handle them in either a different way than my peers or a different way than other cases. And I assure you that I do not. That if you were to look at the greater body of not only my more than 100 sentences, but also the sentences of other judges in my district and nationwide, you would see a very similar exercise of attempting to do what it is that judges do, attempting to take into account all of the relevant factors and do justice individually in each case.
Well, let's keep talking about this case. You also said to this individual who is an adult, tried as an adult, 18 years old, you also said to him, besides saying that you thought his victims were his peers, you also said there's no reason to think that you are a pedophile. And then you went on to say, again, that's another reason why you weren't going to give him, you're only going to give him 3 months because you're the judge that he's a pedophile. And then you said, and this is something I really need your help understanding, then you apologized to him. And I just have to tell you, I can't quite figure this out. You said to him, this is a truly difficult situation. I appreciate that your family's in the audience. I feel so sorry for them and for you and for the anguish this has caused all of you. I feel terrible about the collateral consequences of this conviction. And then you go on to say, sex offenders are truly shunned in our society. I'm just trying to figure out, Judge, is he the victim here or are the victims the victims? You're saying that you're apologizing to him. You're saying you're sorry for the anguish this has caused him. There was a victim impact statement in this case. It didn't get read into the record, but it was there. I've described the videos that we have. You say earlier in the case, you talk about how heinous these crimes are, and you describe them to your credit. You describe how heinous it is to your credit, and yet here you are giving him 3 months and apologizing to him and saying you feel sorry for the anguish it's caused him, and also saying you think that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society. So just talk about that. Help me understand. I mean, is he a victim? Is that your view here? Is that why you said this? Is that what you meant by it?
Senator, I again don't have the entire record. I remember in that particular case, I considered it to be unusual, in part for the reasons that I described. I remember in that case that defense counsel was arguing for probation, in part because he argued that here we had a very young man, just graduated from high school. He presented all of his diplomas and certificates and the things that he had done, and argued, consistent with what I was seeing in the record, that this particular defendant had gotten into this in a way that was, I thought, inconsistent with some of the other cases that I had seen. Part of what a judge is doing, as required by Congress, is thinking about this case, thinking about unwarranted sentencing disparities, that's in the statute, other cases, other determinations that a judge may have made about this. I don't remember in detail this particular case, but I do recall it being unusual. And so my only point to you
I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know what I was doing.
Judges are doing the work.
There we go. How about that?
Of assessing in each case a number of factors that are set forward by Congress, all against the backdrop of heinous criminal behavior.
Very intensely, isn't he?
But the guidelines are no longer mandatory. Congress has not corrected, as you would say, the Supreme Court's determination about that. Justice Scalia's decision
GT?
That the guidelines are not mandatory. Congress has not said that. And Congress has given judges pointing out. And I sent this 18-year-old to 3 months in federal prison under circumstances that were presented in this case, because I wanted him to understand that what he had done was harmful, that what he had done was unlawful, that what he had done violated the law and needed to be punished, not only by prison, but also by all of the other things that the law requires of a judge who is sentencing in this area.
But Judge, with all due respect, and I'm telling you what, I'll be direct with you. I am questioning your discretion, your judgment. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm not questioning you as a person. I'm not questioning your excellence as a judge, frankly. But you said it. You had discretion, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm questioning how you used your discretion in these cases. And to me, to take a guy who's 18 years old, who has what the government says.
You see how she look like this motherfucker? Him?
Pornography.
Look at her. She cool.
8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. We're talking about, gobs of hours of time.
Gobs. So he keeps saying gobs. That's the second time. And
you say to him what? That you say that, well, it was just a collection. He was just viewing it, and it was, essentially they were his peers. Man, you say to him that he's not a pedophile. I don't know how you know that. I don't know why that's relevant to the guidelines, but maybe it is. You say he's not a pedophile. You say that you're very sorry for him and what he suffered, and then you give him 3 months when, frankly, a liberal prosecutor is asking for 2 full years. It does seem like an extraordinary case to me. It would bother me no matter what. It really bothers me when in every case...
So no matter what happened, it would bother you.
So
how can you be fair? Come on, man. That's what judges are for, man.
And saying that sex offenders are truly shunned in our society, as you said to him, it reminds me, it echoes what you said as early as law school on that Harvard Law Review article Senator Blumenthal was just talking about. There you say, and I'm quoting you now, in the current climate of fear, hatred, and revenge.
Does anybody else think this be a waste of time? Like, it should be like 1 or 2 days. Maybe 2 days. Maybe 2 days. Like, the government moves entirely too slow.
I guess like this.
They meet her before the hearings, and then they have to do the hearings. Like, come on, man. Get this over with.
I want to try to understand.
That's why they want the government to move fast. You think they want the government to move fast?
Sex offenders. You say they truly are shunned in society.
They want this shit to move fast. They want this shit to
many of these laws
be drawn out dramatic, like it's.
So is that still your view? Do you think that these laws are too tough, that we're too tough on sex offenders? Explain what you meant in this case.
Rejuvenate. What you been doing?
It seems to be the same
Rejuvenate, huh?
Senator, it's not the same thing I said many years ago. Many years ago, as a law school student, I was evaluating a new set of legislation, state laws about registration, and I was analyzing them as law students do. It wasn't about the sex crime, it was about the characterization of the law. Is it a punitive law? Is it a prescriptive law? And how would a court go about determining that? That was the frame that I used then. It could have been about anything. It was about the characterization of legislation.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
But man, see, so John, let me ask you a question. Do you think that
I'm quoting that
they should
this is on page 1732.
That they should be appointed for life then? If that's the case, like those are the only people in the government who are appointed for life usually. You know what I'm saying? Even I don't know about federal judges if they're appointed for life. Maybe they might be. That's interesting. But I didn't think that they were. But I know that the Supreme Court is appointed until you retire.
Or there's a climate of fear, hatred, and revenge that are informing these laws. You described some of the laws earlier. I think Megan's Law and others.
She do nothing. He talking about a particular case in which he gave a sex offender 3 months instead of 2 years.
Senator, with all due respect, my article is now in the record. People can read it and they can see that I was evaluating these laws not to determine their constitutionality, not to say that they shouldn't be enacted, but to talk
yeah,
about
she didn't do that. She said, "What she do?"
Determinations about the character of the law and all of the consequences that follow.
Now, why would Google hide something from the public? They want us to be well-informed human beings, don't they?
In terms of the criminal justice system, and I was doing what law students do, which is seeking to analyze in a creative way new
we just gonna listen for it because I don't want to get in trouble.
With respect to Mr. Hawkins, I was doing what judges do, which is look at the statute 18 USC 3553A, exercise discretion as Congress has required us to do.
Yeah, man, I think those really should be questioned, man, because you gotta think about it, man. Think how many
particular case.
Think how much.
Make a determination.
Just the Roe v. Wade, even that one in itself, man, or even the gun. Like, think how the gun laws have changed since back then. Like, you gotta kind of.
Egregious nature of the crime.
I think
as you said,
we should all. It should be a little age limit. I think the older you get, the less you're gonna be in control of. You ain't gonna be controlling the country. Why would, you know what I'm saying? Let the young folks do as long as they don't care.
The probation office, which is an independent authority.
Like no president over 60. Like I think 60 is too old.
Recommending guideline sentences.
Yeah, man. Yeah, them decisions. You know what I'm saying? They literally make or break the laws. You dig what I'm saying? If it reached that high. That's what I'm saying. That's got to be fluid. That's the trouble with our government right now. We still Ford Model T cars when it's Tulsa times, man. Like literally, that's what our government is. It's a Ford Model T, but everybody else turned it into Teslas and shit like that.
Concerning penalties, and we have judges who are doing their level best to make sure that people are held accountable as they need to be in our society in a fair and just way.
No.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired. Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions at this time.
Just checking with my staff. So the original statute was passed in 2003.
Look at that. They own it, man.
2005. The Booker.
70, man? Come on, man.
That I'm
70 is
about,
way
thinking,
too
I
old,
felt
bro.
like it was in the 80s.
You ain't looking for the future. You only thinking about.
In 2003,
man, how they still saying 2020? But John, man, come on, man. 70, you know what I'm saying? And not saying you should be like,
advisory.
I'm
so
70,
that
man.
Judges have to
But you,
them, they are no longer binding.
I mean, 70 ain't like it used to be, though. You're right. But that means you're gonna be president till you're at least 74, right? That's what I'm saying. In 4 years, man.
I'm not gonna.
I would make. That's what I'm saying. Maybe like 50, man. 50. We need. That's the one thing we do need as younger people to really get more involved in politics. But I don't think that they don't really believe in the government anymore. Like, man, I can remember one time.
You have made that clear in your position too. But I just want to tell you, Congress doesn't have clean hands.
Yeah, not that not that it's wrong, but you get stuck in your. Especially, just think about how, like, okay, I'm in my 40s, and just think how time and just the culture and technology has changed in these last 40 years. Like, if I'm 70 years old, I'm like, oh, the internet. What is you know what I'm saying? So I think, especially now, man, we becoming fast and fluid, man. You got to be real. You got to be ready, man, and adaptable. Like that's America's problem. We're not adaptable. It's kind of, just you do this, we react. Well, you kind of got to,
Let me finish. I'll finish, and of course I'll recognize you.
I could see 60. I go with 60. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We about compromising on this channel, brother. We definitely. I can do 60. I can do 60. I can do that.
Less than half.
I can do that. Yeah. That
we have
sounds.
created a situation because of our inattention
and
unwillingness to tackle an extremely controversial area in Congress and left it to the judges. I think we have to accept some responsibility for that, Senator.
I just wanted to say, Chairman Durbin, since you mentioned Judge Pitlick in the Klotz case, she followed the prosecutor's recommendation in that case. As I've said over and over, part of my concern with Judge Jackson is that she has not followed the prosecutor's sentences. She didn't in the Hawkins case we were just talking about, or the guidelines And I'm happy we can have a policy debate about whether or not the guidelines are too lenient. I would argue in this era of exploding child pornography, they're not too lenient at all. I think you were right the first time when you voted in 2003 to make them tougher.
I will just say that I don't know if you sponsored a bill to change this. I'll be looking for it. But I will tell you that there isn't a long line of people waiting to co-sponsor this controversial issue. If we're going to tackle it, we should, but we should concede in the meantime that we've left judges in the lurch in many of these situations. There is no clarity in this situation. And I think to hold this judge responsible for the overall situation is to ignore our nonfeasance, malfeasance, whatever it might be, and lack of responsibility.
Yeah, a lot of them are attorneys. But I mean, all walks of life, though. It'd be doctors on there too, man. Business owners. That's the one thing I don't like. You should never be a business.
Preliminary questions of every nominee who appears before any of the committees on which I sit. So I will ask you these two questions.
He gonna eat what on camera?
Have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors?
Really on camera? They're gonna allow him to do that? I can see the president. You can do what you want.
Or entered into a settlement related to this kind of conduct? I have not. Judge Jackson, my colleague from Missouri seems to think that it's appropriate for federal judges to sentence individuals below the sentencing guidelines in these kinds of cases, horrific cases. And so I think it's important to offer a couple of clarifications for the record.
Man, this be so, come on. I thought
Judge Jackson, when the
yo,
U.S.
should see,
Sentencing
look at her
Commission
face, man. She's
first
like, man,
addressed
I'm
the
ready
issue
to
of
go.
sentencing
Oh, not her.
in this area in 2012, do you remember that only 40% of convicted offenders in this category were
But you see how they playing this?
within the guidelines?
She helping the judge.
Senator,
She helping her out.
Exactly the number,
So they
but I
know
do
the questions that each of the Republicans and the Democrats gonna ask. You see how this is a game, man? They just playing. This is all for show. Like, how you gonna have it?
Would you be surprised to learn that the Department of Justice, which prosecutes these
how you
cases,
gonna have something already
sent a letter
ready?
to the U.S. Sentencing Commission in 2013, stating that the existing sentencing guidelines for
You gotta
child
do it, though.
pornography
Yeah,
offenses
don't make that face. You about to be a judge for life. You better put in that work good.
current landscape of
Look at her
child
face, though. Like, I'm
pornography
sick of this
offense
shit.
conduct.
I don't remember that particular letter, but there was a lot of concern about this guideline from all sides.
And now the Sentencing Commission issued another report just last year on this topic. And do you know that as of that report, an even lower percentage of convicted offenders were receiving sentences within the guidelines? Did you know that?
I'm not surprised.
It was 40% before, now it's even less.
I didn't know, but I'm not surprised.
Did you know that as of last year, it was just 30% of non-production offenders who were sentenced within the guidelines?
I did not know, but I'm not surprised.
See, this all an act, man. Come on, it's an act.
Yesterday of promising a fair process, and to me, that means ensuring that you are treated no differently than any other federal judges that have nominees that have come before us. See, there was an article recently that highlighted the fact that many of President Trump's circuit court nominees, who were previously district court judges, had also issued below guideline sentencing to child pornography cases. Judge Ralph Erickson, who was confirmed to the 8th Circuit in 2017 with support from every Republican member of this committee, who was serving in the Senate at the time, and there are at least 11 cases where he sentenced people to below guideline sentences. Does that surprise you?
It does not, Senator.
I'm not sure if you know Judge Erickson, but do you have any reason to believe he's soft on child pornography based on these sentences?
Yeah.
I don't have any reason to believe.
Yeah, she gonna get confirmed, John. Yeah. Because I think Trump, like when Trump first got in, he had her nominated to something. So, but you know what I'm saying? They done voted for a couple times, and she went through with no problem. So
11 sentences.
It shouldn't be a problem, man.
Senator,
I think she's gonna have it. It might be. She might get 1 or 2 Republicans too, man. I really think not a lot, but I think she's gonna.
Soft on crime.
It should be cool.
Because of their
but
votes.
do you hear about Clarence
I
Thomas
have no
though?
reason to believe that.
Clarence Thomas if he retired,
for this
if
person.
he retired,
But,
it's gonna be
I
back
think it would
even.
probably be
It
quite
should be
unfair
back even.
to characterize him as
Sis
being
want to go
soft on
home
child
way too
pornography.
bad.
I
Like,
would
no,
also
you
like to talk to you about Judge
exactly. You gonna pay for
Bianco,
this. I mean, but she
who was
after this,
confirmed to
she
the
in.
Second
There is
Circuit in
nothing.
2019
There is
with support
nothing
from every
that anyone
Republican
can
member of
do
this
to
committee
kick her out.
who was serving in the
She
Senate
has to
at the
leave.
time,
That's
including
a whole
Senator
lot of
Hawkins.
power, man. She
In the
has to
case
leave.
United States v. Bowen, Judge Bianco sentenced a defendant to 60 months in prison when his guidelines range was 151 to 188 months.
God.
And here's what Judge Bianco said in the sentencing transcript for that case. Quote, and the guidelines here are just way disproportionate under the facts of this case, and I don't view them as particularly helpful in this case. I believe the probation
what I'm tripping off of is how did we let this sister pass this by, John? Some brothers should have scooped her up, man. You know what I'm saying? We be missing out, man. We be missing out.
Quote, I'm not sure if you know Judge
You know what I'm saying? Not
Bianco,
saying we don't get the strong ones, but
but
man,
do you have any reason to believe that
strong
he's
and
soft on
powerful.
child pornography
We need a little bit
based
power.
on that sentence or those comments?
I do not, Senator.
Do you think
I think the court right now is 6-3 because remember Trump got in 2.
Are soft on child pornography because
no, he got in 3. Trump got in 3.
To the Second Circuit.
Trump got in 3. And remember, the lady died, and then it was a cat, another dude who died. So I think it's 3-6 now. I think it's 3-6.
Here are some of the other circuit judges that all of my Republican colleagues
because the one dude who about to retire, he's a Democrat, and then it's the lady that Obama got in. I think it's Sotomayor. And then this one
Judge Amal Thapar on the Sixth Circuit.
And then
Richard
the rest
Sullivan
of Republicans,
on the Second
if I
Circuit.
recall. Thomas and the 3
Andrew
that Trump got in. And
on the 11th Circuit.
John. I think they are.
Again, I'm not sure if you've ever met these judges before, but do you have any reason to believe they don't take child pornography seriously?
I do not.
I would like to note that Senator Cruz referred to a chart that listed 8 cases and the government recommendations and the sentencing guidelines, and that you did not adhere to those sentencing guidelines. What was not included in the chart was what the probation recommendations were. And if you add those probation recommendations, in 5 of the 8 cases, you followed the probation recommendations. In 1 instance, you were lower, and 1 instance, you were higher than the probation recommendations. Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce the complete chart for the record.
Yeah, that's it right there. Roberts, he Republican.
You've been asked to answer a lot of questions about your judicial philosophy. Some of my colleagues, particularly on the other side, seem dead set on finding out if you are an originalist, a textualist.
What up, Iron?
Even a living constitution.
What's good? Or should I say struggle? Hey, Iron. You are the champ, bro. You are the champ with that name, man. Oh man, we was just peeping out this here, man. I know. Hey, bro.
There, Justice Scalia's majority opinion and
Hey,
Justice Stevenson's
I gotta give it to you, man. You the king. You the king of the.
Justice Stevens more effectively, in my opinion, and reach completely different conclusions about the scope of the Second Amendment. Take textualism.
Anybody want to? Let me drop the link, man. I've been on here. I've been on here an hour by myself, y'all. I did an hour by myself. Sorry, I did an hour by myself. Yeah, I did an hour by myself.
And gender identity.
Did an hour by myself.
Justice Alito mocked Justice Gorsuch's
That's kind of wild.
application of textualism, and he wrote the following, Justice Alito. Quote, the court attempts to pass off its decision as the inevitable product of the textualist school of statutory interpretation, championed by our late colleague, Justice Scalia. But no one should be fooled. The court's opinion is like a pirate ship. It sails under a textualist flag, but what it actually represents is a theory
what
of
made you think of that, bro?
that Justice Scalia excoriated. the theory that courts should update old statutes so that they better reflect the current values of society.
That is hilarious.
And these are two justices who are usually in agreement. So much for labels. So instead of trying to fix some label on you, I'd rather focus on the fact that you are fair and objective in your approach, that you are even-handed in your application of law to the facts, and that you are independent. During your last confirmation hearing, you spoke about judicial independence, about what you learned during the 3 clerkships and your then 8 years on the bench. You said, and I quote, "I know very well what my obligations are,
man. You ain't never getting back up there, bro. I might as well, anytime you want to, but hey, he banned me for life yesterday, man. So I don't know how true that is, but I've been banned for life, bro. So
well said. So my question is the following. What do you do to ensure that you maintain
I don't know why dude don't like you, man.
Partisanship when you handle a case?
Oh my God.
Thank you, Senator. What I do and what I've done.
Okay, they kind of brown.
All of my
let's switch it to
570 some odd opinions is to apply a methodology that is designed to ensure my.
Let's see what this dude. Man, look. Hold on, man. I gotta show you.
I'm reminding you.
Man, that is my man is. Hold on, you gotta hear this. Let's see what he's talking about. I'm sure he's calm and just relaxing, right?
Because make $15 billion a
oh
year.
Oh my
off
God,
your
you can just
stupid
come
black
into
ass,
it and he talking about the
try
same
to get
shit.
your money. What in the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh my God.
Well, I get $100. Well, I'm not trying to be a billionaire. I'll take $100. Well, shit, I'll take $100 and then lie and say it's $700. Stupid as fuck.
What you do to him,
They're dumb as a fucking doorknob. Let these motherfuckers lie to you, steal from you, fuck your life off, and you really seriously let them do it. And then 250 years from now, everybody's supposed to be out there talking about reparations for all the money that Google owed us. Shit. The time for the slaves to get paid was 250 years ago when they were doing the work. The time for us to get paid is right now when we're doing the work, not
yeah, me too, Trey. I've been
banned
for life, man.
Come the fuck on. No, you're waiting for the white people who don't want to pay you to tell you they owe you the money. They're never going to tell you. Fuck you. You're this damn dumb. Fuck them. That's their attitude. If Trail Tinsley is this fucking stupid, why the fuck would we pay his dumb ass?
What did you do to him, man?
My only content is putting some gay shit up there and saying you're gay. Well, that's still content. It's bullshit. It's bullshit content, but it is still content.
It's big.
So you see what I'm saying?
What you do, Trey?
So that's what I'm saying, man. Stop being so fucking stupid. Really, it's crazy. And it's not good.
Look, you got the message. Yo, he banned you from the chat on that one.
No. All right, let me get one more look at what we got going.
Oh my God. How many people done watching today? 7,829.
It does bother me that you guys are this fucking stupid. Really? Yeah. fuck is damn dumb for? Oh, damn, you messed up. Really? Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter.
That is the craziest.
Yeah, I just want to go to the analytics page. Really? Yeah. Could actually go to the analytics page from here. We keep pushing these damn Filipino dating sites. I don't want no fuck.
Whoa, Filipino dating sites. What kind of shit? What you been watching, bro?
Filipinos, shit, we cool. Got enough headaches and shit. We don't need that shit. All right, hold on. Hold up.
Filipino dating sites. Yeah, we banned, bro.
Black manosphere, tribalism, or politics.
We was actually, he just banned my homeboy in the chat. And we just peeped in on
but it's white racist politics.
We was earlier
really
talking about the
tribalism. This black self-hatred is not tribal. Self-hatred is internalizing the hatred that white people have for black people. Really, it's so sickening. Yeah, you know, when somebody hates you, you look at, well, they don't hate me, they hate you, Theron, because you're telling black people the truth. Okay, that's the same thing. If somebody hates you,
what's up, Free the Green?
You have to make them
we just watching the end of the show, man. Hey, Free the Green, I got a question for you, man. I know you've been watching the confirmation, man. Now, is that one of the 5 we should? Hey, Miss FedEx, hey, Free the Green in the building. It's about to go down.
What does he get out of that? What does he get out of it? He gets out of it.
Oh my God, what's about to go down tonight? Tuesday
night.
Never
talk. Actually marry a sister that he was
with Free the Green and Miss FedEx and Korean. Style. And John.
Oh, he lied about having some.
Oh man, it's gonna be one for the books. I feel it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I said that earlier. We was gonna have a good show, man.
Women aren't just in the habit of marrying.
We was gonna have a good show, man. I felt it, man. I felt it in my bones, man.
Want to be the mad scribbler and shit. Porn bomber, the bad scribbler.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's get ready. Trail done got banned. I done got banned. We done got banned twice. Now, if we come over here, we gonna
Nazi warlord.
We gonna let him speak for a minute. Then we gonna ban him.
He don't even know what kind of villain he want to be and shit. But hell no, really, yeah, no, you don't want to. You don't want to do that. No woman wants to marry some motherfucker like that. So he would never marry a woman that he fell in love with. So he's trying to discourage other people from doing that. Man, if you marry some bride you don't love,
like
man,
he literally banned. So he banned you in the chat too, man. You can't even talk. I had to go up on it.
Really? All right.
Of course, man.
Anyway,
why not?
I can't understand these dumb niggas, man. Why would they let these motherfucking racists get away with beating them like that? I know they feel they don't deserve the money, but the only reason why the advertisers are fucking with us is because we spend $1.6 trillion.
Oh yeah, Miss FedEx, you gotta go on. Oh yeah, go on over there real quick.
That YouTube is not paying us.
Go, Miss FedEx. It's time to drop the bomb. It's time, Miss FedEx. It's time.
It's real, brother. I know he's getting paid.
We'd agree. Hit that one if it's time for Miss FedEx to go on in the panel.
Oh yeah,
oh man, please. Yeah.
Baby shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's all it is.
Oh man.
That's nothing.
Hey, no.
Come on, man. You know
Miss FedEx got on the panel with us the other day, man. She was going up.
Of course. Man, the fuck is wrong with
you? A lot.
YouTube won't pay us because we're black.
Yeah, man. Everybody should. He don't like Trail or me for some odd reason.
You know, you're so stupid. I'm supposed to be some kind of paranoid.
That's right.
Hate us? No.
Miss FedEx is time.
Are they killing us? Yes. Wake up.
Hey, Free. Hey, he would be like, "Who? Wait, hold on, wait. This Miss FedEx.
These motherfuckers are killing us."
Yeah, man. I don't know what Trail did.
Well, they haven't killed anybody.
But he hate us because of Trail. Let me stop. I know why he hate me, man. I be throwing that shit right back in his face. Talk about me, I give the same energy.
Are you fucking kidding me? No, hell no. I don't buy that shit.
Let me see. Drop the link one more time.
See these motherfuckers
man.
kill somebody every goddamn
We
week.
about to switch it up. Get off,
black people a week.
Get off of this.
These bitches running around here talking about every 5 hours they kill somebody, but kill a black man, kill a black woman. Are you fucking kidding me? But every fucking 5 hours, some racist ass cop kills somebody black. These dumb niggas running around here talking about, they ain't killed nobody. Why you saying they killed? You paranoid. They ain't killed 200 billion black people since the slavery and shit. Motherfucker, they dead. There's fucking there should be 600 million black people outside of Africa. There should be. All right? I don't know about oh shit as a stream. All right? So we're not going to let you get that name. Just cool ass nigga. Boom. Hold on. Boom. Ass. Yeah. Noon ass kick it. Hold on. Noon ass. Kick it. Now you can cam up, noon ass kicker, or we won't let you up. Really? Yeah. See some about black power. Nah. Why don't you go ahead and cab up so we can see if it's the porn bomber? See if it's you, Trail. Come on, Trail. Yeah, I'm on Trail. Show the wall.
Trail, you got that nigga
show the
shit,
gay dude.
bro.
Dick. Okay, good. Don't want you to show the other gay dude's dick, okay? You know they gay as a fucking $3 bill. But anyway.
What up, AC?
What did you have for us? What insult?
Man. So let me ask you a question, AC. I kind of heard y'all talking about this.
Man. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay.
You still got me blocked, man. You still got me blocked down. I can't even comment.
Oh, okay. Well, what happened?
I don't know, man.
Trail?
No, I'm not Trail.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what your name is.
You know what Jason Whitlock said about your boy Obama?
He's a racist. He's a coon. So I know
he said Obama freed all the gay white people.
He did what now?
He freed all the gay folks.
Oh, from when they were in prisoners, they were slaves or something. The white gays for slaves gave them reparation. Yeah, well, that's a fucking lie. They hated Obama because they hated Obama's. Black people who are intelligent, that has to be gay. You're gay if you're black and you're intelligent and educated. Why would you niggas believe something so stupid?
No, he can't. He only can block you from the stream. He can't block you from the show though.
For years, he has that same self.
Go ahead, don't. Now it's time to go now, Miss.
All these other coon ass niggas have.
You was ready. You was. You was feeling yourself that night, huh?
Bullshit. Get famous. You gonna join the clan. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm conscious moron. You ain't gonna get famous like that. Shit.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna end up in prison. R. Kelly. You understand what I'm saying? But you see how fast they skipped over why do black people think that because white people want black people to be dumb, that black people have to be dumb? See how fast the brother skipped over that part. And I don't know why. Why? Well, because if white people want us to be dumb, then we have to be dumb to please Massa. Well, can we get Massa to pay us the $30 billion he owed? Well, he said no.
Right,
why?
Go back to the judge.
Well, you have to turn white.
Back to the judge to see what they talking about. If they got on break over. Cause he gonna keep talking about the same old. You know, we want to move on, progress. And hold on, come on, hurry up.
The court finally had a conservative 5-4 majority to overturn Abood, and the result was Janus.
Why didn't kick you out, bro?
Cases.
What'd you do, man?
So that is what happened. They waited
I seen
for
him and Lynn Wood
and
was kind of
5-4 against
scuffling a little bit.
In another example, the courts acknowledged 4 most conservative justices, Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch,
you stole his
and
money
Kavanaugh,
from the cash
dissented
app, bro.
I mean,
you the mad scribbler, so
voting
why
to
wouldn't you?
overturn a precedent banning burdensome and unnecessary restrictions placed on abortion providers. This particular
He let you live.
was only 4 years old. Now the court is poised to
He
overturn
missed you,
Roe
man.
v.
He
Wade,
missed you.
even though
That's what it is. He
women
missed you, man. He wants you to
have
come
relied
back.
on their constitutional
For real,
right
for real.
to have an
He
abortion
need you.
for nearly 50
He need you,
years.
AC.
Of course, I'm not suggesting that Supreme Court
Queen
decision
go,
or
Queen left on him too. He
precedents
needs you,
are
AC.
sacrosanct, because I'm thankful the court can and did revisit precedents like Plessy v. Ferguson that were wrong the day they were decided. But justices should not be seen to be advancing their individual political or ideological agendas at the expense of individual rights and precedents that people have relied on. One result of the court's new approach is that people's view of the court is changing for the worst. A recent Pew poll found that 44% of Americans now disapprove of the Supreme Court. This is up 15 points from August 2020,
Bro,
shortly before
he burn a lot of bridges, man.
And Amy Coney
Can't
Barrett
keep
was
doing that in
appointed
this
to
YouTube
fill
community, man.
the seat.
Not until you get that KS status or that CTG status, nah. You know what I'm saying? You got to get on first, then you burn them bridges. But you ain't known that you burn bridges.
We are seeing more cases.
They get ugly for you. Man, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, man? It almost seems like it's
the American people questioning.
It's almost like it's becoming normalized, man. Like, okay, you know what I'm saying? What's your feedback on that? I've been looking for the war report. You ain't been putting them out.
You were asked earlier today about your representation of Guantanamo detainees. Just to make it clear, as a federal public defender, you were assigned to represent Guantanamo detainees. Is that right?
That is correct, Senator.
And then while at Morrison and Forster,
I'm sorry, man.
you also did pro bono work for Guantanamo detainees. Were you assigned to do that work as well?
Give me 1 sec.
So there was one detainee who I had represented as a federal public defender who was brought into my firm's practice unbeknownst to me. And when I arrived at the firm, the attorneys who were working on that case recognized that I had previously
just some dogs
been
barking.
a lawyer who represented this particular detainee and asked if I would help with his habeas petition at that stage.
I think you clarified that earlier today. And you served as counsel
Michelle
of record
wouldn't allow
on
it.
amicus briefs.
Fuck giving it. Michelle wouldn't allow that shit.
That was brought up.
Like,
Yes.
nigga, what? We ain't even living above a soul food shack.
Were you working on behalf of other groups or individuals?
I was working on behalf of other groups or individuals in with respect.
Were they retired judges?
Yes, there were 3 briefs in total, 2 different cases.
Oh, I want cut.
And
yesterday.
One of the briefs that I filed was on behalf of
I asked him
20
about his
retired federal
skills
judges,
when he talked about my
including
dad.
one who was a partner at my firm at
He
the
got
time.
mad. What's going on, Trinity? How you doing
wanted
tonight?
to make a particular argument to the court concerning the detention process.
And these were judges that were nominated by various presidents. It must have been a diverse group, and they asked you to
We just listening
do
to,
the brief.
this
And they
black
did.
woman make history.
Yes.
Having all these, you know what?
So
I
as
wonder
part
what
of
the
your
black
work as
minister
a
think
law
about
firm,
this.
a responsibility
Like
of
they
your employment, you were
probably hate. We should
assigned
be
to work
proud,
with this
man. Some
diverse
black
group of
woman doing
retired
their
judges
thing.
and to represent conservative or libertarian organizations such as the Cato Institute and the Rutherford Institute to advocate their
Like I always
views.
like.
Yes, the other 2 briefs that I
This is
filed
AC,
were
the
at the
international
stage
correspondent
and at the merit
force.
stage
Said
of
it's a
case
lot of
that was
propaganda
eventually,
going on.
mooted.
Ukraine is suffering.
But my clients in those cases were diverse group of organizations, including the Cato Institute, the Rutherford Institute, and the Constitution Project.
Members of this committee know full well that
so it's worse than what they try to make it seem, huh, AC? Because I was thinking how they was talking, man. Like they was talking about like a lot of Russian soldiers have been killed and shit like that.
That's what you were doing with regard to the detainees.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard about the concessions dude made this morning.
You for representing
he was talking about giving up a couple free cities, right?
Detainees have in the past made the argument that judicial nominees should not be opposed for the arguments they make in the course of representing clients.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to quote one of my colleagues. I've been a military lawyer for almost 30 years. I represented people as a defense attorney.
Appreciate you, AC. He's the international correspondent on the War Report.
And I gave them my all.
He's supposed to be starting his channel. I've been looking for it and shit. What's going on with that, eh?
Popular to have an adequate.
Because you know you're going to have everybody coming up there at you, bro.
Every time a defense lawyer fights to make the government do their job, that defense lawyer has
you like Billy the Kid in the pro-black sector.
I do, Senator. In 2012, prominent conservative lawyers signed a letter defending attorneys who have represented Guantanamo detainees. In part, the letter said, quote, "The American tradition of zealous representation of unpopular clients is at least as old as John Adams's representation of the British soldiers charged in the Boston Massacre. Good defense counsel is key to ensuring that military commissions, federal juries, and federal judges have access to the best arguments and most rigorous factual presentation before making crucial decisions that affect both national security and paramount liberty interests."
What's going on, Charlotte? Let me turn this down.
So
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing tonight?
I'm doing wonderful.
Good.
Really just getting started. Had a late start today.
Okay. Partying all night last night?
No, just being lazy on this fine Tuesday.
Okay. What up, AC?
Yo, what's good, Con? How you, my guy?
I'm good. Good to hear from you, man. I seen you over there battling it out.
Nah, we was having a spirit debate. You know, Linwood, one of those dudes who try to, pretend that, they really Democrats and they really Republicans. All you got to do is just let them talk, and after a while, you know what I mean, you will see. And see, a lot of times they be saying shit thinking that people don't have no information or no connection to a lot of things. So they think they be talking above your head and shit. And then when you let them know, like, nah, man, you just run the same old con. Everybody else be trying to run until they see. Some motherfuckers, are informed about some things. Motherfuckers may not know something about everything, but just, certain shit.
Yeah, just enough, right? I know that's.
You know what I mean? It was cool, though. I ain't get kicked off. The nigga was interrupting me, but I ain't get kicked off.
Okay. It's about that time, though, ain't it, for you? Spring?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. And then the weather been kind of cooperating lately, so I've been getting out kind of early this season and doing some other things, man. So that's why I ain't really popped the show back on yet, man. And plus I want to switch my setup around. I want to have the camera like more face, like have a better angle on the camera instead of facing the wall. Like I want to be like towards another direction so the camera I can have more light and shit and don't look so dark in my spot.
Since I got y'all both here, let me ask what y'all think about camming up, especially with like the Jessica X shit going on. Like you think once you get I kind of see it. I think once you get to a certain plateau, you might want to cam up, but if you ain't at that plateau, I don't think it's a big whoop. But I know you can't. But both of y'all
cam up. Majority of my videos, I'm on.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I maybe got like 3 or 4 videos that I did on using what's the name that I did off camera using damn, what the fuck is that shit called? What's the name labs using doing it on what's the name labs
Streamlabs.
Yeah, that's the only time I probably didn't cam up, and I probably cammed up sometimes on that too. I mean, she says for safety and all that. Like, I don't know, man. It's still amazing to me, man, that a half breed British woman get to tell African Americans in America what their problems is with
Bro,
relationships, rearing kids. Like that shit is the most amazing shit in the world to me, dog.
That's what I was. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Trinity. My apologies. Go ahead.
That should actually be indicative to exactly how deep the problems go. Being the fact of, you know,
yeah, I get you.
I kind of consider her to be a faceless troll. It's not that I don't believe that those pictures are her. I just believe that there's some suspicion to, I believe that either those pictures have been doctored, in like Photoshop or whatever, and or those pictures are like, years old. I don't believe that she looks the same way because I don't see the reasoning behind showing your picture and worried about safety because once you show your picture, you might as well show your face, unless the
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Like, so people don't have technology that they can geoface you somewhere and like, come on, are you serious?
Yeah,
like what's the difference? If you can show us a picture of you that we can all capture a screenshot and then blow up to see what you look like, what would be the difference if you turned on a live camera and spoke?
Well, the difference is this. Do you guys, you all aware of like photo filters, to Snapchat filters and things? It's easier
Yeah.
to
I mean, I'm sure that's probably not her. Yeah, I'm sure she probably you can tell that it's filtered because it looks very blurry. Doesn't look, you know what I mean? You can tell it's pixelated, you know what I mean? It's not a, you know what I mean? I can tell that.
Yeah. You can slap a whole another person's face on top of your picture and it will merge in with your bone structure. So that's why you know what I mean? So it's very easy to catfish nowadays because of those pictures. And as far as I'm concerned, I've been telling her to Cam, she never will. I believe that she never will, and I think there's a reason why all of these people who talk a whole lot of shit behind a picture or ever, and they talk shit, but they'll never cam up, is because a lot of the time, not camming up give them leverage in the argument. Because if you just have a picture, then no one really can just kind of roast you or kind of okay, if you're talking about somebody's looks, then you can't be critical. I even asked her directly one time on channel. I said, do you believe that it's fair that you criticize Black women based on their looks, but you are not opening yourself up to criticism based on your looks? And she told me, yeah. I said, right then and there, I already knew what she was on.
Yeah,
I already knew.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, everything you said is correct. But my whole thing is, like nobody's paying attention to the fact that
she ain't American,
half breed. She's not American. She's British. We don't know what she looked like. She's talking about.
We don't even know if she's a half breed. This lady could be a whole white woman.
I mean, right. I'm talking about even if half the truth, even if it's partially true or what, just what she gave us. You know what I'm saying? The whatever the details she gave us about her, right? That she's a British mixed woman, right? Who's rarely, if ever, been to America, maybe 1 or 2 times in her life, right? If ever, right? She's
that's my question.
She's been 23 years old or 25 years old for the last 3 years. She's never aged. She's been 25 since she came on YouTube. And no matter what the calendar says, she's still 25, right? And she get to tell a group of people that she's not connected to, she has no relations to, she's not even been intertwined with, she's never lived with, never broke bread with. She gets to come on an international global platform and talk about our dysfunctions or talk about what we need to do to be accepted, and through her eyes. And people actually tune in and listen and tolerate it.
And pay her. She was getting that dough, though. I can't knock her. That's the one thing I will say up front. I cannot knock her hustle, but it's
I'm super knocking her hustle. She's getting paid off of fucking villainizing us. I'm super duper knocking her hustle.
I mean, this is AC. If niggas gonna pay for this shit, we can't stop them. That's the bad. You know what I'm saying? They gotta realize it.
But you know what? Also, author.
I feel you.
It speaks more to the audience, and it tells you more about the audience than it does tell us about her, because technically we know nothing about her, but we do know something about her audience that will basically disrespect themselves and allow themselves to basically overlook, the obvious, red flags. Is that the people that gravitate to her are clearly not travelers. Okay, you've traveled the world, right, Arthur?
Hell yeah.
You're not impressed by an accent. Neither am I. Accents are not, they're just accents. I don't see any extra, I don't give them any extra credence or any extra validation. In fact, I know that a lot of those British accents, a lot of them are extremely fucking ghetto. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hear the Queen's English and think like, oh, something so extraordinary. You have so much class. No, because I've been to London. I go to London all the time. You know what I'm saying? And so, but a lot of people here who niggas ain't never got no passport, ain't never been nowhere, ain't even left their own state, really, they will gravitate to something like that and validate her based on her accent alone. And then that on top of her presenting herself to be this, light-skinned woman, attractive young light-skinned woman, that they're gravitating to it because it's like something, oh, this is shiny, this is new, and then the extra added benefit, we get to throw her in Black women's faces because she's parroting our talking points. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, so they're gonna use it. That's why I honestly believe that they don't give a fuck what she looks like. This lady could be 98 years old and in a wheelchair. I honestly believe that
they're no different from Kevin
found
Samuels.
out they would not give a fuck.
And listen, Trinity, I agree with everything you're saying, but the only thing I'm saying is like, and I guess you're right. I guess it just kind of encapsulates what you said, that it pretty much speaks about us more than anything, because if we hate ourselves that much that Kevin Samuels and the Jessica X and Black Manosphere is a thing, right? That means it lies with us that we let a gay man, be on YouTube and come on and have million subscribers, and all you do is talk shit to Black women all day and tell us and tell everybody.
But
real quick, and then tell people like he's not married, but he's not in a relationship, but tell us how to be in a successful relationship and a successful marriage. Like, if you tell me you're a doctor and you ain't never performed surgery, dog, you can't. I can't let you perform surgery on me.
Exactly. Peep the play. Now, do you see similarities between a Jessica and a KS? There's obvious similarities.
Yeah, they're on the same tree. They're a team.
Yeah, right. Well, they work together.
No, what I'm saying is I'm talking about the aesthetic of it. There's no real substance there, but there's
right. Just fluff.
All he had to do was put on a suit, flex, and just give it just like the appearance of something. Just like all she has to do is flex and give an appearance of something, and then here they go. Just not think. They're thinking like their thirst for the glitz and the glam overrides their logical thinking.
But it is some women who call Kevin though. We can't deny that, right?
What?
A lot of his callers are women, right? Night after night. He's been doing this for a while. Like I think about that side too. Like, why are these women
want to be accepted.
I know some women like that shit, but it's a lot of women
they want to be accepted, so they're trying to figure out what they got to change to be accepted.
But his standards are so ridiculous. Like when I first heard him, I thought of a white dude. Like, what is your height? I thought about that. I didn't think like he was a brother. You know what I'm saying? I thought when I first like saw him, I thought he was like a conservative, like sellout. You know what I mean? Like he gave that vibe to me. And then as I started listening, I'm like, oh, this dude, he might, you know what I'm saying? He might not like women. But
man, that nigga hustler.
What you say, Free? What up, Free? My fault. Welcome to the panel.
What's up, what's up, AC? What's up, Trinity? What's up?
What's good, Free?
Just chilling. Hey, AC, later, I want to get with you with that Russell shit, bro. That's why I say come up on the panel.
Okay, no problem. That's cool. No problem.
Yeah, I want to get some info. But now I'm saying Kevin and Jessica, they hustle. You know what I mean? And by me seeing they being hustlers and me coming from the street and being a hustler myself, Like I can't hate on their game.
See,
I just
that's
don't listen to it.
yeah.
Listen,
but
come on, y'all.
but I
I'm a super
understand. But I
hustler.
understand
Listen,
what AC is saying too,
I'm
though.
a
It
super
affects our
hustler.
community like crack dealers.
Right,
Like
that's all
we
I'm
looked
saying.
at
I'm a
crack dealers
super
like they
hustler,
was the
y'all. I
man,
done
but they
sold
really
it all.
fucked us up.
I done sold it all. I'm a super hustler. I don't knock nobody hustle at all. Like I don't hate on nobody hustle. But the thing is with them is if they wasn't denigrating my people, I wouldn't have no problem with them. But I don't feel comfortable with a person outside of my clan, you know what I mean, getting paid off denigrating my clan and speaking ill of my clan when they've never really interacted with my clan. Like if you like Kevin Samuels from the clan. So in essence, I don't like what he's doing, but he kind of got a bird's eye view. And then if women call in and object themselves to his nonsense, subject themselves to his nonsense, then it's part of the course for them. I just don't partake in it. I think that like Trinity said, it's some self-reflective shit we got to look at. But I don't knock nobody hustle, y'all. I agree with y'all 100%. If they wasn't denigrating us, I wouldn't have no problem with them getting their bread at all.
I think what you're saying about Jessica, that's my first thing too. Like she ain't I thought she lived over here, but then I'm like, she ain't even over here. She like, but the irony is she's running the manosphere. That's why I said, man, I can't be mad at her. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas let this shit happen, man.
The positive. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the positive about what she doing, right? Only thing she do is just show me who the fuck niggas is. She bring them out. Other than that, they'll be high. You know what I'm saying? She bring them out. So I see the cats that support them too. I was like, yeah, that's probably somebody I wouldn't want to be around.
That's true. That's true. But it's a man, they get that. We gotta make being lame profitable.
Unless we do fuck shit. I mean, unless you're gonna defeat their argument or you're gonna do some fuck shit like report them to get them kicked off. Other than that,
I just don't fuck with them. I
would never do that to anybody.
Yeah, I just don't fuck with them. I ain't on no sucker shit. Like, listen, dog, I gave Jessica, I listen, I'm probably like one of the only motherfuckers in this space that really gave her, like, let her know, like, listen, you can run that shit on everybody else, but you ain't running that shit on me. Like, she got, motherfuckers was calling me like, damn, AC, I'm glad you did that to her. Because I don't appreciate that shit.
I was there when you got on. Listen,
I ran down on her several times, but after a while, I think I stopped running down on her. I think it was like last year sometime because I realized, I said, you know what? It doesn't benefit me to argue with this woman back and forth because the only thing she's going to do is keep trying to feel it to make it seem as though I'm jealous of her success over there with them with the incels. No, because she doesn't get how this affects Black people. Nor does she only sees the money in it, so she doesn't give a fuck. So that's why I stopped running down on her. But what I now as what I look at it as far as like, okay, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. So basically, if she's scamming my enemy, and who is my enemy? Anybody that's trying to run down the Black community or participating in this gender war. So if you breaking these dudes for their pockets and emptying out their pockets, you know what? At the end of the day, go ahead and continue to do that and extract all of their resources, because that is going to be the move, the into their movement, their resources. So go ahead and take it off. As far as I'm, empty out their pocket and take it all the way back to goddamn the UK, because we don't need them out here, whole asses, putting together their resources and building hateful ass empire.
Yeah, but ain't shit you really can do about it, though, Trinity. But not pay attention to it. Ain't shit you really can do about it, but not pay attention to it and don't put fuel on the fire.
Yeah, but you can look at the upside. If you can get the upside, if she wasn't there extracting their resources, they would find something else to do with their resources. And who knows, maybe the alternative is something extremely insidious. I mean, because think about it. They're banding together under the guise of hating Black women and Black, family units.
Have y'all seen that report about incels? At I think it's the
not
FBI.
All Black women, though, man. Y'all got to understand that, man. They're not getting together hating Black women. Just the ones that they see is unsubmissive Black women that they hate on.
Okay,
the ones that they see are submissive, they don't hate on them. So what I'm saying is with that.
What are you talking about? What the fuck is submissive?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, Free the Green. I understand how you're trying to parse it and nuance it, but I think the horse is out of the barn now, bro. I think the cow is out of the barn.
Yeah,
It used to be about that, right? But now it's pretty much because it started as a gender war. Then they tried to nuance it and just make it about a submissive woman, a woman who would be contrite and follow the plan, and not get out of pocket and not snap her neck and pop her fingers and shit. It used to be about that. But like now, dog, they just blanket talk about all women, dog, whether they professionals,
we already
whether
know
they,
that. We already know that.
You know what I'm saying?
And see, he knows that he's just trying to be, whatever.
I'm just keeping it real though, because they don't hate Jessica X. She's a fucking black woman. She may be from another country, but she's still a fucking black woman.
Y'all hear this shit?
I'm saying they see her as a black woman. I'm not saying me.
There's plenty of motherfuckers around here that you just gotta, man, you keep your eye on, man, because they be out here with their hotep bullshit, and then you just gotta listen to what they saying. See,
what I'm saying is, if you fight against them by just saying that shit, you get.
And this is exactly how these niggas been getting away with this shit for so long, and this is why the movement has become so big, is because it's confusing. That's rhetoric. And it make you, oh well, it's not all. Oh, it's not all. But we all know what the fucking agenda is.
My thing,
we know what the agenda is with the divestors. So let's stop playing these games.
My thing is with the submission tip though. Like, why dudes be sweating so much? If a woman gonna be submissive to you, she just gonna give you that submission.
No, I don't even get into that submission. I'm just saying what they are.
It's a ploy, just like these, just like the in the Congress right now, they use the safety of children as a clause to black people. We already fucking to death. Oh, the children, it's because the safety of children. We gotta go tax the media. The people in the media, they're making it bad for the children. We know how it goes. We all play chess. I'm sure.
You can't know how they go, because you arguing against it like you're gonna do something about it.
First of all,
y'all always get into it, man.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking through you, because I've identified you already. So it's no me and you. We don't have nothing to talk about.
You ain't know me. See,
anyway, I've identified what you got going on.
I haven't came and disrespected you not one time, but you were trying to disrespect me.
I'm talking through you.
Because I don't agree with you. That's crazy. You want to talk through somebody. You won't respect another human and talk to them. You want to talk through them, but yet you say Jessica and Kevin is wrong.
I'm talking through you because you're translucent.
You just as wrong as them. You just as wrong as them.
Yeah, just like all black women, right? Okay.
And by you talking shit about them, that's what makes their supporters give them money. Because they feel like what Jessica them saying is real. They can just point to Trinity. See what I'm saying?
Just like any black woman who does not agree with you because you have dick and balls. Be quiet. Come on. We've heard.
And I won't disrespect them if they disagree with me.
Way too long.
And I won't disrespect them just because they disagree with me either.
That incel rhetoric. Okay? Thank you.
Wait a minute, baby girl. I've been married for over 20 years. How the hell I'm an incel? What the fuck?
Anyway, I'm not talking to that bullshit. I'm not talking to you.
Y'all always getting into it. So do you think that we should be looking for women like the Supreme Court nominee? Because that's a loss for us, man. We could, in my opinion. What you think about that, AC?
Yeah, I think she was a loss. I ain't gonna lie to you. I felt like that too. When I found out she was married to a white man, I was upset.
Yeah. I didn't know that till today. I seen something about that today, that she was married to a white man.
Yeah, I mean, you love her.
I was upset.
Damn. Like
it was. I was like, damn, we gotta
get it. We let too many slip away, AC. No, too many slip away.
Together.
But you know what? That's the problem with the manosphere. Why doesn't it realize that? Because if women start looking at black men like the bottom percent, like RB, I won't say like RBA say, but that 1% of, if they start thinking all black men look like that, they are going to start divesting and going elsewhere, and it's really going to be the end. We need to pull those brothers up so we can, you know what I'm saying? It really all we got is us, for real, for real.
Hey yo, you know what it is? We just not nice to black women. Black men, we ain't nice to black women.
I'm glad somebody finally being honest about it. You know,
and I ain't saying that to be on no sucker shit because I don't really give a fuck. Like it's not gonna make me be nice tomorrow that I said this shit.
Like, you just said it is what it is.
You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
I'm not tomorrow gonna wake up and be a nice motherfucker and all of a sudden I'm just fucking being honest.
What do you mean though, AC? Like just mean? That's a this. What you mean? No, seriously. Because I'm saying like
we just not nice to him, man. We just not
y'all
like
know exactly what.
Like we just not so nice to him. You know what I'm saying? And I may be wrong. Like some people may disagree with me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a lot of brothers be like, we're very nice to black women. But I don't know. And they're not nice to us either, though. They're not nice to us either. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't like they nice to us. They're not nice to us either. But I just don't. I think why it don't work with us is because we're just not nice to them. Like we just not nice to them.
Like what though, dog? What we do like that is so fucking mean.
It ain't lacking. It's not a lack, bro. Like it's just not. It's not a lack. It's not a. It's just a descriptor, bro. We just not nice to him.
As an overall, huh? I can almost understand what you're saying though, AC. A little bit.
I can feel him a little bit though. I can feel him.
Like we do kind of.
It's not. They not nice to us. We not nice to each other. Period. Right.
Yeah,
I think it starts with us. Right. Like if everything we talking about life and evolving and all that crazy shit, like as a culture, I think it would start with us. I think it would start with us. You know what I mean? Being nice to them, just in general, just in appropriating them a modicum of human decency and respect, just out of like y'all birthed us, y'all gave us life type of shit, you know. Like, but if they fucked up to you, like, don't respect ones that's fucked up to you. Like, don't go out of your way to show love to one that's fucked up to you. But if one is not fucked up to you and you're just a respectful being, like that kind of shit. Like, I just think culturally, I think if it was a shift where we was just nicer to our women as a whole, not even the ones with just fucking or whatever, but just as a whole, right? I think it would create a different dynamic. But I don't think we're nice to each other. I think it's too easy for us to, whenever we get into something or we get into a relationship issue or we get into child issues, it's too easy for us to sink to the bottom to solve the problem, or just, it's just too easy for us to not be, so we be mean to each other. It's just too easy. That's our first thing, is to be mean to each other, to do something to hurt the situation, move away, child support, can't see him, get some fucked up ass nigga, all that kind of crazy shit. And that's just being mean to each other, or get some fucked up bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just being mean to each other. I think that black people were just too mean to each other as a whole. Even you see it on here, you see it everywhere. We're just too mean to each other. And I think it would start with us, you know what I mean, just utilizing it publicly, right? Like, not just being nice to them privately, but also being nice to them publicly.
You said in public. Damn, that's good.
I mean,
You're right though. We do need to start. But I kind of remember that though. Like, AC, did you ever used to have family reunions?
Yeah, I've been to a couple family reunions.
Yeah, like it was a different vibe then. I think once we stopped doing shit like that, man, and like brothers don't even say what's up to you when you say what's up. It is kind of niggas do hate. You know what I'm saying?
AC, but tell the truth though, when you be nice to female, don't they run over you?
Yeah, they take advantage of that shit. And I think that's where the whole, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, and this is the thing, Free. We got to take it back where what me and you talking about, that's giving somebody a lot of access to us and able to take advantage of it. So I'm saying, like, don't be free willy with it and just everybody you around. Like, be very cautious of who you are and make sure you protect yourself in whatever you do in life. But I'm just saying, like how you speaking, just basic shit, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is not some indictment of men or black women, black men, but it's not an indictment. It's just you gotta just have basic courtesy towards each other. Good morning, good afternoon, how are you, hello. When we walk past each other, we're electric beings, so we gotta provide the electricity that will invigorate us to be positive amongst ourselves. It's not gonna come from outside of us. We may get some "hey, how you doing" from white people or whatever, but it's still just not that kinetic energy that you would get from someone of your own shit, right? Like, yeah, you enjoy it when you get it from others, but it doesn't charge you like you do. Like you just said it. You perfectly said it. Family reunion. What is that? You around all your family, you get all that energy from the same electric line that you belong to. So it builds you up, it makes you feel good, you go back charged, you remember your family, it leaves a memory. It was so electrified that it leaves a memory that you remember how great it was. So that's why I'm saying just even basic, like, how you doing, good morning, good afternoon, that would go a long way. And you'd be surprised. That's why, like, in the South, when y'all speak to each other, and us niggas from the North go down there, we be like, damn, everybody speak. Like, that should be like, damn, everybody speak. We get tired of speaking after a while.
Yeah.
Like, when you say that, that's kind of crazy to me because I'm from the South. I'm like, well, you know, we do speak. You know,
we don't do
but
that
it's different up north though. Like we
don't do that shit up here.
You know what I'm saying? It's more individual. It's that ruggedness, that New York beat. Like it's
somebody.
Like,
you'll
bro,
get to about the 10th, 11th motherfucker for somebody to be like, yo, good morning. You know what I mean? And say it back to
when
you.
I was little, bro, if you ain't speak, man, your mama knock your ass out. You ain't speak to somebody, man.
Nah, not up here, bro.
It's a different culture, man.
Not up here.
Now, I can say nowadays kids don't speak as much, but they, like, to the older people, yes. But not just a random older person walking down the street that I see them speak to. If it's a neighbor that they
you
know,
gotta nod your head or some type of acknowledgement.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying though. I feel that because I always like. See, I worked at Burger King before, so when I go to fast food restaurants, man, I am nice as fuck, bro. You understand? Because I know you treat them people like shit, bitch. Your hamburger may fall on the ground. So I go in there, you know, try to, you know, perk up people's spirit, man. Be like, man, you know, they're just a start.
Peace, L. Nixon. Peace, God.
Now, and I will get stupid, but I don't be on. You got to really cross that line to get me on that mode, though. Other than that, you know, I be trying to, you know, I speak to women, ladies, hold doors open. I do all that shit. I was just raised like that, though. So I don't care, you know, what you're looking like. That shit don't matter to me. If you're a dude, I'm gonna hold the door open. I'm walking in the store and you walking behind me. I ain't gonna just let the door close. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hold it open so you can come in. That's just me. But I understand, like, I can imagine, like, in New York, New Jersey, a lot of fucking people around. And sometimes people ain't got time for that, to be speaking and doing all that. And, you know, and then especially the closer you is in the hood, the more you speaking and being nice, niggas looking at you like you're soft.
But you look, remember that, remember the cartoon where they was on the island? They was abandoned on the island, and the skinny dude was the hot dog, and the fat dude was the hamburger. Will you be too nice in the hood? That's what you look like. I mean, I went through that, like, while I was too nice, but it wasn't like niggas tried to take advantage, and I had to get on some other shit. Like, that's why I'm the way I am. But I still think that at the end of the day, even that is like, that's a sign, like, well, then you don't need to, like, be out there doing that shit anyway, or be around that shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? So that's a growth sign. So you got to take that as moving on and do something different. But, like, I mean, in the South, you know, it is what it is. But up here, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can feel that, though.
I mean, it ain't no big deal. I don't want people to take it all out of order and shit and think I'm, you know, caving, or, you know what I mean? Like, see, and for me, like, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up after this, but for me, right, like, if you live life, man, and you've dated women, man, and you've experienced women and relationships and things like that, man, like, you can't wait till you get older to start complaining about that shit. Like, because you know you wasn't always right, you wasn't always wrong, right? And you probably had more dips in the ocean and the sea than you should have on people, right? So for me, I'm not getting into that shit, man. I'm not gonna be on here arguing about women need to do this and women need to do that and men need. I'm not doing that shit, man. To each his motherfucking own, man. Like, who the fuck am I to tell any human being how to experience this shit called life? This shit is, man, this shit will have you high one day on your fucking knees the next. I don't give a fuck how much money you got.
You know?
I've seen it.
It's real easy, especially when you got money, though. That's the crazy
You
part.
feel me? I've seen it.
That's real.
You know what I mean? So for me, that's why, like, I be lost sometimes and I can't go places because I ain't got no dog in that fight. Like, I'm not complaining about big butt sisters in Memphis, and that ain't my. Let me meet a few of them. I have one. Bitch, that's the best water in the ocean to me.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? So when I experienced that, I mean, it wasn't my cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? Because and it was because I wasn't a gentleman. I wasn't genteel. You got to come meet my family and all. I'm not flying to Memphis to meet nobody family when I know 2 years from now I'm not going to be around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's real, though. You just hitting the lead. I feel
So
it.
that's all I'm saying. So, like, I be lost, man. Like, I don't have nowhere to go. Because everywhere I go, niggas is arguing about men and women and all that. And I'm like, man, I don't got no dog in this fight, man. That you got the wrong dude, man. To come on here talking about men are powerless and they don't do shit and the white man. Baby girl, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Put sugar on your cornflakes. That's how you tell you.
Hey, Mella, how are you doing? Welcome to the panel.
Yeah. I will mute up.
So what you think about that Russia shit, though, AC, man? I heard you when you typed and said that if Ukraine was really doing their thing, goddamn, they wouldn't be complaining as much as they complain.
What'd you say, Jim?
Hello?
I think they went out, man.
No, I'm here. She was just talking, so I ain't saying
I'm sorry about that. I was ending my other live stream. I had to close it out.
So
I was doing my Looney. I was doing my Looney Coon show for RBR Craziest.
Oh, you had a Looney Tune show? That's a good one.
Yeah, where I highlight Looney Coons out here on fucking YouTube. The looniest of the coons.
So
looniest.
You know what it made me think of? Because I think I heard you on this too, AC, when y'all was talking about the definition of race. What was you trying to say, man?
What
what's
mean?
the big deal with him and this race thing? Like, you can't be biracial. Why do you think that's possible?
That's quackery what he talking. Like, I don't abide by that. Because I mean, for me, I think I try to tell him this and shit for the most part. Like, when we are talking about the human being, we're talking about us, we're talking about our race, you know what I'm saying? Our gender, all these things, right? It's simple facts to it, right? Like, it ain't like all this shit is rocket science, you know what I'm saying? For some, right? So my point is, every human is a species, right? We're a species, the Homo sapien, that's our species, right? That belongs to the animal kingdom, right? So in the Homo sapien species, you have a few different breeds of Homo sapien. It is not one Homo sapien. They try to say it is, it's just one human. No, it's not. It's like 4 different kind of Homo sapiens that all evolved and became their distinct what they are. And what happens is people try to discount that or not have that conversation. I don't know why, but it's easier to relate to your existence if you have that kind of conversation, because you'll better understand who you are. We like to push past, like somebody was like, we're not animal, we're not in the animal kingdom. Yes, the fuck we are. Like, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck we are? Like, okay, we've done some amazing evolutionary things and we've jumped past everybody else on the food chain. But motherfuckers, we are animals at the end of the day, right? So
savages.
Not having that conversation to say that as being a particular living species and being within the animal kingdom, to not sound so crude, we have to understand there's different breeds to that Homo sapien. It's just not, it's a Homo sapien, but it's different types of it. It's different types that produce different forms of it. And that's what race really is.
Yeah, but
because you know who they leave out as a different being. Like the Aborigines aren't us. They aren't Africans. They're their own shit.
No, but they once was African.
Yeah, I was about to say one day.
Everybody once was African.
That's what I hit them with one day. That's what I hit them with.
But they're far removed from their African shit. I'm talking hundreds of thousands of years removed from that shit. Not little 20, 30, 40. I'm talking they shit. Listen, man, they long way removed from their African ancestors.
Okay, that's African ancestors, but they not long way removed from their Negroid. If that's
that's what I'm talking about. Their African ancestors is their Negroid ancestors. That's what I mean by their Negroid ancestors. Their African ancestors.
So you saying
that's
they're
what
not
I mean.
Negroids no more? You saying
no, hell
Negroids?
no. If you
So
test one of them, you find if any trace of Negroid in there. If any.
So, but what are they then?
They call it Australian. It's like they call it Australian, like because Australia is the biggest place, so they kind of geographically name everything based on that area. So it's kind of like Australia. It's Australiazoid or something like that, but it's just really saying it's based in that area. But the Aborigines are like a distinction from the African, from the Negroid, as far as like humanoid.
Right. Okay. I because we can't say that because we know white people come from black people, but they are not the same. But they did come from, they mutated and became white. So you said the Australian people mutated. Now they something totally different than the original Africans that got on the boats and went over there. I can feel that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
big time.
I can feel that though. Because the Indian can change and the Botanic, because
hell yeah.
If we believe in evolution, saying that
they a bit away from it. I mean, a bit away from it. You would have to like I don't know. I don't even know what you would do to find it. Like I don't know because bro, bro, there's some nomadic tribes right now out there in that area, Sentinel Islands. It used to be like Papua New Guinea, all that, Sumatra, all that. Like it's islands out there that's never come in contact with other human beings. That's never seen a nigga, seen a plane, car, train, none of that shit. None of that shit. They blacker than fucking
last. You heard about that that last incident where that guy, that quote Christian,
that
tried
fucking
to go over there to
that fucking New Zealander, fucking kissing white people ass and think he gonna be a fake ass missionary, and them no sitting the motherfucker sent his punk ass right back. Dead.
Yeah, they shot that bitch with them arrows.
What? Got him up out of there.
Right now, no, they murdered him right before he got off the raft.
Yeah, right. And the guys who took him out there, the government charged them with his murder.
Damn right.
Yeah,
better to take their ass out there.
Because you know they're supposed to go over there.
Right. It's law. It's law. Don't go fucking with them people.
You know them people on that. No people don't want to be bothered.
They
ain't trying to come over here.
They say it's not just about them to be bothered. What happens is they have to maintain them because if anybody from the new world, they can wipe just by being close to them.
Yeah, they can kill them instantly. Yeah, that's what I was saying thinking. Yeah, disease, all that shit, they'll die instantly.
So that's like they're trying to keep them protected, like a protected species.
It's because it's only maybe 500 of them at the most.
Right, and then they still like kind of like that's kind of like looking at history in the present because they still living. Right, I can understand. I can feel that though. Yeah. Damn, white people
self-sustainable, living off the land, living off the fish, living off the fish. Living off the island, got their own system, got their own everything, their own.
And been there for 50, 60,000 years.
Yeah. Hey, not to switch it, but
easily.
AC, what's up with that Ukraine?
Yeah, and we acting like
Ukraine and Russia shit,
and we act like we gonna die if the grocery stores run out of food. We acting like we about to die.
Oh, we will die.
A lot of people gonna die of that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
What's gonna die?
What the hell are you talking about? A lot of people gonna motherfucking die. The grocery stores run out of food. Like a lot of people in the South will live because we got land. But people up north, they ain't got. From what I seen when
The
I was
people
in
who
New
got
York,
the land up here, bitch, they gonna let you know before you even go and they try to steal an ear corn.
Yeah.
right. Like it's too many people bunched together, man. All the people can't go hunt.
But this
Ain't
the
gonna be
thing, right? This the only thing that'll get where I live at in New Jersey over. It's the most densely populated thing in the state and the country, but also probably like in almost the Western Hemisphere, right? So them farmers gonna get overran because all these cities ain't nothing but niggas in Puerto Rico.
But think about it though, Arthur. Once they overrun the farmers, how long a food supply that is?
Oh, it ain't gonna last long. It's gonna be like locusts. It's gonna be like locusts.
So within 60 to 90 days, half of that population dead. They gonna starve to death. That's real. It ain't enough people to sustain that, and enough people don't know how to grow their own food and to hunt. It's not enough people that know that.
See, the weather the weather limits what we grow.
Exactly. That's why down here in Florida.
But you got so.
I mean,
maybe I got a delay
some of us. Yeah.
I ain't hear you, Trinity. You broke up. What you say?
Do I got a delay or something?
Yeah, you got.
Like every
you
time
Borg.
I talk, I'm talking.
Yeah, you going in and out.
You was Borg.
Yeah, you going in and out.
Okay. Let me. I don't know what.
That one is called Borg.
I wanted to say.
What they sound like.
But you know.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trinity.
Some city folk though they they've been planning and prepping the best way they can, even if they not like buying land and building underground bunkers and stuff. You got some folk putting together like little makeshift gun like ranges in they house with like cardboard and shit, and making their own aerosoft guns, shoot squirrels off the tree, so you got some people that's preparing that's in the city.
I know a lot of people live day to day in the city where I'm at. Shit.
Nah, see, what I'm looking at is what y'all got to look at is say let's take New York. Well, how many? What's the population you think of the whole state?
Of what?
Because I know the city probably got about like 20 million people in the city, right?
What, New York?
Yeah.
I think
it's about 12 million in the city. It ain't that many. I mean, it's like once you leave New York, upstate New York is like the country, bro. You might as well say you like in North Alabama, North Georgia, or some shit. That shit is
right.
Well, I ain't gonna say the country. I'm gonna say that shit is
like
hicks and shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is like the wood, the mountains of Pennsylvania and all that shit. Like that shit is a different kind of.
It's a military, Arthur.
It's a different kind of white person.
When y'all go, you in the military, Arthur. When y'all go destabilize country, do y'all not hit the food supply?
Do we not have what? A food supply?
No.
You mean them MGDs or something like that?
Right? The military want to destabilize the country. They're not really trying to fight a war. They just want to destabilize it, fuck them up for a minute.
Yeah, knock them off balance.
Slow down their food, make them argue, fight about food in a heavy, dense place. So what I'm saying is, by the time people hunt, that's why I say you got a good 90 days. After 90 days, it ain't that many squirrels no more. That's 12 million people need squirrels, and you need one every day. That's just one person need one squirrel.
Technically, you don't really need meat to survive. You could if it's some beans and shit, like you could literally survive. You know what I'm saying, without meat and shit. I think of it like that too. Meat might become a luxury in that case. You might have it literally like once a month, once a week.
Yeah, but with meat though, bro, you can eat meat and not have to eat for like 3-4 days off of meat. You eat them vegetables, nigga. You need to charge up every day.
Back. You got this bitch eating tree leaves, bitch.
I said like beans, but hey, Arthur, they got the what's the called? What's the
MREs?
Meal? Yeah, MREs.
MREs.
Root
that
potatoes.
Shit is terrible.
They grow fast. They grow fast. They got cassava. All kinds of root vegetables are good and they last. They got a good long life. A lot of sprouts grow every single day, and so these are things that you can eat that grow really quickly, and you don't have to wait. It's not seasonal; they grow every day. And he's right about that. You don't have to eat meat every day. It could be like just a treat or whatever. Sometimes when you want to store for the winter or something like that, these sort of meat or whatever. In Africa, there's these tribes that they have like cows and cows. They don't eat a lot of meat. They survive off the cow blood and off the milk of the cow, root vegetables. But they basically live. They cow herders. They live with the cows, but they rarely eat cows. But they live off the cow animals.
Right, because they just don't ingest the meat. They just don't ingest the meat. They mainline the nutrients.
But ain't the milk the snot of the cow though?
Huh?
I heard the milk from cows ain't good. The snot ain't it like
No, you gotta boil it and shit. Shit you gotta do to it.
Man, no, I don't really like. I'd rather have some almond milk.
I don't drink milk. I can't take milk. Me and milk ain't friends. Never been.
You gotta fuck with some
I try almond milk, didn't like it. I be fucking with oat milk.
That's what I was about to say. Almond milk.
I fuck with oat milk and like my oatmeal and shit, but I don't really fuck with it in my cereal. I don't really eat cereal no more anyway because I can't fuck with milk no more. But yeah, Green, what you was saying earlier?
He just dropped off. Oh, there you go.
Oh, he dropped off.
I think he back. He playing around. He keep dropping off when I had him. I think he was talking about the Ukraine shit. Yeah, I don't know.
So what do y'all think about what do y'all think about them sending them money to Ukraine, but actually got no money for reparations?
Well, they white people. I mean, it's obvious. There's no, they're white people. Like they're holding they gotta pay them to help them keep the war up against Russia. Like so it's like, yo, like fuck black people. Like we gotta keep this white power. We gotta be the only white power in the world. And Putin like, fuck that. Nah, you ain't about to have your boy ain't about to be letting you come to the crib and spy on me. We ain't doing that. So I'm gonna bust your boy house up. He ain't gonna have nowhere for you to come chill and sit in. No chairs. Ain't gonna be no chairs, no furniture, no roof, no nothing. And that's what he's doing. Because America is using Ukraine to spy on Russia. It's no secret.
Oh, okay. So basically them attacking Ukraine, like them attacking America.
Basically, it's not so much attacking them, it's just telling them, yo, like back up, dog. I'm not letting you get your hoofs in this dude, and then you be right in the front yard. You won't let me do that. You definitely ain't gonna let me
go to Mexico.
Look what you did to Cuba for getting cool with me. You know what I'm saying? So you put Cuba, you sent them back to they ain't left the 1950s with cars, infrastructure, electricity. Ever since they joined with me, you done shut them down. They haven't existed. You've shut them off from the world. Like, think about that. Because Cuba chose to have a relationship with Russia, and they're only 90 miles from the United States of America. The United States of America did everything in its power to make sure that Cuba never grew from the day it made that choice. And that's exactly what happened. So what he's saying to America is, look how small Cuba is. Ukraine is the second largest country in Europe. And people don't even know that because Ukraine belonged to Russia so long. So it's really like a new country. It only been its own shit since 1994. Since 1917 until 1991, it belonged to Russia. It was part of the USSR. So it's basically a former Russian. It was with Russia for 100 years, right? Now, all of a sudden, I mean, more than 100 years. If you do the history, it's probably been like 500-600 years that it's belonged to Russia.
Yeah.
Easily, right? So now all of a sudden, Russia's arch enemy, is number one nemesis in the world, is now like, yo, we cool with them. We gonna put missiles here. We gonna put security shit here. And he like, no, you not. So just what you did to Cuba, I'm gonna do worse to Ukraine because it's bigger and they know better because it once belonged to us. Cuba ain't never belonged to you. It belonged to the mob, but it didn't belong to you. So that's what's going on.
You think he
It's
kicking
just
their ass?
white on white crime at its highest level.
Yes, it is. You think he kicking their ass though? Hello.
But you know what was good move on that part. You know that Astro was out there in the spacecraft. They said that they're gonna let the American come back home. The American astronaut come back home. I said that's nice.
Why? Because the Russians went up there, so now the Americans gonna leave because the Russians going up there.
I think he was stuck up there, and the only way he could get back was through the Russians.
They gonna call in Space Force.
No, the Russians went to the International Space Station.
I thought that was the only way back for him to come back.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
Yeah, spacecraft. Yeah, because they didn't have to do that. He would have been stranded out there.
But I'm saying, I'm sorry, Trinity. It's the 27th day. How many days you think they got longer before it's gonna either be?
You know what's funny? It's been over, right? But the media got to keep it going so that Putin don't look like the victor, right? It's over. Like if another country has taken over nuclear power plants, major cities, like they've basically cut you off from airspace. They've basically cut you off from sea. Like what? They've made you a landlocked country. Like, come on, dog. Like, dog, they bombing buildings, 20-story, 30-story buildings. Dog, the shit is rubble. Like, if you really look on there, you'll see army barracks with dead bodies everywhere, strewn all up in the building. Like, they talk about how many Russians are killed. The Ukrainian army ain't bombing no Russian cities. What Russian cities are being bombed by the Ukrainians? The whole war is taking place in Ukraine.
I heard he even bombed them again. God damn.
He didn't bomb a maternity ward. He just bombed the city, and the maternity ward just happened to be in the city. Like, he didn't hit the hospital. He hit another place, and it just brought the building down because he just dropping serious shit on him. And that's the crazy part. Like, our media is just propagandizing and propping this dude up. It's crazy. The same way they describe him is how they describe Black Panthers or Black separatists back in the day. It's the same shit. Right. They use the same playbook for every boogeyman. The same playbook.
But shit, he the real deal though. Shit, he got some power.
Who?
Ain't looking at Putin. You don't think Putin got no power?
I'm talking about, hell yeah, he the real deal, and they know he the real deal. Like, think about that. This motherfucker went to war in 2022, where humans are supposed to be civilized. He said, "Fuck that. Fuck that." Imagine that. Imagine he ain't even the superpower of the world. He said, "Fuck America. I'm going to war." In Europe in 2022. Fuck it. The largest invasion in Europe in 70-something years. Yes, I'm doing it. Let's get it.
Yeah, it just came. That was kind of random. Like, I don't want to say random, but shit. Like, what was the point? Just because you mad that they?
But nah, you can't. Like, dog, you ain't. Me and you, Trinity, Free the Green. We ain't letting our arch enemy, right, move next door to us. Like, move in the crib with our next door neighbor. Like, our next door neighbor rent him a room.
Yeah, that is.
Like, are we serious?
You know
like,
what? That's
right. Get the
That's
drop
like
on us. Like,
pedophile moving in on you in your block. A pedophile. You wait a minute. No, you got to get off the block.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't gonna let your arch enemy move in next door, like, or down the block with your neighbor. He renting a room from your neighbor. Like, you're gonna be like, man, we gonna have to go to war right now, because you, like, I could be asleep, you can kick him a door. You know what I mean? I ain't kicking this person's door because he don't got nothing to do with the beat. But he do now that he let you move in. Like, that's what Ukraine is doing. Like, yo, I'm right next door to Russia, and I'm letting America come in, prop me up, the whole nine. Like, think about this. Vladimir Klitschko, the fighter, or Vitaly Klitschko, the fighter, one of them, is the fucking mayor of the capital city of Ukraine.
Yeah, him and his brother. Well, I know his brother married.
And the actor who played a president on TV is the president of the country. How less American can you get? Like, how much Hollywood can you get? Like,
Hey,
this
have
is
you ever seen that?
West Wing.
I was about to say, you ever seen that movie called Wag the Dog?
Yeah.
It's just like that. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, this shit reminded
And
me.
Putin, like, there is no way I'm about to let you do a Hollywood film just to set up a military fortress to watch me, like you set up Israel to watch the Arabs. I ain't letting you do it. They dumb enough to let you do it. I ain't letting you do it. And he just shut Ukraine down for business.
Yeah, they are. You think they out of commission?
So, and the crazy part about it is, I remember when wars lasted for years. It's like now people want microwave wars. If a war is not over in 30 days, you ain't shit. Like, think about that. Like, think about that precedent. Like, a 30-day war and you ain't kicked the motherfucker. If you ain't kicked the motherfucker ass in 30 days, you ain't shit. What the fuck?
You know what's so? I think you know why people think like
Europe
that.
had 100-year war.
But I think why people think like that, AC, is because the war just came out of nowhere.
Now
everybody like, where the fuck this come from?
Back in the days, the wars were it had like less. And they had like less fallout, like less casualties, like because now they got nukes and shit, like so shit can get real ugly real fucking quick. So they probably want it quick, because about the shit.
Shit, you know how many motherfuckers died in wars back in the day? We lose less people now, but I'm
talking about you have soldiers and you got they're fighting with guns and they're fighting with knives, but they're still fighting individuals, they might be dropping bombs here and there, but it's not like they have now, you know what I'm saying, to where they can just wipe out entire cities.
Oh yeah,
just like that.
I get you. That's
what I'm trying to say.
Apocalyptic shit. You saying they got apocalyptic shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got
so it makes sense.
They got civilization changing shit. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense.
That shit is good. It seems like that's why it seems like it's going nowhere. That's why it's gonna just blow up one day. We're gonna be like, uh-oh, got 8 minutes, nigga.
So you think that America might eventually like say, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna Ukraine and not
No, I think eventually, in order for Ukraine, I don't know. I don't think America wants to get into it, but I think somehow it's gonna happen because that's my whole point. Like, if Ukraine is doing such a wonderful job, why does their president come on the TV every day and say that if somebody should put up a no-fly zone? You guys don't love us. Like, hurry up and let me in NATO. Like, come on, guys, hurry up, open the door. Like, you know what I mean? You left me out. Like, this is just some mob movie shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up, it's just some white on white mob movie shit. And this motherfucker's like, yo, come on, man. You guys said you had my back, man. This motherfucker's kicking my ass. I'm putting up a good fight, but I'm losing guys. And you know what I mean? And your spin is not helping. Like, he's tearing up my cities. And you know what I'm saying? And that's where he at right now. It's like, man, come on, please, man. But he don't understand. See, and this is what lets you know he don't even understand what a no-fly zone is. He doesn't understand that a no-fly zone is not no shit where a motherfucker get a warning. Like, oh, this is a no-fly zone. You must the minute you come in that motherfucker, you get shot down. Ain't no warning, ain't none of that. A no-fly zone means once we say no-fly zone, coming in here is at your own peril. And he don't even understand that. So he thinks putting that up will somehow, like, that shit's gonna cause World War III ASAP, and then that might bring nuclear war, and we don't want that. They can run into the mountains of Russia. We can't. Them crackers ain't letting us go into the mountains of Idaho and Wyoming where they done built the underground bunkers and shit. They ain't letting us go in there with them. So this shit fucked up, man. Whoever plan it was to go in Ukraine and set up shop, that was a bad plan. Whoever idea was.
This might I mean, it's just like some conspiracy theory. But I was thinking, yo, what if Ukraine and Russia was actually working together so that Ukraine can get into NATO, pretending like, and then they send a whole bunch of refugees over into further into Europe and America. That'd be like their whole plan from the go.
War ain't pretend. Sorry. I've been there, done that. That shit ain't pretend. You can't pretend that shit. You can't double jeopardy.
No,
that
but
shit.
you can't pretend war, but you can. Okay, what about the Twin Towers?
I mean, but that's different. That's internal. That's domestic. That's not international.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, a setup can be a setup no matter how you put it. You know what I'm saying? It's all about how you spin it.
You just saying collateral damage and shit. Like they just playing for people to die, but it's a certain amount of people that's gonna live type shit.
It's not been done before. Because think about it. A lot of times when somebody want to go to war, if they want to attack somebody, make it believable. So they're saying, okay, we're gonna have casualties, but it's for the greater good though, for us to, you know what I'm saying, get our agenda across.
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
Nah.
About all of look, Spain's taking in all of the refugees. How many people about to take in hella refugees?
Because they're
from
white.
From
That's
the
why they're
Ukraine?
taking them in. They're taking them in because they're white. That's the only reason why. And then they're gonna get money from the international. They're gonna get money for taking those people in. And then those white people can help them push out all the brown people that's been coming in. Because that's all this is about.
Okay,
the browning of Europe. And they trying to unbrown it.
Okay,
It's not a joint venture between Russia and Ukraine. Like they're not. Ukraine is not in a position
you said yourself that Russia owns Ukraine, right? For
right.
100
And that
years.
what I'm saying to you is
Russia, okay, the only way you're gonna if you hear me out.
I'm here. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you.
Okay, so you said yourself that Russia owned Ukraine for 100 years. So in that 100 years, you mean to tell me that Russians even have settled in the Ukraine, created families, love of government in the Ukraine?
No, not government, but this is what they did. There is a large group of Russians in Ukraine, and guess what they did? They broke away from the large Ukraine and created their own separatist shit and connected themselves to Russia.
Okay.
The large Russian populace that's in the east of the country, the Luhansk and the Donbass regions, they're full of Russians. They actually revolted from the larger Ukrainian government and created their own separatist government that's fucking loyal to Russia.
Okay.
That's crazy.
So Russia already got that. It took Crimea from them in 2014. That was once part of Ukraine. So it took that. Now it's done move all the way down to its two largest cities, Kiev and Kharkiv. So it's on the edges of both of them. They swallowed up all the suburbs of both of them, right? So they're surrounding both cities as we speak, and they're moving in from the east and the north and the southeast. And now they're starting to go west and even edge up against Poland. So they really about to set it off. They just had to get themselves. So now they moving supplies and bullets and guns up the river because they cut the Ukrainians off from the South Sea. That's their only open port. And they already had the warm water port where they set up their battleships and everything else that was already part of Ukraine. Mm-hmm. So now all they doing is using that warm water port to fucking put it on vessels and ship that shit up the river and then supply the motherfuckers that's up the river fighting in the major two cities. And, the war should be over in most people's eyes in 27 days, 30 days. But I remember when wars took 6-7 years. Either it ended or motherfucker had a truce. And this only 27 days. And he ain't really jumped off. He just tapping them. He hit 2 buildings a day. 3-4 buildings a day. Like, imagine if he just kept hitting the buildings, just kept going and didn't stop. The motherfuckers don't think about that. If he hit that building, put a hole in the middle of a 12-story building, that accurate, don't you think he can do that to all the buildings? But he hasn't done that. So if he really wanted to win the war, that's all he got to do. This nigga dropping bombs on him that's so loud and bright that the shit look like it go from night to morning in 2 seconds.
Shut up.
Crazy.
So, you know, I mean, the shit is real. And unfortunately, I think America's going to get dragged in it. And then we're going to be in a world war. And then our lives are going to change forever, even more than it did with the pandemic.
Do you think that the Chinese is going to link up with them?
Yeah, I think the Chinese going to try to take over Taiwan. And the reason why both of these countries are doing this, because they see the racial strife in America. And they like, oh, they weak. They weak as fuck. Ain't them racist white people not gonna go to war for Biden, and then it's gonna be racial shit in the army, and they're not gonna be ready to fight us, and we're gonna tear them up. Let's get them, just like in Vietnam. Is they weak? They see it. Like, this is geopolitical strategy. This is empirical strategy. This is global chess. This is real big ass chess pieces.
So you saying Trump basically fucked us? No, it wasn't just Trump though.
Obama being elected president. That's what did it.
Why you say that? You
Because
people got scared?
that changed it. Those countries no longer had to fear a white man.
Oh damn, I'm sorry, man. I ain't been reading the chat. Okay, I see what you're saying on that aspect. I dig that.
They no longer had to fear the white man. The white man lost his power to a black dude with a funny name. You can no longer call me and curse me out and tell me what you're going to do to me because you let a nigga take your spot. The fuck out of here. Who the fuck you think you talking to? Fuck out of here. You lost to the Goombah. The fuck out of here. Imagine what a white nationalist and an Aryan like Putin felt about America after that brother won that shit. Or a racist Chinese motherfucker like Xi. Well, how you think they felt when they seen his brother be the most powerful man in the world, even more powerful than them when he was they boss, and they racist to their core, and there's nothing they could do because he would have put foot in their ass if they would have jumped off on him. He would have tore their ass out the frame and got about 5 or 6 million black people in that underground bunker. Yeah. A lot of us would have died, but bitch, a lot of us would have been able to tell the story. But at this point, bitch, we'd be lucky to get.
But I heard he was really good friends with Snoop Dogg.
Huh?
I heard Putin was really good friends with Snoop Dogg, though.
I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life.
I ain't heard that one.
That's just some blasphemous, just disrespecting black people shit at this point.
I think he might like Snoop, but I don't think they cool.
I doubt if he even really know who he is like that.
I seen something like that where he was playing one of Snoop's songs on the piano. But I ain't watched that shit.
Okay, so he does admire Snoop Dogg, a black guy.
I don't know.
I don't know if he admires him. He might like his music.
I never even heard that before. You the first person that ever said that. I never ever heard that before. I mean, I'm not saying you the first person that said it. You the first person I ever heard say it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think Pooh liked Obama too much because at that meeting he was looking.
Nah, he don't like you. Well, come on, man. You think them? Listen, man. This motherfucker just started a war to keep that brown shit from coming to his country. That motherfucker don't fuck with no black people.
That's the crazy part. Like, I don't want to say Obama wasn't black, but he wasn't like full black. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't like Tyrone, or you know what I'm saying? He wasn't.
I mean, it don't matter. Like, we gotta learn, man. They don't give a fuck what your class or your level in society is. You black. They don't give a fuck about none of that. That's why my favorite movie is that shit Be Cool with John Travolta and Said the Entertainer and all that shit. And that Russian motherfucker said that shit like, "Be cool, nigga." And he fucking said that speech to that nigga, told that nigga like, man, motherfucking, but instead of you thanking me, you know what I'm saying, for giving you cool and making you who you is and getting all swagger from us and shit, nah, you rather denigrate me with a fucking slander, with a slur, motherfucker. And he shot that motherfucker and killed him. I was like, motherfucker, don't tell me to be cool. I am cool. Shot the wig off that nigga. He literally split that nigga wig. Literally.
What that said?
Yeah, that was Said the Entertainer. That was my shit. Be cool. That was
Man, I ain't seen that in a minute. With.
yeah, that was my shit.
Oh man. So you think we gonna get drafted, huh? These young boys gonna have to go to war?
Yeah, I think these young boys and Mexicans gonna be out there going through it in Europe. I've been there, done that. They're gonna get a lot of fur lines. It's gonna be a lot of fur lines out there. They're gonna buy a lot of Uchi Coochie, that's for sure. They're gonna spend all that little war vacation money, R&R money.
But you would think that they would be using drones and shit like that, man.
Nah,
They need
if he bombed Poland and all that shit, you gotta keep him out of there because he gonna take everything. Then you gotta go in there and you can't drone him to death. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go around you, then he just gonna start bombing from the waters and shit. So you gotta go in there and fight him hand to hand. Cause if he get to Poland, if he take Poland and Moldova, it's over. It's gonna be on and popping. Cause that's what he gonna do next. Like America ain't dumb, bitch. They know what it is, bitch. Like he going. That's why they just sent them Patriots, bitch. That's what I did in the army one day. I'm gonna show y'all that shit. I'm gonna show y'all a video of that shit. I gotta make sure I can get I'm gonna ask the dude, a couple people, because I don't want to show everybody face and shit. And I don't feel like blurring all them goddamn people's faces and shit. Hey, but I'm gonna show y'all the Patriot missiles and shit and all the shit. One day I'm gonna do a video on that shit.
I heard
show
some
y'all all my pictures in war and shit, huh?
I said I heard some oligarchs put a bounty out on Putin's head.
Nah, man, motherfuckers. Putin probably got their kids in the basement right now.
That's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to ask. You don't think that the oligarchs, he fucking up the oligarchs' money?
I mean, he is, but they gonna get it back. He got him. He got him. Listen, man, he buried the money already, man. They taking a hit. This gonna be hard, but the comeback gonna be even greater for them, man. Cause his whole thing is, man, even if we gotta push reset, we gonna have to push reset, fellas. Like, we gotta see this as the bigger picture, man. Like, I can't force a motherfucker to swallow geopolitics and shit. But like, this some white people shit, and nobody don't want to hear me. This is some white people survival shit. And this is Putin saying to America and all that, like, man, you playing some bullshit. He was like, you diverse. You get all them niggas and all that shit in your country. I ain't doing that shit. I ain't letting you come here and watch over me while you fucking let all the Arabs and all them motherfuckers come in Ukraine. Next they gonna want to come here. He's like, nah, I ain't doing that. Fuck all that. I'm white. I'm gonna keep my shit white. I'm gonna keep my shit white. You know what I'm saying? And why you think white people love Putin? They know what it is. Like, they know what it is. That's why they cheer him. That's why Trump adore that motherfucker. This is about whiteness. This is about survival of whiteness. And then you got that group of white people who just want to be kumbaya, and the other staunch white motherfuckers like, no, we dying. We the most dyingest populace on the fucking world. We gotta fix this shit. And that's where they at now. Trying to survive. And he like, fuck all them ships and all that shit, nigga. This is our survival. If we don't hold this fort right now, bitch, we gonna look up and then ain't gonna be nothing but black babies in Russia. Bitch, it's gonna be a bunch of brown babies, bitch, and it's gonna be over for us. Because behind them and below them people ain't white. Them Uzbekistans and Kazakhstans and all. Them motherfuckers ain't white people. Them is Asians. Them is motherfuckers. If you went to those countries, you'd be shocked. If you went to Kazakhstan and all that shit, you'd be like, oh shit, they look Chinese. Yeah. Like, man, so he know what it is already. He only got that little itty bitty, you know what I mean? He only got 145 million white people. That ain't a lot. Bitch, India got 2 billion. China got 1.5. It's crazy, dog. The white man day is over, and it's because of Obama. Obama set us free. And now we all over the monopoly board.
Hello? There we go. Damn, man, my sound been fucking up, man.
You bet.
There you go. You sound much better now.
You think they trying to use this shit as an excuse though to wipe out some people of color?
Like, I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but unfortunately we're gonna be the bearer of the shit because we don't own none of that shit.
Right. Kill two birds with one stone, huh?
I mean, they're gonna kill a few of themselves. You know what I mean? Only thing is they prepare for it, right? You know what I'm saying? So that you know what I mean that's their saving grace, right? But they're gonna lose a chunk. They're gonna lose a lot, and they're never gonna be the same. They'll have a fledgling, little society, but they're gonna have to rinky dink and put it together. Like they're gonna have to work a little bit with the Canadians, work a little bit with the with the Asians. They're gonna have to work a little bit. Like it's not gonna be the United States of America that it once was. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's gonna be definitely a shell of itself. You know what I mean?
I also heard you say after that, like right now, Russia just like testing the water. Cause I heard that he just got like mediocre soldiers out there. His real army
Right.
with the modern technology
Right.
and shit, they ain't left Russia yet.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I
this is
heard
the
that
thing.
I watch world news. I watch like
Right.
this Indian shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I be in other countries, like what they say.
So do you support the war in Russia? Arthur, do you support the war in Russia?
I don't care about it. I mean, I don't. It's neither near. You know what I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I don't care.
So if it got so bad to where America have to pick up the fight, go back to the war, would you go back in?
No, I wouldn't be able to. No, I wouldn't be able to.
I wouldn't.
I'm medically separated, so I wouldn't be able to.
But if you was able to,
if I wasn't, I would go back.
If you was able to, would you?
Yeah, if I wasn't, I would go back. I wouldn't go back. I don't think I would go back as fast as I think I would, but I wouldn't duck it if I was called. And that's only because when I went, the people I went with and the things that we did, like it was life-changing for all of us. So I would never, if I was called to help out, I would never not do it, because at that moment I learned a lot about myself. So I feel like, you know what, like I'll never not be loyal to that shit right there.
Let me ask you a question. If it got so bad, or do you think the next war that we have, do you think that they're going to start drafting women as well?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I mean, because in essence, y'all, they really do have a draft, but you guys just aren't a part of it. It's called the IRR. See, what happens is when you go in the service, right? If you go on, say you're going for 4 years, 5 years, when you enlist in the service, you enlist for 8 years, no matter what. Now, the term that you do active duty is all up to you. You can do 3 years to 50 years. It's up to you, right? But you have to do a minimum of 3 years. So I did 3 years, 9 months regular Army, and then I did like 3 years, 8 months reserve, right? Well, no, I did 4 years, 8 months regular Army, 3 years, 8 months reserve. So almost 5 years regular Army, and then I did the other 3 reserve, 2 years, like 8 months reserve, right? So what happens is when you reserve, or you don't do anything after you get out your 3 years and you just go home and you chilling, you still got 5 years. So if a war, anything was to pop off within that 5 years, if you don't go to prison and you ain't murder nobody, your ass is grabbed.
Damn, they
You
can
have
call
no
you
choice.
back, huh? So you saying, wait, Arthur, you saying that if I went in and I did 3 years and I got out and the war or something pop out, they can call me and enlist me and I got to finish out those 5 years?
Well, however long they need you, not necessarily finish the 5 years, however long they need you if you don't die in the war.
God damn. But if you do your 8 and you get out, then they can't fuck with you.
Then they can't fuck with you.
I feel that.
If you do 10, they can't fuck with you.
Right.
Well, no, it depends on what you see. That depends on what your re-enlistment is, also. So if you do 4 and you re-enlist for another 6, then you still got a large ass back number.
What you mean? Wait. What you mean?
So if you do 4 and then you enlist for another 4, that doesn't kill your 8 because you enlisted for another 4.
So you got to do those 4 plus 4.
You still obligated to a whole 8, so you just got 4 left after that, just as IRR.
So you gotta do 12. If you did those 4,
I mean, you're doing 8 regular Army, then you just got the other 4 IR.
Damn. Well, that's cool though. You want to like?
Yeah, hell yeah, that's cool.
My brother, he retired from the Navy. Man, that nigga did like damn that 30 years and that shit.
And that nigga get a nice check every month.
Man, that nigga straight, bro. He
Guaranteed.
Good, bro. Yeah, he lived good. And he was like, I know he ran the airport, bro. Because when I used to go to the he was stationed in LA one time. I went there to the base and stayed with him for about 2 weeks. And man, like anywhere in the airport, man, like I was all sitting in the motherfucker. And Top Gun had just came out, bro. So I'm sitting in motherfucking F-14s and shit, bitch, talking about goose. Like, bitch, I was like in the hangars and I'll go out, they'll take off when they land and shit. They gave me a call name. I don't forgot that shit though. But,
that's
like,
dope. That's super dope. Though, that's super dope. Yeah. That's
and
super
I went
dope.
like when you walk in, they got every shell they shoot from the 45 shell all the way to the 80 millimeter, like lined up.
Yeah, that's super dope. Yeah, that's
that
super
shit
dope.
Was hard though. I liked that shit though. Then we went to San Diego. Man, they got a Navy base down there. That shit was so motherfucking big, bro.
Yeah, I love San Diego. San Diego is huge.
And I was walking by, I'm looking at the like, bro, on TV, that shit look small, bro. Them aircraft carriers, those bitches huge.
Them shits the size of skyscrapers, man.
I know it, bro. I did not believe. I'm like, man, how this shit float on water? Here. Say that again, Trinity.
Who this new person on the panel?
I don't know.
Joe Dub. The one and only Joe Dub.
Joe?
Yeah,
hey, what's up, Joe?
Well, hey, his audio, because mine was like that when I was trying to come back on and shit. It kept fucking up.
Yeah, I was stationed at an air base in Germany, so I seen a lot of planes, yo. Every fucking day. For years.
You thought about
what? Think about flying them shit, Arthur. You never think about
hell nah. Hell super
they
hell
get paid? They get paid though.
See, but you know, like you gotta to be a black pilot, man, you gotta put up with a lot of shit. That's why I think shit like that should never be integrated. Like Tuskegee shit should have stayed what it was. It should have never been defunct. It should have been what it was, right? Because it would have lessened, it would have allowed for more black pilots. See, it's only a finite amount of black pilots, period. So they're not gonna, take opportunities away from white people to give to black people, right? Especially when it comes to something like that. So I think shit like that should have stayed segregated pseudoli, or just like, well, no, it's a black college, so since it's a black college, we're going to train the black pilots, blah 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 blah, and created maybe 1 or 2 more, right, to make them competitive with the Air Force and other armed service academies. It should have been black armed service academies created, but not in a segregated way, but just like as a historically black college or university. And that would have been a better way to keep that going, and then you would have had more black pilots constantly in the service. Because it's just not enough color in the officer ranks, and that's the problem.
By them integrating it, it was a way that they could defeat getting more black pilots.
Right.
Yeah, I feel that though. And you know what? That's with a lot of shit though, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's with a lot of shit. That's why I be telling people sometimes I think like the civil rights movement to integrate really fucked us up, dog, because a lot of black businesses lost out because people ain't want to spend money with them no more. They want to go to the white store. The cab companies,
inferior product. We can't maintain chain custom, like we can't maintain a supply chain with major firms and with finance and shit like that. They don't give us that capital. They want to control our progress. So every time we try to do something that'll put us out in the world, they like, well, no, I don't think you're ready, or I ain't ready to give you my money, or I ain't ready to do business with you. So it's just always somewhere a link, a kink in the armor for us to like do what we got to do to, launch into the world. And that's where, like, that's my thing. Like, when we gonna have that conversation about, like, but you're trying to get away from y'all, like, not like move, but like, y'all gotta leave us the fuck alone. Like, please leave us the fuck alone. Like, why we don't have no powerful voice that just come on TV one day like, dear white people, leave us the fuck alone.
So I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with Stokely Carmichael. Why you think like that part of the civil rights movement didn't take off? Like, cause he was once part of it, and they kind of shunned him after
Because
that.
none of them wanted to stand up and say, "Leave us the fuck alone."
Yeah, he was
And
on that shit.
they all did such dirt that the government had dirt on them, so they had to move to Africa and all this crazy. You know what I mean? Like them being coons and fucking agents, double agents, and all that shit. It just made it hard for them to really, because every time they wanted to launch, the white people give them a call and be like, "Nigga, I know what you did last summer." You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? So they couldn't really, they wasn't genuine. That's why they killed Malcolm, because they was like, oh, we gotta kill him. Like we can't find nothing bad on him, bitch. He ain't scared of us, bitch. He got guns, and bitch, he a hero with the gun in the window. This shit, no, we got to get him out of here. And they use black men to do it. Think about that, bro. They ruined 2 black men's lives, and then the black man who killed them confessed on his deathbed from a miserable life.
What you think that's about though? Like, why wait so long? Like, it's almost pointless at that point. That's what I be thinking about that shit.
Then
Like, why
tell that
do it?
87-year-old man, I'm sorry. He fucking 90 years old. Y'all done took 50 fucking years of his life, 70 years of his fucking life, and then tell him I'm sorry. Oh, we're sorry. Court adjourned.
It's a lot of brothers like that, though. It's a lot of brothers like that.
Fuck. I'm 87 years old. You motherfuckers got me in this courtroom and said, oh, our bad. And I just went through hell for 50 years living in a cell. I probably seen the most insane things ever. People lose their mind, kill, rape, sodomize. Ugh. And not for some shit that I ain't even fucking do.
Yeah, that's even the worst part. You ain't do nothing and you in there.
And nobody is trying to get me out of here. Nobody believe that I ain't do it. The government is so fucking crazy that anybody who hint at proving that I ain't do it get they lives turned upside down. And then the cop on his deathbed was like, fuck it, nigga. I set them up. I made sure that they was they was out of the way. Blase Skippy. And they like, damn, this motherfucker, we ain't think about. He got tired. He like, fuck you, I'm dying. Y'all, what can y'all do that y'all, y'all already killed me 1,000
Yeah, I done
times.
lived my life. It's too late.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But that done happen with a few civil rights leaders, hasn't it?
Yeah, with Medgar Evers, the ones that they can't get nothing on, the ones that go home to their wife every night.
Yeah,
so do you think
losing their damn mind?
So you think that's what hinders black man seeing our black leaders killed like that, AC?
Yeah, man. I mean, for me, it's just, I mean, they kill white leaders, man. I mean, it's just, for me, it's like the shit is so out of bounds and so crazy, yet so normal. That's the crazy part. Like, that's the genesis of it. That the shit is so out of bounds, yet we accept it like it's nothing. To kill Kennedy, to kill King, to kill Malcolm X, like to kill these men, kill both Kennedys, like, you know what I'm saying? And then that shit be nothing. And we know who did it. We know who did it. And bitch, we say nothing, bitch. We go to work every day, bitch, McDonald's, the movies, vacation, bitch, like, fuck it. Fuck it.
Well, like you said earlier, look what you did to the black.
Say it again.
Like you said earlier, look what they did to the Black Panthers.
Right.
But I'm saying it just seems like it would be so much better if people could think and actually be logical thinker and rational thinkers. There would be a lot less violence and shit like that going on for sure. And like, why would motherfuckers want to get money and shit? You know what I'm saying? If you have like a society that's educated at least, like, because there's some dumb motherfuckers walking around here.
I mean,
well, basically because it's an empire, man. You know what I'm saying? It's an empire, so it's, I mean, it's levels to the shit. You know what I mean? So they gotta save face and you know, and make sure that the savages is civilized, and you know what I mean? So it's control mechanisms to everything. Motherfuckers can't really leap out the building like they want to.
Arthur, tell the truth. The reason why black people won't get in power because we won't do the shit that white people would do to another human. Right.
We do it every day, so I don't think that's it, bro. I
do
think
it to ourselves. Why won't we do it to somebody?
We eat our young in our community, unfortunately.
We just don't got the power to do it to anybody else.
Think it's just. I think that we have some power in politics, not as much as we think that. I think we should have, and as much as we probably earned. But I think the problem is, man, we really just don't think about living in it. For me personally, I just think a lot of Black Americans don't think about living in the empire and what's that like, what we really up against. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what our misnomer is.
So
for us, it's just like, man, the man is on our back, and we go and we do our best. Most of us do our best up against the wind, right? But bitch, we know what we up against, but we just don't realize that it's an empire. Like, bitch.
That's what I'm saying though. But in order to get that empire and to maintain it, you gotta do some awful things. And the people that's in power, I feel like aren't the type of people that are willing to go that far to lose the little shit that they do have. Because in order to do it, it's a risk you can lose everything. Like to say, fuck that, we just gonna hire black people. And
you saying black people aren't that cunning? Aren't they? You know what I'm saying? Conniving and that. I dig what you're saying.
Other people, give a fuck about them. Like we too busy trying to really make this shit work for what it says on a piece of paper. But
no, you know what I think? I think
other people, they say that shit on that paper, but they don't give a fuck about what that shit say on that paper. It's all about them.
I think people, we just don't have the power right now. If we had the power, I think at some point it would eventually corrupt us. Like it has everybody who's had that power.
Let me tell you where you're wrong. What you think the percentage of people that work in the federal government are?
The federal government, probably black women.
But what you think is more black people, period, working in the federal government than it is white people?
Yeah, I probably would think, because the post office and all that. I'm thinking about shit like that too.
Yeah. So why they don't just buck then? That's what I'm saying.
The post office buck though?
Think about it. If the federal government is doing that to us, it's black people that allowing that shit to be done. That paperwork come across their desk. They know what that shit means when that shit go into action.
But I don't think it's enough black people in power in the federal government. You know what I'm saying? That's different. Like you said, it's levels, especially the Fed.
You're saying that it's not enough black people giving the orders and the commands to do this. What I'm saying is it's enough black people not to
stop
accept those orders.
Yeah.
Like if you tell me, okay, we're gonna drop the food stamp level, or we got the food stamp level. Okay, well, I'm gonna make sure the black people get more food stamps than anybody else. Versus how the white people gonna get more. And the reason, they don't have to jump all over these hurdles in order to get the shit. Like, we have to do that. If we got black people that's working enough, and you know that, okay, 80% of the people who get this shit is really white and it ain't us, hey, I'm gonna load your ass up. You gonna be living in a mansion on the beach. Bitch, I'm gonna have you laid.
I don't think it's that easy, Frick.
It's easy for them to do it. Why we can't do it? What I'm saying is, right, I know why they don't do it. Because people don't want to lose the shit that they got.
Right.
All of our fault to say, okay, say if a person did butt like that, we watch on news. Oh, we got this mayor, he was doing this, but what we find out what he really was doing was looking out for black people. They just come up with some bullshit to say that he was doing, they trying to take him down. So they come up with some bullshit to try to lock him up, right? Or they don't even lock him up. They like, fire him. He got to spend all his money to go to court. Now he broke. That's when we supposed to come in and be like, nah, he ain't gonna be broke. We're gonna put him back up. We all put it in together, put $100 up, put his money back up to show them that you can't tear our people down when they looking out for us. Now, they ain't looking out for us, and you tear them down, then fuck them. They was on your side, and they ain't work right, like a can of orange. Like, if they break her, fuck her, because she against us. But people on the other side, if they try to go after them finance, you know what I'm saying? Like, somebody feel like, because I know, all right, I'm from the street. And you know how people like to talk, well, y'all let the police do this, y'all don't do this. Okay, if we did do it, and the nigga is in jail, bitch, you ain't gonna send me no canteen? What the fuck I'm gonna do it for? You see what I'm saying?
Hello? Yeah, hello. You right. Well, hey,
Loud
let me switch it up, man. I got you seen the Supreme Court judge, right?
Nah, man, I haven't.
Nominee. You ain't see it?
Once I heard that she was fucking with a white dude, man, I ain't even want to hear that shit no more.
No, so I'm saying though, what we was talking about earlier, you think she could be one of your five? Like she wouldn't be one of the five. There's no way you could have her. You dig what I'm saying? I don't think she. Well, I almost say there's no way. Let me back that up because anything's possible. My apologies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't look at. Thank you for y'all be easy. Bye, Joe.
All right.
Bye. Yeah. What's your name again?
Pretty Green.
Okay. Bye, Pretty Green. And bye.
All right, Kennedy, take it easy, man. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right. Bye. Have a good day.
All right. You be safe. Thanks for coming up.
All right. You too. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Now, what you were saying, Constance, about her being one of the five?
Yeah, I don't think she would be down with that click, man. But you don't think she would be one valuable asset just to have?
That's what I'm asking you. I wouldn't look at it if she would be one of the five. I would look at it as, what if she was one of my five? For real, though. I mean, then that's how you're supposed to look at it. Shit, I got a Supreme Court justice. No, I'm straight.
She be like, yo, you ain't messing up my court with all these heifers in the house. Hell to the no. You know what they say about us in DC.
Okay.
She can't risk that.
Then I'm gonna tell her, okay, so what if you is like that and you ain't get fired? They don't fuck with you. You gonna be the bad bitch.
Yeah, but you know, come on now, for you know they fucking with her now.
No, I'm just saying. No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying we should do it or I'm for. I'm just saying, would that be a benefit?
It would be, but yeah.
No, I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. I'm not arguing for it, like trying to push people to do it.
Yeah, I know. We're just shooting some ideas. I know what you mean.
Right.
Exactly.
I'm just trying to look at, the benefit of it, because I look at it like it's a lot of women that are single with kids, and each one of the women are in their own house, and those bills are up there, bro. It's hard to live. I mean, they say you need 2 incomes to live, and if you're a woman with kids and you got 1 income, it got to be hard. So what I'm saying is, what if those 5 women? What if it ain't got to be about no men? What if those 5 women got together
and just linked up and lived together and built?
Right. But what I'm saying is, with the kids, is at least the kids got something in common. So then, me and the other women, they can have something in common, which is, they brothers and sisters. So it would be easier for me to look out for that kid. I would think for a woman to say, well, that's my son's brother, or that's my son's sister. So I wouldn't want nothing to happen to them, because I know my son loves his brother and sister. You know what I'm saying? Like, looking at it like that. But if you in it with a different motive than, the purpose of having kids, because I'm saying we need to get our numbers up. And I'm like, that's a fast way to get the numbers up. And
it's a race.
But what I'm saying though, right? But listen though, bro, it's a fast way to get the numbers up, right? And it ain't gonna hurt you in the pockets too much, because we need the kids. Okay, if the goal is we need the kids, what's the most effective way of doing that? Because we know the government don't give a fuck about us. So either we're gonna have them, these girls gonna have kids, they're gonna get on welfare, and we're not gonna talk shit about them. We're not gonna shame them because they on welfare. Because somebody got to take care of the goddamn kids. You know what I'm saying? But we know we need them. We know we need, if our numbers down this low and they going down, we pretty much need every fucking woman pregnant every goddamn year. And that costs money. So either we're gonna let the government do it, or we're gonna have to click up and do it. Cause trying to get every nigga to be a rich nigga, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. You there, Cos?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just reading. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. He asked me, what do I think about the new Black Justice she supports qualified immunity for the popos. That's pretty weak, man. She might have to change that shit. You know what I mean? Hopefully she's grown up a little bit. Maybe she did that. You know what I'm saying? That shit was slanted too when I was watching it. But you know what thing I don't like about the Supreme Court? They appointed for life, man. Ain't no other position in the government appointed like that, man. That's the one thing I don't like. I don't know, but I got to look about federal judges. I don't know if they appointed for life or they got to, you know what I'm saying? But I think when you get up to, it might be for federal judges, but like when you get up to that level, you stay there forever, man. I don't think that's cool.
All judges that are appointed, I think, are there for life. If you have to vote on the judge, then they have to keep running.
Yeah, but I never voted on the federal judge though. Think about it.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that either. I think
and that's why I'm saying I know you know what I'm saying, the president's appointed, but I don't know if it's for life or you know what I'm saying. I don't know how, but it has to be if the president, it must be or something like that. It just depends on the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, if she down for that,
we gotta make sure we get the right president and quit
man,
playing.
it don't seem like you know what? From what I've learned from even like Bill Clinton, well, probably after Bill Clinton on the like Bush and Obama, like the president really he can kind of make shit happen, but it's that Congress and it's really and the Senate. If the Senate shut it down, the bill don't get to the president's desk. That's what really be stopping the presidency. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'd be like, what's even point of? I mean, I understand the checks and the balances, but sometimes it seems so like old school. You know what I'm saying? Like it seemed like we still using the Constitution that was made for like 1 million or 2 million people. Now we got like 300 million people. Shit changed. Like look at the gun law back then. It took like 2-3 minutes to reload your gun. Now you can get a 60 clip out in 60 seconds and shit. Like these, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just weird to me, man. Like we haven't updated. We need to update our government, like an iPhone and shit.
Yeah, but if you update it, then it's definitely gonna be fair. You think them guys gonna update that shit to make it more fair?
Yeah, they will have to. There'd be too many people again. You know what I'm saying? If you make it fair and balanced, like that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you gotta take business out of it first. That's the one thing. That's why it's so fucked up. Yeah, but you really can't now. It's all fueled by money.
See, that's the one thing I agree with RBR with. We got to stop electing the races.
You said what now?
We got to start electing races from the fucking dog catcher all the way to the
thing, though, man. Like they both sides are racist. Like that's what I get.
Okay, but we got to start electing the races on both sides.
But how though? That's the thing. You don't really know they racist until they do some racist shit. Like and it comes out. It's gonna take a little bit. Like that's the bad part.
Would you vote for him again?
No, but it's too late. They done did their damage by then, like Trump. You ain't gonna vote for him again, but he done sent us back 20 years and shit.
But see, that's bullshit. It ain't like Trump, because you knew that cracker was racist before he got in there.
But
ain't nothing he didn't say. It ain't nothing he didn't say that he didn't do. When he said everything he said, he the one motherfucker I agree with. He the one motherfucker who said the shit he was gonna do, he pretty much damn that did it. Thought it was some fucked up shit. But he wasn't hiding nothing he was trying to do.
But no, this is what I'm saying. He still got elected. And then he got elected and then look, he got elected right after Obama. I would expect a woman, if any, a white woman, you know what I'm saying? A younger person, it's back to the old white man syndrome. That's what I'm saying. Like,
right, but that ain't with us.
I mean, I agree with AC when he said Obama getting elected, but like I never really looked at it on the world view. I looked at it kind of like in just America, how it affected us. Like, cause
man, you gotta look at it on the world.
I mean, you know, I just never really, I thought they almost, if anything, would respected Obama for being, you know what I'm saying, a non-white man getting it. But you know what I'm saying. On the flip side, I could see with Putin.
Why would you think they respected that? Do you think
because he was a non-white man?
Okay, but do you think they would want that for their country? A non-white man running their country?
They non-white man. Them Chinese, well, maybe Putin. I could understand, like when he Putin. But I'm just saying with Chinese and even the African.
But they're not black though. They're not black. Do you think they want a black motherfucker running their country?
No, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so.
So they wouldn't think Obama was a good thing. They looked at
They
it.
wouldn't want a white motherfucker running their country either. You think?
They white. They white.
You think Chinese people are white?
I mean, not white like a European.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't expect like China. And
I'm saying Chinese people running their shit, and white people want white people running their shit, and they looking at it like as long as it's like that, they can respect it. Okay,
but think about it. I mean,
people run their shit, but once a white person let somebody look how they look at us. Black people let white people run their shit, and they look at us as weak. We supposed to be running our own shit.
But this is what I'm saying. I wouldn't think it was a lot of black people over in Russia. So why would that be a problem?
It ain't enough black people in America. So that's what I'm saying. If the little numbers we have in America compared to the whole population, they look at the same way. Okay, it's 100 and something million fucking Russians. It may be 10 million black people, but out of 10 million, one of them become the president of Russia? Come on, man, we look weak. We don't let a nigga run this shit. Even in China, you let a nigga, man, come on, man. Like, I'm telling you, how do they look at black people? Black people don't run their shit. They look at you as weak, right or wrong.
I don't think so, man. Well, man. You know what? It's because I've met like people from all across the world too. You know what I'm saying? Living in Atlanta and shit like that. So maybe I'm thinking like my experiences with them, like they was always cool and shit. But like, I could understand what you're saying. And the political power, like, okay, yeah.
Right. They cool in your face.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're right on that. You right on. You absolutely right on that. But that's everybody though. But yeah, you right on that.
Exactly. That's all what I'm saying. That's everybody.
Yeah,
everybody. Somebody from their group should be running their shit. Think about it. What do we have?
So why don't you think we run our shit yet?
Look at this. If the Black Panthers would have had a white person running the Black Panthers, would they look strong?
No.
Exactly.
So okay.
That's why he's saying Putin them looked at America like, wait a minute. They got a nigga running that shit now. All my life, from me knowing before I was born, white men running. Now black men running it, like, oh shit changing. They fucking up. We can try them now. And he tried them when he went on Crimea with the nigga in charge. Man, this nigga ain't do shit. And he went right back up in there. Like, y'all ain't gonna do shit, and I know you ain't gonna do shit.
Okay, well, let's break this down then, Freddie. Let's go with your idea, but not on some getting together shit. But we just form our own like little Wakanda. What about that? Like a community, like I don't know if you heard about the black folks in Georgia who bought the 96 acres of land, and they like trying to build a community.
Right.
So what? Like, you know what? Are you familiar with the Great Migration?
No, I understand what you're saying.
So, like, what if all black people just come down to a central location?
No, I'll give it even better. What if black people took over all the cities they live in? Like in the black cities where black people
that ain't gonna happen.
We made the decision.
I don't think
they
that.
Already in power, bro. You already got all.
But look, you got to think about it. Okay, so the city that I'm in is pretty much black ran. It's a black mayor right now.
Exactly. But it's the wrong.
But I'm saying, like, it's dangerous as fuck, though.
It's kind of the wrong black people in power. They doing
what
the white.
You know what though? Dude just got in power like 3-4 months, so I can't say it's all his fault.
What I'm saying is, all these black cities, well, for ages, it's been black mayors, black city council, black all this shit. What I'm saying is, them the wrong black people that been in power.
But that's what I'm saying.
Really that's for trying to help the black people.
But that's what I'm saying though. Like, it's the power is gonna corrupt people no matter what color they are.
No, them people was corrupted before they got in there.
But no, I think you think everybody just automatically start out who's corrupt. You don't think they start out with some good ones?
Them black people are not corrupt.
But I'm saying, like, the temptation. Everybody, temptation is a motherfucker, man.
What I'm saying is they're not corrupt. They're just running the system the way the system told them to run it.
No, man, they getting over on the system.
Man,
I can think of like a few instances they getting over on the system.
But you got too many politicians that been in there that been black and they ain't never been charged with a crime. That you don't see no corruption behind.
Yeah, but I'm saying the ones who got the power though. Those are the ones who don't got the power who don't get caught. No, let me stop. I'm just messing.
It's enough of them. If the mayor, his council, all his staff, if everybody is black, it's enough niggas to the point where they say they can run this shit. You giving this budget and we're gonna.
But it is a town like that in Arkansas. Why we hating this shit? Why we hating it is damn. What is it called? Damn it! It's like 80% black.
All the black cities where the power structure is built like that, bro. We supposed to have that. We shouldn't be. The city shouldn't be fucked up the way they fucked up. How can that be when the black people are the one who running the city? I don't understand that. So what I say is, them the wrong black people. All of them need to go, and we need to put a fresh group in who's telling us, what do you need me to do? I'm not gonna come in here and tell you, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. No, I work for you. I'm your man. You my constituent. What do you want me to do?
Oh, damn.
What do you need me to do?
No.
You see what I'm saying? Like, instead of a politician telling you what they're gonna do. So when the system come in, nah, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing it's too. And what they gonna do? Knock them all off? Come in and try. How you gonna come in and change when we got the black people over what machine you come in here or not? Nah, you ain't bringing that shit in here. We ain't letting you do. Like right now, it's a town. I don't know where it's at, but somehow the white people finna come take the town though. Black people running it, but white people finna come take the town. How in the hell that's gonna happen? You got the wrong niggas in place. I bet you niggas couldn't do that to black people. I mean, white people. Them motherfuckers be fighting your ass, hitting your ass with all kind of shit to show you ain't finna do that. But yet we'll sit there and be like, hey, look what they doing. Okay, they gonna keep doing it unless you do something. Cause you just saying that they doing it and it's fucked up ain't stopping them from fucking doing it. So you need to go back to the table and figure out what the hell you need to do to get these motherfuckers up out your time. Now you need to show them, nah, we niggas. Stop that black people shit, nah, we niggas, and you ain't trying to fuck with us. You gonna run your fuck this money, all this. The principle is you ain't finna come take our time. But you can't send all of us to jail. Bitch, we gonna jump on your ass. But we ain't got that attitude, dog, but they do. That's why I say we won't cross that line that they'll cross. They'll jump on your ass in a minute about that power.
So you saying we too compassionate, too subdued to do something?
Some of us that seek power are too soft. You can't have a soft ass nigga trying to wield power, bro. That don't go together. You soft and you got power in your hand, but yet somebody else telling you what to do with it. You soft, man. Get the fuck out of here.
So what you think power look like now, though, nowadays? Because it ain't really, well, whew, we got a lot to do to get power. It's a whole lot of work for you to agree.
I mean, if we want it, we can really get it, bro. But we got to stop being soft. We got to let them know that y'all can't keep doing this to us. Like, fuck that. You can't keep doing it. So if you too soft to say that to them, then you need to call your cousin Tyrone, who on the street, who will. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause they gonna think about it. They gonna go get Billy Bo Bob. They ain't the ones who out there with them masks on and them guns running up in them. That's Billy Bo Bob. Who you think called them? The soft white boy who in power. He called his old crazy ass redneck cousin. Hey man, y'all come up here act like y'all down with America and all that, and wear all them guns, and we ain't gonna do shit. We gonna let you do it. So when the black politicians come in, that's how they supposed to be. Okay, these white people coming. Hey man, y'all niggas come out here with them guns and talking about y'all ain't finna take shit, and now police gonna arrest your ass, but they won't do that. They're afraid to do that. They're afraid that the federal government gonna come in. Man, them people ain't gonna do shit.
So you saying
you supposed to tell the world, and you don't think niggas will come? Man, come on, man. Whenever niggas stand up to white people, man, niggas always go how they bite. Always, bro. And we know it happened. Normally, you know it happened after it done happened. But like even right now, they talking about, this. Okay, if you just gonna go and talk to these white people, I ain't going. When you ready to fight, call me. The niggas who talk, call them. Because I don't know how to talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and that's why I say, Well, you got a nigga like me that would cross that line and punch one of them crackers in their motherfucking face. If I go to jail for the shit, the same nigga that called me to come out there and do the shit, bitch, you gonna let me starve in jail. He gonna put it, you ain't gotta act like you know me, but goddamn, make sure at least if you want to disassociate with me, okay, I feel that. I make that sacrifice, but then look out for my family. My kids shouldn't be starving. They should be ready to go to university. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't got that, bro. That's why a lot of people won't step up. Cause we know we ain't got no support. It's a lot of niggas that's about that, bro. That'll go to that town and tell them crackers y'all ain't taking over nothing. All these new rules y'all trying to come up with ain't nothing. But the niggas in power gotta have their bite, bro.
Why would we even have to do that if we was just all huddled up? We was just all in like one little, like, I know it ain't gonna be a city, but let's say a state.
No, I'm talking about some shit that's happening right now. You say, why would we have to do that? Because they coming in to take this goddamn town. It's not like I'm talking about a fantasy. I'm talking about some shit that they doing right now.
You said, is this what Pookie talking about? You talking about him?
I don't know. I don't know about Pookie, but I seen something on news on some of the, I think Tyreek or something.
Look,
I'm talking about the shit. It's, I don't know what state it's in. It's somewhere though, but it's like a town all ran by black people. Is it manufacturing supposed to be coming
about Ford and a new electrical car and a white money grab, right? That's what he's talking about. Yeah. I ain't mad. This must have just popped off. I ain't hear about this.
But that's what I'm saying though.
Because it just came out.
Right, them black politicians and all that supposed to call Pookie and Ray. Y'all get your ass down here with these times. We're gonna make sure the police don't fuck with you. Can stand out here all day. When them people come up, nah, you ain't coming in here.
I'm saying, how did the black people let it stop unless they weren't corrupt?
Cause they doing it. No, why would you think the black people was corrupt? This shit ain't got this what power.
Because they own the land, right? They got to, because like the city has to approve the land grab. I mean, not the land grab, but the purchase of the land.
It's not the city. It's not. Listen, they're not.
But I don't know. Maybe I should look it up though.
They're not coming to take land, bro. They're coming to take over the powers to be. They give all the grants. All the city council people, they finna move all these people out the way. They finna control this money coming in that this factory want to come in to build. So the white people trying to come and control the money. Once they get in and say, oh yeah, what regulations come in? Because you got to think, once this shit comes, other companies gonna come to service the people that work at this place. You're gonna have food places popping up, clothing places popping up. Who's signing these goddamn permits and all this shit? These people trying to come in and take that over so they can get their hands in that. The corrupt people are coming. The black people been running the city without corruption. When billions of dollars say it was coming, the corrupt people are now coming and they telling these people, you finna go. And what I'm saying is them people supposed to stand up and say, nah, you ain't going nowhere. You're not pushing us out like this. And that's when you ask me about power, that's what power is, bro. If you just gonna stand up and, oh yeah, you're gonna get rolled over. Cause them people willing to do something to you about that shit. Is you willing to do something back to them? And if you ain't, I mean, come on, man. You just gonna be a nigga talking about what a cracker did to you. They don't care nothing about that. We've been doing that for hundreds of years, talking about what they done to us.
Okay. I'm reading a little bit of it now. I see what it's saying. They saying that they money out of order, so the state gonna take it over, but the sky miles away. Damn.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's West Tennessee, outside of Memphis, probably.
Because
ain't no black folk really living in East Tennessee.
Right. And that's fucked up, bro. And it's like,
they running this whole game from Nashville, which is the state capital. I mean, because Tennessee, most of your black folk is gonna be in Memphis and around that area. I lived in Nashville. You didn't have a ton of black people here. It's a big city, but it was growing with black people, but it was no ton. Like a lot of places in the South.
Right. So, but that money coming is gonna help them people.
Yeah, say billions. They say billions in there.
Right.
That's what they're gonna do is basically, take over the daggone operation. So Ford, Ford or General Motors, whoever, when they come in for the batteries, for those electric cars or whatever, it's gonna make them mad money. That means a lot of jobs too.
Exactly.
For an area that's basically jacked up.
Right.
You know what's the crazy part? I don't understand why the celebrities ain't on that. They should get on that shit.
Shoot, even RBR ain't mentioned it.
Man, listen.
He's too busy trying to get 30 billion.
Let me tell you why they ain't mentioning concerts.
It's only 500K. That ain't shit either.
Listen, people understand power.
Man, that's power right there. Damn, I'm gonna play the number tonight.
That shit ain't got nothing to do with that
What
money,
time?
bro.
What's today's
They
date?
using that shit. They using that 500K, bro, as an excuse to get them people up out. You can come pay that bill, bro. That shit ain't gonna mean nothing.
No, you pay the bill, they can't fuck with you free.
Man, you crazy, man. Man, we talking about billions of man. Come on, man. You think people with billions of dollars are not?
But they say that. Hold on, let me go to it real quick.
Come on, Conscious. You know better than that. You know the more money people got, the more corrupt their ass is. They don't give a fuck. They gonna do whatever it is to take to protect that goddamn money.
Mm-hmm. I see the state of Tennessee they're probably mad in Nashville that this thing is actually going to this little poop butt town. I don't know why they picked this particular place, but they're probably mad as all get out with this poop butt town getting this big opportunity for jobs. You know, for jobs and everything else. So now it's like, oh no, we could take it. I'm surprised they don't have it. Well, they might try to do that too. They might just try to move it to Nashville or somewhere in the surrounding area.
Right.
You know, where white folk can control it.
Just for the traffic, that's why I think the white people trying to kind of take over, so they can move some of the poor white people out there to work those factories and give them the money instead of all those black people getting no jobs.
Shoot, it's the same thing almost. It's the same thing here because here where I live at, you got a Honda plant here, and it's a huge Honda plant where they build the SUVs and some of the Acuras and stuff like that. But you would think it's in the city or the town of Talladega, but it's actually in the county out there where the white folk live at.
Right.
So there's a lot of black folk living there because there's a lot of us around here in Alabama, more so than Tennessee is set up. But they have a lot of people that work for it, and also what the Japanese do, they bring all their plants that do all their materials with them. So all your parts are made right here in America. They ain't got to sit up here and wait for something to come from Japan, from Yokohama or whatever. So they ain't stupid with that. But
500,000 ain't a lot of money, man. That's not. 8-Ball MJG got 3-6 Mafia got that money.
You got a whole lot of people that had that kind of money. But now, what about 500,000 is what? What is it? What's that supposed to be?
That's what my homeboy Pookie was saying. That the city government owes 500K looks like black celebrities, athletes could step up. Hold on, I got the story right there. Pull it back up real quick.
Because $500,000 is nothing in the scheme of things.
Yeah, nothing. Okay. It don't say in how much they owe. It just say that they're trying to take over.
Yeah, they're trying to take over. I mean, it's been in the news last couple of days. 153 years it says.
Yeah, 153 years.
Either cede control of Madison. Was it Mason? Okay, this thing is blocking. I can't see it. But looks like Mason, 153 years, or face financial takeover by the state.
Yeah, it say 100K or more, so they must owe more than 100,000. But it don't say how much they owe. Mason, which occupies 2 square miles.
Because if they were going to take it over, but the thing of it is if they were going to do this and take it over, it should have been done a long time ago. Then, this 500,000 or 200,000, whatever it might be, it should have been addressed a long time ago. They knew Ford. These places don't make up their mind. Oh, today I decide I'm going to put it in Mason or Madison or whatever the place is in Tennessee. That decision was made a long time ago.
Yeah, don't say
that's how the game is played. They just don't make up decisions and say, "Oh yeah, we'll put it here tomorrow." No, they cross all the T's and dot their I's. Ford, believe me, Ford has done that.
Yeah, it don't say how much it is, but it's over 100K. Because that's
that's not. Yeah, and chances are it's a poor, busted up area.
Yeah,
And go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it said it's only 2 square miles.
Right, it's a poor little busted up town that doesn't have much going on. A bunch of black folk that probably been there first, second, third, fourth generation. And what happens is nobody paid attention to this little hole in the wall until Ford Motor Company decided, oh, we're gonna put a freaking 1,000-acre, 2,000-acre, 50,000 square foot or whatever it is on the planet here. Now all of a sudden everybody's interested.
He said it's 500K city debt.
Oh, but see, that doesn't seem like much, because what happens is, I mean, in the scheme of things, that's not a lot for municipality. But what also happens is, if it's a poor municipality in a poor, broken down area, $500,000 come off like $2 billion to them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You can't sit there and shoot. Oh man, $100 ain't nothing to me. Well, to you, that might be the world. You ain't got it.
So I said, I'm about to go play let me hit that 500K. That'd be forever in my debt. No.
Shoot, at least you can play the lottery. I got to go to Georgia to play the lottery. We don't have them in Alabama.
Cash have me some money, man. I play for
y'all have a lottery in Alabama?
No, we don't have that lottery here. Nope.
Hey, you know what you probably can do, Joe? They got a app. You can download the app. They can try to get money any kind of way.
Oh no, I mean it's so big. If I want to play like if it was something big like Powerball or anything like that, all I gotta do is basically jump in the ride. It's like a 30-minute ride to Georgia.
Okay.
I think the first little town once you cross in, before you get to Carrollton.
Like Carrollton?
Yeah, I mean that's the first little halfway decent sized city. But I gotta go. It's one that's like, I forgot the little name of a little ass town. It's like when I cross in, because the time zone changes for me too when I cross over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it changes over to Central Time. Eastern Time. So whatever. I forgot the name of that little ass town in Georgia. See, because y'all can't have fireworks, so they come to Alabama to get them right across the border. There it is. There's like firework places all over the place. Because that's what people do here.
Yeah, just go across that border.
Yeah, just go across the state line and just go to Georgia and play numbers. If you live down in South Alabama, you just go to Florida. My wife's from South Alabama. She's like, just go to Florida and get far away. And in case you live up in Huntsville, you can just go across the border to Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah, it's about 50 minutes from Nashville. Huntsville is. So, they ain't stopping nothing. They keep going in back and forth with it. They're gonna do a lottery here. Alabama's the only state in the South, I think, that doesn't have one.
But they got the slots. I know, right?
Well, you got the reservation. What's it now? Wetumpka, I think it is.
Yeah,
they got slots. Yeah, they got the slots and stuff there. But I think that's one of the few places, the only place in the state. And the only reason they can do that is because the Creek, I think it's Creek Indians. Yeah, because they're doing it.
Why you think they don't just do that with black people? Give us some land reparations, man. Wouldn't it just be easier?
But the thing about it is where would you give it? To the South? The whole entire thing almost?
Wyoming? Shit, North Dakota? You think black people be down for that? If they say, we just gonna give y'all some land, but it's in North Dakota and Wyoming.
No, you're gonna be basically the Carolinas. It would pretty much start from the Carolinas.
But no, it's already populated over there. Like, we can't just give you people's houses, but it ain't nothing going on in North Dakota and South Dakota. Y'all can just have them two states.
Well, oh hell no! Nobody gonna want that shit. What you gonna grow out? What you gonna grow out there? Even white people only want that man. So the only reason they wouldn't probably give North Dakota, South Dakota, well, then too, the other issue with North Dakota, South Dakota, I think they found oil out there. See, they ain't gonna give you that.
No, you definitely ain't getting that one.
Yeah, now if anything, you'd be better off saying, okay, give me North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. Forget Florida because that ain't the South, and Tennessee and some of them is a little too white. So West Virginia, places like that. Who the hell gonna want to live in West Virginia? You know,
West Virginia, all right, man.
Kentucky is another one.
I tell you, now Kentucky's rough.
Yeah, I used to hate driving through Kentucky, man. Going,
but you don't see too much of nothing, man. Once you get through like Nashville and Louisville, it's nothing.
Nope. You don't get nothing. And once you get past, when you 65, it take you straight up. You go through, of course, I lived in Nashville, so it was like I drive out from Nashville. Okay, you got Louisville, and then from that point, you don't see nothing until you get to Cincinnati. When you're at the bridge,
right.
Covington, I think it's Covington, Kentucky, and then you got when you cross over, it's Cincinnati.
You're literally right, like maybe 3-4 miles before you start seeing stuff. Like I must be close.
Yeah, because man, you don't see shit, and it's like, and and basically after that, you got the 3 C's: Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland. And then I make a hard right turn into Pennsylvania and into New York. So I know when I get there because I got to pay a damn toll every time in New York. So
you never went up like to South Carolina way, North Carolina way to the East Coast?
I've done that one. I've done that one too. So you get the Carolinas. What is it? Virginia, you go through for a minute. West Virginia.
West Virginia, yeah. Did you like that? Right? I don't think it's too many times.
No, because you only place. Well, no, because you only told you pay going when you do Nashville, Louisville, the 3 C's, Pennsylvania is when you get to New York. You ain't getting around a toll in New York. You ain't getting around no damn toll. I think I found one way to get in the state of New York without paying a toll, and it was like through some small ass little town in Pennsylvania, and the other half of it was in New York. But you gonna pay a toll because if you come in through the western way, through Erie, then you got Buffalo and all that. You gonna pay a toll. If you go the straight up northern way through, like you said, the Carolinas, Virginia, West Virginia, all that, you're going to pay a toll when you get to New York. And you pay one actually in West Virginia. Yeah, West Virginia. I think it is. Then, if I do 95 and take it, and I go to the city route, oh, shoot, I'm definitely paying one. I'm paying in New Jersey and I'm paying in New York. Man, you can't get around no tolls. Especially when I'm used to not paying tolls. Man, people around here would flip out.
I don't see why folks stay in New York, man. It's ridiculous.
My wife said that the other day. She's like, I don't know why the hell would y'all stay in it? I'm like, I said, man, let me tell you something. Even living in upstate New York, I mean, I'm fortunate. I had both situations, the city and upstate. My parents moved up later on to Buffalo, and between snow and freaking cold, and actually, people don't realize, man, Buffalo. Like I think it was Pookie or whatever earlier was saying about Buffalo and Rochester. It's true. Man, that shit is like country ghetto, And the thing of it is shit, crime is crazier. You're more apt to get shot and killed in Buffalo or in Rochester than you are in New York City. It's no joke, man. They shit. Because you look at the stats, you're like, damn, actually that's true. Okay, what was that?
I hit the wrong button, y'all. My fault. I was.
Oh, so I'm wondering, like, what the hell was that?
That's how you flipped. My fault. I hit the wrong button.
I thought that was me. I'm smoking a joint too. I'm trying to I'm like, damn.
Man, you can't nobody doing what the hell? I thought the ghost of RBI was coming up in this one.
Hey, I was thinking like, man, who done did this shit? I hit the wrong button. I was trying to do that.
Because that happened on that would have happened on his shit. He would have been like out of trail or you somebody on 7.
Yeah, the mad scribbler.
Yeah, the mad scribbler. You know, shoot, because what's her face was going to try to put that mess on me one time. I'm like, what's that? What's her name? Chantel. Come on, well, maybe he. I'm like, look, I ain't got no time for no damn games like that. Mm-mm. And I don't think Trail does too, but I'm like, I don't know who was scribbling because the damn sure wasn't me. I was up there with RBR. We were talking.
I don't think it's Trail either, though, man.
I don't think it is.
You know, but I don't think it is, man. It seemed like Trail cool with RBR. He just be trolling him, but RBR hate that dude.
So now what happened with him earlier? RBR was like, I don't know, because he was tripping on something, and they was like,
hey,
I can't even
Joe,
some gay people or something.
Pretty funny. Trail, he put a Koreatown Struggle Love in his he made it his name, but he put it in Korean letters, and RBR ended up looking it up, and I think he blew up.
Oh Lord. No, I think this one was early in the morning. He blew up because he's still live now. I'm like, damn, man, go to bed or something for me. Yeah. But it was something about he was tripping about some gay because Verbal and all the ones in there like, why are you tripping or something? You know, he's about some gay people or something. I was like, oh Lord, here we go.
I don't know what his problem is with them folks, man. Leave them folks alone. They ain't even messing with you, man. Why you so uptight?
He'll figure it out when they mess with him.
Yeah, man. Shit.
That's what I told him. I said, man, you gotta leave the people alone, man, because when they coming at you hard. You know, we talking all wild and crazy and shit, all spicy. You know, man, them jokers will come at you.
Yeah, it ain't even.
So he I guess what was Zab?
He's still mad about the one video.
Oh, Zab made a video again?
Nah. You ain't seen remember the trail video we was talking about that night on the show? And he came up.
With the rainbow one? Something like that. Yeah. So that's what he was hot about. Because this morning I came in there for a minute, he was screaming out. I'm like, oh, what the hell is wrong with this nigga?
Bro, you can't just keep doing that to yourself, man. Nothing is worth that, especially you not seeing these people, man.
I was like, man, yo, it ain't that serious. you keep messing with, calling these people names. They that's why they do what they do to you.
Yeah, that's the one thing, man, I don't like. He love to talk about people, but he cannot handle people talking about him, man.
Yeah, that's why he be blowing up on people's shit. He blew up on that girl. Was it Tawana G? Yeah, I sat there and watched that mess that night. I'm like, oh, here we go. He went off. And Griffin was like, look, this is my show, and you got to go. Click. You know.
Yeah, man, you gotta playing the dozens. Like you gotta play the dozens, man. If you're gonna talk about somebody, you gotta expect them to talk back about you.
Talk back about you there, yeah. Same thing with who was it? He tried to say same thing with Psycho when he was over at Psycho's the other night. I think he dropped off on that one. They didn't put him off. He dropped off because they was like going in. I think it was Arthur. Who else was it? Arthur and Zab. I think somebody else.
Man, what's going on with Zab, man? What's going on with that guy?
Hey, I don't know what's up with that brother, man. Because like I said, he be talking real crazy sometimes, and it's almost like, okay, you want to be junior RBR, and I'm like, bruh.
I don't know if we be trolling. It's quite. It's funny. I'm just saying, man. Because that little doc was funny, man. RBR downplayed. It's not a documentary. It's a short. I was like, damn, man.
Oh yeah, when he played that shit that old boy did, yeah. I mean, it seemed like Zab was like his little protege. He acting like that. I'm like, man, okay. Like I said, like I said, he don't switch up over the, like Max and I told you, man. See, he don't switch the game up a little bit. He wasn't like this. He wasn't as riled up like. He wasn't flipping and tripping like he does now. Back then, a couple of years ago. Call everybody names and all you stupid, everybody's silly. You're lying. Silly hear that shit, man. Go play some of his old stuff. You'll see. See, back then it was pretty much just him. And then, that's what he started doing with Arthur and Max. What's her name? Lady Plants-a-Lot, Miss Archie. But now I think her name is now. And he started, they said they used to be over there. Mella. Well, Mella still is, because Mella was on there now. Mella was on his live now.
Man, she go to bat for RBR. I will say he got some protection, man. It was Queen, and when I first met him, it was Queen and Mella going to bat for him. I'm like, y'all know this dude crazy right now, going to bat for him. And then I realized
he talk cash shit, call you bitches all day long, but you gonna sit there and be like, oh, okay. Now he slipped up and did it to Trinity the other night. That shit was hilarious. She's like, your mama, bitch, your daddy, and she like you kicked her off or whatever. I said, but yesterday, I don't know if you caught the part where Verbal was talking, and then Mella said something about, I don't like the way you did what's her name? That little girl. Sway Celeste. I don't like the way you did her. You turned on her or something like that. And her and Mella was going back and forth. Then Miss Chantel got into it.
I think this where I came in.
She got into it with him. And before them was like, and then you had Queen I was up there. She was going back and forth with Miss Chantel. I'm like, y'all crazy.
So, Joe, what you think about the Supreme Court nominee?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't been really paying attention to it.
Oh, word?
It's not really anything that's like interesting to me at all. In the sense of, okay, only thing I know is Chicky Poo was with a white boy, but she is one, and that's about it. And I saw RBR's little poster thing. Come on, she made a mistake, but we still should be with. I'm like, okay, whatever. Whatever. I could care less. But he, of course, he's pushing it big time.
I don't know if she a part-time sister. She had a baby by that baby is staying in tight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Okay, well, hey, good luck for her. I know RBR, he'll basically be dropping information for the next 3 years about it. And if they don't pick her, he's going to be flipping out. So, and that's pretty much.
Y'all been hearing about this, transsexual?
The what?
Yeah, the transsexual. You know, like the NCAA record.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Man,
what?
They better before it get crazy. They're going to be having breaking women's records.
He broke the record.
Yeah, that's what you're going to have in a lot of sports. You're going to have men breaking women's records playing as women. So, that's some messy shit there. That's some messy shit for real. I don't think they should let them do it, but it is what it is. The powers that be, have decided to let them do it. Because no woman can compete with these dudes. Come on, they're Transformers.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's just crazy, man. Please. Ooh, excuse me. Sure, I'm surprised on Max ain't been over here yet, unless he's live now.
Hey, I think that's where RBR.
Oh, he was over there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because they go back and forth, and I think RBR like that mess.
Yeah. They seem like friends, just almost like what they remind me of, Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence off of Life.
Yeah, they go back and forth with each other. He's lying. He's telling women. Okay, all right. So what is he telling women? He's lying. Okay, well, you didn't tell me still. What is he telling women? What is he lying about? Man, come on. Nah, but like I said, don't take it to heart with him.
Oh yeah.
You like a traumatic brain injury. I'm like, how do you know this? And if the dude had one, that's not a funny thing.
That is, you know what? I never thought about it like that. It is true.
You know, see, I know some cats on here they got them for real. They were in the service or whatever, and they had them for real, like men and women. Right. They had them, and shoot, that ain't something, man. You just made PTSD. You gonna have to be going sideways on your ass.
Yeah.
You know, you got cats that got severe PTSD and TMIs, traumatic brain and TBIs. That they'll catch a flight. See, you know, you can't play with everybody on here.
Yeah,
because you got a whole sector where they did that, and that was the women. They show up at each other's cribs.
What do I think of Cynthia Z? Man, is that girl's name really Cynthia Z?
Yeah, who the hell is Cynthia Z?
Yeah, man, I never heard of her. I think Ariel's name is that. But I don't think, but that's weird, man.
So that's the African chick that was talking yesterday?
That's like I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because it was like I was like, I came in, I'm like, what the hell is this? Who is this woman that's talking? You know, and she's a fan of Cynthia G. So I don't know if he still likes Cynthia Z, you know, but she was talking about she was big up in Cynthia G.
That's what I don't know who she is. Man. We just started following her.
Yeah.
Need a wife like that.
I thought Sweet Pea came out or something. Came out and you know was because I know she's supposed to be from Zambia or something. I said, okay, maybe Sweet Pea don't broke out and showed up on camera. You know,
he was on camera.
No, that's what I thought. That's who that was. And they was about Cynthia Z. I'm like, oh, I thought it was Sweet Pea or somebody. I mean, you know, because I mean, how many Africans you know listen to RBR?
Right. Did the old girl shout out?
Hold on a second, because I'm working out. You are, I am.
I did. Free the Green, you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm talking to one of my homeboys. I'm listening to y'all.
All right. No, Chantel, how you doing today? You guys in trouble? Huh? They say you're a troublemaker, Miss Chantel. I know that ain't the case. Right? You cool. Oh, man. What's going on, everybody? Appreciate the pull up. Oh, Joe fell off. I guess it's just me, man. If anybody would come on back, oh, there you go. Well, y'all mods, let me make sure you modded up, Miss Chantel. So nobody silence your voice over here. You know what I mean? We won't be having that. Oh, yeah, you good. We got you. Yeah, drop it in the chat. Drop that in the chat, man. Y'all go and follow Miss Chantel. If you want to up and tell us what you're going to talk about, we love to hear it. Man. Joe, you back?
I give me the first 40 games. Miss Chantel, what you going to be talking about?
Oh, now come on, Pookie, be nice. We're going to be nice till we trying to find out what her show about. Oh no, I think you cool, Miss Chantel. You cool with me so far. I'm trying to be. I try and be cool with everybody. So, except for RBR, but everybody else cool. No, he cool too. But yeah, what your show gonna be about? So we can let the folks know. Make sure you drop the link in the chat so we can go and follow you. Matter of fact, let me see. Yeah, I'm following you. Looking like Sister Soldier on your. Yeah, go and follow Miss Chantel. We're gonna be looking for the video tomorrow. What time you? Oh, you should. Appreciate that, Pookie. You said you're gonna start going live. What time you go live? No, okay. Well, hello. How are you this evening?
Good. Give me greetings, everybody on the panel in the chat. Hold on. Give me 1 second because this one's new to me.
Yeah.
What is it? Restream Studio?
Yeah, we flipping it up. It's pretty much the same bootleg version.
I've never even heard of this one.
Exactly.
Restream. Do you have to pay for this?
You get a few hours and then you can buy a subscription. I think it's 10.
Oh, okay, cool. I like this.
But it's got a nice little setup. You get some backgrounds and stuff.
Yeah. I've never even heard of this one.
There's a few of them out there.
Yeah. I was gonna go to Hangouts. We used to do Google Hangouts.
Do they still got that?
I don't know. Somebody told me yeah, so I was gonna try and see. Because I like the Google Hangouts, the back chat thing and all of that. Where you hang up and everybody who joined the chat is back there and y'all can still communicate and keep in touch. I liked Google Hangout, yeah.
Somebody was telling me about that, but I didn't get into that. What I heard.
Yeah, so I said I'm gonna start going. I'm gonna start tomorrow. My topic gonna be on because when I came into RBR's chat today to listen, and he asked why. First of all, why do people come back? And I'm like, well, I told him, I said, I ain't come back. I just happened to be roaming through the YouTube streets. He was on, of course, as usual. I said, well, let me see what kind of mess he talking about today or who he cussing out today. So I tuned in, I clicked in, and I heard them talking about racism or whatever like that. And I was like, well, I don't think y'all understand the difference between nationalism and racism. So that's going to be my topic tomorrow.
Nationalism and racism.
Yeah, the difference between nationalism and racism. It's not the same at all. And I'm like, I try to, get a word in, but he cut me off and all that old foolishness that old man got going on. I'm like, I can't do you no more, sir. When you're fed up.
I know that's right. When I'm fed up, she started her own stream. I know that's. What time are you going on?
I don't look forward to talking about anybody or nothing like that because I know that's what they're looking forward to. As though I have beef with them. I don't have beef with you. Like when I close my screen down, I don't think about these people on here. Like it's not that serious. I understand this is virtual reality. This is not a part of my life.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I have a life, and I already have drama in my life. Not just on YouTube, but in real life.
I hear you.
So when I close the street, I don't look to be friend, and I'm not trying to insult nobody else, but I'm not on here looking for lovers, friends, or none of that kind of stuff to hook up or nothing. So that's what makes it so easy for me to close down the stream and be like, it's nothing, like whatever. That's just some idiots on YouTube who I chat with. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't make anything personal with people on here. I don't have no intentions to get personal with them. So I don't plan on talking about anybody, just about the topic. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good topic.
Yeah, because there's so much negativity flowing. I'm like, oh my gosh, we have a lot of negativity in our real life. I mean, don't you want to get on a stream where you don't have to deal with that shit?
think people look forward to it though. High almost.
Say that again.
For myself, I think people look forward to it. I myself like, yeah, I'm about to talk so much shit. I think people, but I think it can become addictive where you always looking for that. You got to kind of balance out. You do kind of want to learn. You don't always want to be fighting.
Right. When you hop on a panel, you just want to have a smooth flowing well, I know I do. A smooth flowing conversation. Like, we're gonna get into it. We're gonna bump heads because we all come from different walks of life. But damn, all this bitch and you stupid bitch and that's a little much right there. And you're a little psychotic behavior. Don't nobody gotta tolerate that, okay?
That is true. That is true. So why you think so many people do though?
Huh?
But I think, like I said, I think a lot of people do go for that train record or that his bravado almost to talk shit. Like he has the audacity, and then it almost becomes like, you know what, I'm a one up him. Like that's why I call myself like, hold on, you know what? This is pointless. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but you still get caught up in it. Like, I'm about to show this.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
you get caught up. And really, when you back off and you take a good look, you're like, why am I even going to his stream? He's so retarded. Just look at him. Listen to him. He's just pure fucking stupid. Like, he's a nutcake. Period.
Cake, not a case.
He's a nutcake. Period. Just the man just don't make no sense. He's unhappy. He's full of toxicity. He's just a toxic person. Period. Nothing good comes out of his mouth ever. Like, give me a time when we ever heard something good come from him. Never.
I can only think of really one thing.
And what's that?
Obama's the black genius. That's the But other than that, it's him and Obama. I mean, that's the one positive thing he always touts is him and Obama being.
Obama would tell his guards to watch out for that one. He's a nutty buddy. Yeah. That's what Obama would do. If he heard the stream, he would be highly disturbed how much this man is stalking him and talking about him. It's weird. Yeah. So yeah, I just think that when you pull back and you listen to him, it's like, this retarded shit. I mean, I know I like the laughs and whatever, sometimes the petty stuff, but really, I can't tolerate when you're getting out of hand constantly with these bitches and all that. I'm not your wife, honey. You're not going to beat on me like that verbally.
Right.
Talking about his daughter beautiful. He clicked on a picture. He hurry up and clicked that picture off, but I saw it.
Y'all so mean.
Beauty is not her name. Beauty is not her name. No. Motherfucker, if you thought your daughter was so beautiful, you would have her up on that screen 24/7. Don't play with me.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think about the new Supreme Court nominee?
I'm not into politics at all. Like, I stopped being into that when I was young. Like, when I realized that it was a bunch of bullshit, that they liars and all of that I just kind of pulled back from it.
I mean, you're not proud that it's going to be possibly the first black woman on the Supreme Court? Like, usually, don't matter.
Usually, a lot of those people be sellouts, unfortunately. They are assimilated, very extremely assimilated people, to the point that they don't even relate to blackness anymore. This the one who has a white husband and stuff, right?
I mean, I think pretty much all of them had a white husband.
Okay, that's what I'm saying right there.
But you got to think of, what I was thinking about that. You got to, how many black men were available at the time when, you know what I'm saying? You got to think about the circle she was in too, and not the circles, but just her environment. She in law, probably had long work hours, stuff like that. So she just naturally, I think her, Pookie says sellout. And I think her husband is a lawyer. So you know what I'm saying? It's just, I think it might have been more proximity. But in another essence of that, maybe she did have aspirations to become, you know what I'm saying, a politician or a Supreme Court judge. Would it be smart for her to kind of pick a white man?
You can do whatever you want to do and play whatever card you want to play. We all got cards in our hand to play at the right time, and we can all make moves that benefit our lives for the better. It's whatever you choose. But when you're talking about the Black community being proud of this person and getting behind this person to represent them, once again, there's a lot of sellout Black people that's fully extremely assimilated, and they're not connected to Blackness. And we can't use the excuse all the time about proximity and because there's plenty Black men and plenty Black male lawyers in this country. So that's not an excuse. Your husband don't have to be a lawyer. But if you're trying to climb the ladder to success and you feel like I'm gonna pull what's best for my career, then that's what it's about. And no, the Black community shouldn't support such a person. Her goal is not for Black progressors, to progress the Black community. I'm quite sure that's not her goal.
Why would you say that? You don't know her record. How could you say that?
I said that because her record reflects who's on her arm. She has a white husband, you said, right?
She has a white family.
Right, so she's married into the white community now, and she's not gonna make moves like I'm doing this only for Blacks. When you're in that type of relationship, you don't make those kind of moves. You're more open-minded.
But don't you think? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fit.
You're just more open-minded, and you're not gonna say, "Well, I'm gonna just be all about Blackness." It's not the truth.
But as a judge, do you think that she could be all about Blackness?
As a what? As
a judge. She got to be a judge.
No,
right?
They have some of them before, right?
They have what now?
How many of them before? I think Clarence Thomas is one of them.
Yeah, it's never been a Black woman though. That's what they say.
Okay, but they had a few of them before, right?
Clarence Thomas, Thurgood. I'm trying
just
to think. I think it just might have been Clarence Thomas and Thurgood.
Yeah, and they're also sellouts, aren't they?
No, a Thurgood one though. You think Thurgood Marshall was a sellout?
Yes.
Why?
Why wasn't he? What did he do for Blacks? I mean, was he
Brown versus the Board of Education? He did that.
What's that sound?
That's Free the Green. Let me.
Oh, okay.
Handling some business real quick. Let me mute him up. But he did the Brown versus Education. You ain't never seen that movie? Well, he did a few. He got a couple brothers off.
Oh yeah.
What's that movie with what's my man's name who passed away? The Black Panther.
Huey?
No. The movie Black Panther. What was his name?
Oh, I don't know, but I know who you're talking about.
He did a movie about he played Thurgood Marshall when he was younger. Yeah, Thurgood Marshall was a rebel, man. I mean,
Oh, yeah?
I ain't saying he was the leader of Black people, but I think he was helpful to Black people. Yeah, I don't think he was a sellout.
So when I talk about, I'm not talking about doing one or two things. I'm talking about where you have everything invested. All your eggs is in this one basket. That's what I mean when I say if all your eggs ain't invested in progressing the Black community, I consider you a sellout. Yes, period. That's your community. That's your people. If you're not about progressing a Black community, so be it. Don't put nothing there. Just go about your business.
So I don't know what act did he do that proved that he wasn't for the Black community though.
But you said a few things he did for the Black community and that was it. But was he always there? Was he always working for the Black community?
Yeah.
Constantly, non-stop.
Yeah, I don't think he had any actions where he deferred. Like, I mean, I'm sure he had to be fair and impartial, but I don't think he was malicious. You know what I'm saying? When I think of a sellout, I think of somebody who's intentionally trying to hurt his community or that, you know what I'm saying, a Black community. But I couldn't see Thurgood Marshall as somebody, treacherous like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying
no, not treacherous.
Or just even conniving. Like, I don't think he would take an opportunity to take away from Black people. I think he wanted the advancement of Black people.
I can't speak to it too much because I gotta look him up and see what he's really about. But I can't speak to it too much. But I can tell you that I'm not familiar with his story. His story is not his name isn't something that ring in the Black community today.
Why
and if
not?
it was, if
I must be old. Damn it, Sean.
nah, if it did, everybody, even the young people today, would be respecting that name. We don't know nothing. The young people don't know nothing about who he is. And by the way, let me say this real quick. This Pookie Ray Ray dude who just obviously he's one of those haters, Miss Chantel haters. Sweetheart, I don't have no biracial child, okay? My child is Black. Thank you. And leave me alone. Go ahead, Conscious.
Yeah, I think he was, I like I said, I don't think he had any malicious intent to hurt Black people. Like that's what I'm saying. When I think of sellout, that's what I would think of. But
no, sellouts don't intentionally do things to hurt Black people. They just all about themselves. They're not about Black people. They're about their own
sellouts of every race, because there's white people like that. And Trump, he would be a
sellout. Most definitely. Who said it wasn't? It's sellouts in every race.
Yeah, I was about to say it. So I think you just mean more. I won't even call them evil, but just arrogant and selfish people. Like, but they come in every race and color and gender.
Right. Let me try to think of a Black person as an example when I say somebody who's not a sellout. Let me think. Because for me, it's you in it till you die.
So it's 100% of none, huh? 100 miles a run.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But
when I mean, at the table making moves, it should be about your people. Everybody should know that you are about your people. Period.
But wouldn't that be kind of hard, especially when we talking about being individuals? You got to be about yourself. Because sometimes being with your people is against who you are as an individual.
No, it's not. It's not hard at all, because when people see you coming, they know what you stand for. They know, like, what's his name? Donald Trump told the guy who just passed away, John something.
John
he
McCain.
Was one. No, he is a Black guy. He was in Atlanta, a senator in Atlanta. I think he was a senator in Atlanta.
No, John, you mean Herman Cain?
No, not him. Just recently, I forgot his name. But anyway,
John Lewis.
I think that's him. Trump
he was a civil rights leader.
Yeah, him. He was in the civil rights movement. Trump told him, basically, while you up here worried about me, you should be worried about your community and making it better. And I'm like, did he tell the truth or not? Yes, he did. The only thing Black people who's over Black communities and districts should be concerned with is not white people's business, but Black people's business and how to make the community better. Period. If you are not doing your job, if you're not doing that.
I hear a lot of people talk about like the civil rights leaders and stuff like that, but like I think we try to put ourselves in this time where they at. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like we had the rights and the freedoms, like they had the rights and freedoms that we have now. Like they literally opened the door so we could talk shit like this. So I think it was a little bit hard. I'm not saying they didn't bend or break a little bit, but you got to think about it. Like all that pressure, they keep constantly getting their ass whooped. At some point, you're gonna kind of be like, you know what, I can't take this no more. Let's make concessions. Not saying that it was right for them to do that, but I'm just trying to get a picture of where they were at. So they had to make some kind of concessions. I think they faltered when they should have just been like, yo, just keep people away from us. Like we can handle our own shit. Just leave us the fuck alone. They should have been on some shit like that. But that's my opinion. Monday morning quarterback. But I think it might have been a little bit difficult for us to see how, you know what I'm saying, the events that they had to go through, like how it shaped us. Like I just think that they had to, give in a little bit. You don't think that's the case? Because I hear a lot of people talking like that, like John Lewis then was weak and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? They was literally getting ate the fuck up by dogs.
No, I wouldn't say he was weak at all. I respect the man. I wouldn't say he was weak at all. I would say that Trump made a true statement. The statement was, rather than you being worried about me and paying attention to me, you need to focus on fixing your community. Period. I mean, that's what I thought too. I was like, why is you worried about him when you need to be look at the community?
But don't you think it takes all of us? Because like I even got that sense when Obama was in. Like people always like he didn't do anything for black people, but black people really didn't stay on Obama when he got in office. Like we didn't go up to his you know what I'm saying, to the president and talk to him about stuff like the alphabet people did. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese people did. They went up there and was constantly on his back. Like I ain't gonna do. I got all these people at my talking to me. If you ain't there, what? That's one less person I got to worry about. Like I think we kind of get lackadaisical, and then like we pass that on to our leaders, and then when our leaders fall because they human beings, we get mad. Like we got to divvy that out too. We got to know. You know what I'm saying? We can't rely on them for everything.
So
but we got to stay on them at. You know what I'm saying? I think
you
that's
said
what
it. You
I
said
think that's.
it. The
What you said?
elected officials that represent our districts and community, that is their job to go to the president. We as the general population can't go up to him and do none of that BS.
Yes, you
Okay.
can have. Yeah, you can. You can form
No.
what they call it, political parties. I mean, political groups. You can start emailing because that's what those white people
Well, you
do.
can do that, but you have to have a representation of your group to go to
Yeah,
the
that's what we
president.
got to get. But we don't even have that.
Yes,
Like
we
it
do.
ain't.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We got the Black Caucus. We got a whole lot of
Come
black
on,
people in
man.
the
Name
White.
name one bill
I'm
that the
getting to
Black
a point.
Caucus passed.
I'm getting to the point. We got the Black Caucus. We got all these black representatives in places, and guess what they do? They're assimilated. They're
No, you know
selfish.
what it
They're
is.
just like African dictators. They
No,
do
this is
not
look.
care about their
This the
people.
problem, Miss Chantel. We don't call them. We expect them to do. That's what I'm saying. We're like, what are you doing about it? Did you go and talk to Obama? Like every day, somebody else. Did you go and talk to him? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna elect somebody else. Like we don't do that. Like that's what. Like if you say,
I agree.
yeah, we don't do that. Say I can
agree.
get. What up, bro? But yeah, I'm saying as the people as a collective, we have to go to those leaders first. Like, because if we ain't on them, why would he be on? Why would he care? And then why would he go to Obama? Like I ain't gotta worry. I can just get elected and chill.
Right.
And get as much money as I can.
I agree. That's why we got black mayors in office that's stealing from the people. We have a whole lot of corrupt black politicians, and the only way we find out they super corrupt is when some white person who not even a part of that district, don't live in the district, ain't even black, comes over, and because their books are open, you can get online and investigate everything they're doing with the money. They get online, investigate them, and dig through everything and find out how much they've been stealing. We have so many black mayors in prison who then stole millions from when he was in office as mayors and politicians. They didn't stole from the people, the community and stuff. So we have a lot of people that's supposed to represent us that's not for us. And that's the issue. Like you said, the issue trickles all the way down to the community itself. Once we start to unify and gather and talk to each other and then take it to the representatives, then we'll have something going on better. But until then, which that's what I believe the issue is, ain't no unity in the community. Until you get unity in the community, you have nothing.
Okay. What's going on, bro? Speak. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing all right. I'm not gonna be on here too long, but I think the other issue is that we don't protect our leaders. We just send them up there. We'll vote for them, but then we leave them out there by themselves. You know, it's even they helping the community. Nobody's helping these people. They expect them to do everything, and then the people just sit back on their hands and knees. And then when something happens to them, then they sit there and point and stare at them. And, well, look, he's a failure, but nobody support these leaders. They don't do anything for them. So they up there around all those white folks, and guess they have the money and the resources to buy them out because we don't protect them. We don't be around them. We don't do anything for them. We just vote for them and just leave them up there by themselves. And so, what do you expect? And you know, this whole thing about, okay, well, if you're not fully invested in black, if you're not constantly on black people issues, then you're a sellout. That's ridiculous. Nobody is constantly for their people. At the end of the day, you do have to be for yourself, because if you're not, people will take advantage of you. So that's just because he's not every day, all day thinking about how could this help my people. The first thing you have to do is protect yourself so that you can be a force for your people. That's the first thing. People, it's always funny to me that people want these people to be so invested in black people, but then they forget themselves. But then when they fall on hard times, you don't see none of these people going to help them. You know, they get in trouble. Nobody's defending them. They scatter like roaches. And you wonder why these people don't have your best interests. Why would they? You don't have their best interests either. You'll vote for them, but you won't put no money in their campaign. Who put money in their campaign? The party. We don't do anything for these politicians. So in turn, what do you expect them to do for you? Nothing. And so when the people with the bigger money, where they can take them where they really want to go, which is high aspirations in the political field, who you think they're going to follow? And then here we come, oh, they a sellout, they this, they that. Well, you didn't put no investment into them. You ain't going to get nothing out of it.
So bro, bro speaks.
Mm-hmm.
I came across your panel. I don't know how it ended up on my recommendations, but I came across your panel, and you held two panels speaking on Miss Chantel. I don't even know you, and I don't have anything against you. I don't know what's your problem with me, but I don't have anything. I don't know you. So what is your issue? You came up here to speak against what I was talking about, but let's get real. You're harassing me. Like, what's your issue? I don't know you.
Who's harassing you? I don't harass people.
You did two panels speaking on me.
I spoke on what happened.
Right, and you were speaking against me, and you were lying.
I spoke against you,
and you were lying
because of your actions. That's it. Other than that, I don't follow you. I don't know you like that.
Sir, you
but I know
on
how you act.
Two panels you held. You don't know anything about me. Never the
What panels? What two panels?
Yours.
What
and
panel?
It was about Max.
I did one podcast, and that was on.
You're a Max
between
minion.
Your interaction between you and Max. That's it.
You're a Max minion, and you was going in on me for I don't know what, because I guess you're a Max minion. But I would appreciate it.
I'm not a Max minion.
I don't know you, sir.
I'm not a Max minion. I'm nobody's minion.
I'll talk to you, Conscious, but I'm not talking to him. Go ahead. I'm not going to even address his.
I know, because you can't prove that I'm a Max minion, and you can't prove the fact that because your actions and how you were acting. That's what I was talking about. That's all I talked about. Other than that, I don't have a dog in the fight, because I don't really care that much. But when I see some goofy stuff, in particularly how you were acting on two occasions, that's the only thing I know is how you were acting on two occasions.
Issue with me from what you're saying.
Okay,
you don't know me, but you did two panels. Sound like you got an issue, sir. You're still going in.
No, I'm not going in on you.
Thank you, sir. I don't know you and don't care to know you, and I would suggest that
that's
please
fine.
Just leave me alone.
I'm not bothering you, Mil.
Thank you.
I came to speak on what you were saying.
Conscious when you come up here. Don't come up here speaking to me.
I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to the whole panel, and then you asked me a question. I responded.
I'm done with you.
So what is the problem? What is the problem? So now that you're done speaking to me, we can get back to the topic which I was speaking on. I'm sorry that because I don't agree with you, you feel like I have an issue with you. I don't.
No, I'm just
speaking
think that
on
you're
what
one
you
of them
said.
Lunatics
Okay, so
you don't know me.
I'm speaking on. So, but you're still talking to me. So if you're gonna leave me alone, leave me alone. If you're not, you're not.
No, I suggest you
Okay,
leave
so
me
anyway,
alone. I never
conscious.
did
Anyway,
panels on
conscious.
you.
Yeah,
You
how
know what I
about
Like
mean?
I said,
okay?
the
How about you
whole.
guys just don't talk to each other and y'all just
Thank
talk?
you.
Oh, well, I'm
Yes.
talking to conscious now because I'm not talking to her because
All right, bro.
she
Go
thinks
ahead
I'm
and
a
finish it.
stalker and stuff. So I'm not worried about her. You really feel it? Other than those two things, I never spoke anything else about her. But anyway, about that whole thing about the sellout, all this thing about people being sellouts, people should be totally invested in the black community. Well, if you ain't invested in the person, they're not gonna be totally invested in you. And you're talking about in a political era where it's controlled by white folks. And let's be clear, black folks are the only ones voting for these people. You have white folks, Asian folks, all different people are voting for them. So guess what? They can't be completely focused on black people. If you want them to be completely focused on black people, they have to be outside the political thing, and we have to support them. We can't be on some, we'll vote them in, but then we just forget about them. We have to be fully invested in them, and then they'll be fully invested in us. Until then, there is no point in this who's a sellout, who not. Because
When you
nobody's
say
going to be fully invested in the people who don't be invested in them.
when you say
And as an
investment,
individual, your main concern is yourself above anything else. But that's it. I just wanted to say on that one.
And that's why we have African dictators today. Because they're more concerned. Do you hear my music, Conscious? Hello?
hello.
Can you hear my music?
Yeah, I can hear your music.
Oh, let me turn it off. I thought you guys couldn't hear this. Dang. Sorry about that. I didn't know y'all can hear it. And that's why we have African dictators to this day, because they don't care about their people. They're not in it with all of their heart, mind, spirit, and soul to lift their people up out of the rut that they're in. Period.
Exactly. And that's how you bring in corruption into the system
Yep.
by
There you
saying that
go.
you got to give them money. You got a job to do. We
Yep.
supported you when we voted you in. When I gave you my
Yes.
vote, that's the support I gave for you.
Yes.
So now you go do your goddamn job.
That's
And
right.
don't be asking for extra money.
You said don't ask for extra money.
Right. You want a politician that you got to pay off. That's called corruption.
Yeah.
You trying to get
Well,
corruption out,
that's
but you
how
won't
politics work, though.
No, let him speak, please. Let him speak.
We need to change that type of politics. That's the
Very
problem
much.
right now. That's why you got all these black goddamn mayors, city councils, and all of them saying they working for black people, but you ain't support me. You ain't fund my charity that you doing for some fucking white people. What the fuck?
But no, Free the Green. Don't you think you need to be on the politician? Like, what you doing about them potholes? What you doing about crime? Don't you think we as citizens need to call and be on our politicians' neck?
Exactly. But what bro Speak just said is, if you ain't greasing their pocket, they ain't filling no fucking potholes.
I was giving them some pushback on that. I don't think you necessarily have to grease their pocket, but I realize that campaigns are ran on money. Like, I ain't saying you shouldn't support them if they're doing a good job, but they have to prove that they're doing a good job first. Like,
that's bullshit to say campaigns are ran on money.
What do you mean, bro?
We are talking about people who won their campaign. They
Bro,
are in power. Wait a minute.
Look, I'm gonna give you a prime example. When I live in Georgia, right, and we have
in power. So what campaign? They are already in power.
no, even that look, man, they start campaigning like literally after they get in office. I give you a prime example. When I was in Georgia, we had a Senate runoff with Raphael Warnock and Purdue. Like this, so this was the second race. They raised so much money for Warnock that people were literally knocking at my door, like, because I'm a registered Democrat, right? They were knocking at my door, like, "Are you going to vote? Are you going to vote?" I'm like, "Yo, why are y'all even coming to my door? Stop coming to my door." And these people weren't even from Georgia. They sent them out from like Vegas and shit. So this shit is a money game, bro. Like that's why they need. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's the way the game played. There's money in it.
What I'm saying is he won. So now that he won, do your goddamn job.
Yeah, but you got to stay on them. You got to call them.
Listen, true. But let's think about it. What other fucking job that somebody got to call you to fucking do it? Do my wife have to call me on my job, tell me to get up and do my damn job at work? You get fired when you don't do your job. If I got to keep calling you, telling you to do your damn job, you know what? Next election, you out of there because I'm not voting for you. You can come talk all this bullshit. Oh, yo, we gonna do this. It's too late. You had all that other time to do it. Now that you're running the campaign, you want to say what you're gonna do for me. That's how we get duped every fucking time. And y'all say that.
I agree.
No, I think we need to stay on the politicians, man. You got to stay on them. Like, yo, do you want to get my vote next election? This is why I'm calling you, because I'm telling you, if you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, I ain't voting for you. No matter how much money you get.
We keep forgetting about them.
When some people call for public finances and politics, you got another side to say, nah, they want the corrupt money to come in. No.
Yeah, because they getting the money.
Okay, but they got a bill that they're trying to sign to say that's no longer gonna go. Whatever the public can afford from us paying taxes, if you run in the campaign, you get so many votes, the public will fund you to give you enough money to do what you need to do to campaign. So you don't have to raise all these millions and billions of dollars. Now you got to talk your game about what you really gonna do for the people. But yet
that's not how politics work, though.
Okay, but we can make it work like that. You can't.
We've been trying that for how many years now, and it hasn't worked like that yet.
So we should pay our politicians. Is that what you're saying? Give them money.
Everybody else is doing that.
Oh my God!
While we sitting up here, we
voted for him, because like once you in my pocket, you owe me. Like I understand what he's saying a little bit. You got to pay to play.
Understand this, but this is what y'all not understanding is they got more money to throw away than we do. We need every goddamn dime we got. So if it's a money game, they gonna always win.
And we throw our money away on everything else, though.
The equation. We got to take our money game and throw it out the equation, bro. Because if you playing that, we gonna lose.
You realize, like, I want to say in the last 4 years, they passed a bill that groups can give money and not be recognized, or they don't have to show their name, nothing like that. You telling me that type of influence can't affect you, man?
I'm saying it.
And then look about it on the one hand, and then you got to think about it like this.
What I'm saying is, conscious, that will influence you. What I'm saying is, now you tell them politics, we're gonna call them. We call them up and say, hell no, you pass another bill to say you can't get that money. You got to run off your word.
But it was too late by then. The bill had already passed, and you think they're gonna really go back? Like I can get as much money anonymously, and ain't nobody gonna say nothing to me about it. Shit, hell, you think I'm gonna go back to that? We ain't going back. But that's what I'm saying. I don't think we as a Black community are in the politics like we should be. And that's the one kind of thing I was hoping with Obama, that it would start making politics cool. And it really didn't. It kind of turned the opposite. You know what I mean?
No, it made it into a clown show.
I don't think
I see what y'all
Black
saying.
people went away from politics after that.
No, it turned it into a clown show, because if you look at the respect of the presidency, when Obama got elected, it went down, and then it went out the window when Trump got elected, because it was a free fall. Anybody could say anything about the president. Before Obama got elected, you wasn't hearing people saying as much negatively about the presidency. Yeah, you had a few things said about Bush, but when Obama got elected and then Trump, it was just the shit you could say the president is just a complete total dumbass.
But I don't see
and nobody would be much pushback.
I understand like the Trump part, but the Obama part, like Obama was literally everything. I mean, Trump was everything that the Republicans wanted Obama to be. Like he was stupid, clumsy, but Obama was like kind of I don't want to say a square president, but he ain't had no scandals. The biggest scandal he really had was that tan suit and shit. Like he was the
Man, the
famous.
biggest scandal he had,
you know what I'm
bro.
saying?
Be real, bro. Be real. The biggest scandal he had was being black, bro.
Yeah, but no,
If
I'm
Obama
just
was
saying he
Obama,
didn't. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if anything,
it
that's
was just because
why
he was black. If he was white and did everything Obama
he
did,
was half
but was a
white.
white
Though.
man,
He was
they
half
wouldn't
white,
say shit.
and
Come
that's
on, bro.
another
That
thing.
half shit don't mean
I
nothing.
thought that
It's,
like what more white people would accept him because he was half white, but it
man,
seemed like
stop that, man. You've been living.
no.
Come on, Conscious. You've been living in
I'm
America
saying
too long,
it's
bro.
it's the whole thesis of our country, a melting pot. Like
Bro.
out of many is one. Like he's, you know what I'm
But
saying.
when have they showed you in history of that? When? Give me a point of time
But
where
I'm
they
saying
showed you they
history
respected
changed though.
a
But
half nigga.
I just said I had hope. Free. I said I had hope, man. I didn't say it came true. I just said I had hope back then.
I feel you. But what I'm saying is why though, bro?
That man did not care about the black community. Y'all gotta be honest.
You know
he
these
didn't care
white
about
people
the black
cut up, bro.
community.
No, but Miss Chantel, like I said, I don't think the black community put no pressure on them either.
That man didn't care about no black community.
I don't think the black community.
Black people.
When do you remember black people rising up saying, "Obama, we about to ain't voting for you next time"? Like during that of course, looking back, like right before that second term, we should have organized up like Obama. If you want our vote again, you're gonna have to look out. You ain't did nothing yet. But like I said, them alphabet people was on them. They was on them constantly.
No, sweetie.
And the few people that were against
political parties, they for real, they be on them. Why you think so many of them got appointed at that time? They was and I have to say, dude, bro speak is right. They was contributing to his campaign. Like when you do that, you kind of do have a voice. You can, if anything, it buys you access to get into his ear. Like you not necessarily might not change him or pay him, but you got the opportunity to talk game to him. Like, yo, bro, this gonna help us out. And I tell you what we do. We gonna, you know what I'm saying? Look out for you on the back end with this little deal. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it works.
Okay, so first of all, that's funny. So first of all, we as the general population. We as the general population, we get to cast a popularity vote. We don't actually pick the president. We have to remember that. We don't actually pick who's going to be.
Because we decide
votes over Trump, but yet Trump won because the electoral college chose.
How many electoral colleges did she lose though? She lost the 3. Exactly. She only lost like 3 of them. And it was the key ones where black people didn't go and vote, like Michigan and Wisconsin.
Nah, Trump
and you can affect those politicians.
Don't go to the electoral college.
We do not choose the presidents. We don't. I'm sorry, we don't.
You saying the popular votes don't go to the electoral college?
We don't get to choose the president. We have a say-so.
So who gets to choose the electoral college?
The electoral college chooses the
who's
president.
that vote though? Where's that vote come from?
You can influence.
You can't just say that. Like, so where does that
Conscious? No, that's true. Conscious.
Well, then who cast that ballot then? Who cast the electoral college ballot?
Whoever get the 271st win. Whoever get the 271st win, bro. That's the rules.
No, that's how they win. But I'm saying, like, it has to be somebody, an electoral person, college,
right? It's certain people in the state, bro. It's certain people in the state, and all the listen. All the popularity vote is just a recommendation for the electoral college people to vote.
But
it's not set in stone.
It's kind of the law. You got to do it.
No, sweetie. They have had okay. For instance, conscious. They have had.
Don't say
they have had.
They cheated on it. I'm sorry.
They have had electoral. They have had popular votes. Like for instance, California popular vote would have went. All of Hillary. They have had electoral college representatives.
She won California.
Hold on, no. I'm just saying hypothetically, they have had electoral. Damn, you got my words. Electoral college representatives that chose not to cast that vote for Hillary. They chose the other candidates.
That was in small. I mean, I want to say small, but that was in Wisconsin. That wasn't in California.
No, I was.
That's where the votes were close. Like
no. I was speaking hypothetically. I wasn't speaking on truth. I was just using like a hypothetical situation.
But I mean, it really happened though, didn't it?
But what she's saying is the electoral college vote controls the presidency, not
Yes,
the
of
popularity
course.
vote, bro.
Yes.
But I'm
You
saying
learned
though,
that in
like,
American history, bro. I mean,
yeah, no, but you telling me
I'll
our
never forget that.
ballots, when we cast our votes, they don't determine the electoral college. Because that's what you.
No,
No,
it's a recommendation, bro.
that's all it
If say for
is.
instance, like, say for
And that
instance, like
representative
whoever
don't
Well,
wins
have
no,
the
to
it's not
state.
cast your vote.
it's a tally though. At the end of the day, it's a tally, and
No,
then
what I'm
the
saying,
electoral. Because if that was the case, Pence could have told the electoral college, no,
no,
take him back.
no.
You
Listen,
know what I'm saying?
okay. Let
And
me
when
tell you.
Trump,
All
because
right,
you know,
since you made up
y'all
Pence,
realize that
hold on,
happened, but
wait.
no, I'm saying, do you
January
realize that
6th
happened?
is the perfect example, bro. What
Exactly.
votes was they certifying? Were they certifying the popularity vote, or were they
Or the
certifying the
electoral college.
electoral
I
college vote?
understand what you're free to agree.
Thank you.
You absolutely right. But I'm saying, but do you know who certified those votes?
The Congress and
No, it
the
was
vice
Pence. It was
president have to
Pence.
do
It
that.
was Mike Pence. He could have said these votes.
Right.
That one for Biden. That one he said, no, I don't recognize these. Take them back. And then they could have had the people.
But he is
That's
talking
what they was
about the
trying to do,
electoral
but they
college
couldn't
vote.
do it, remember? That's because
He's talking
Ted
about the
Cruz, that's what
electoral
they was
college
trying to
votes,
do.
bro.
Huh?
But he's talking about the electoral college votes, not the popularity votes.
But I'm saying they
You
were
keep
going to
all the
send.
popularity votes, bro.
But this is what the flip side was. They were going to send back the votes that voted for Biden from the electoral college, and because the people picked Biden, and the electoral college chose Biden, and that's what they were trying to take back. That's why they were objecting. Y'all remember that was the whole point of
people
this.
chose Biden an electoral representative, the electoral college
Yeah,
representative.
it was. I can't remember the first.
That's Biden or somebody else.
It was Biden. That's why, like, remember, I know it was Ted Cruz and it was a cat from Arizona, Paul something, but they were trying to object to it because those electoral colleges went to Biden. But Mike Pence could have said, "You're right, guys. These are false. Take them back to your states and get them right."
Either way it
He
go,
said,
honey,
"No,
the
we got to,"
electoral
because the
college
people chose
the president.
chose Biden, and the electoral college picked Biden, and I got to follow the rules.
Either way it go, when it all boils down to the electoral college, that's who choose the president. Point
Yeah,
blank.
you're right. And but with Trump and Hillary, it was I won't say manipulated, but Trump had the right counties to win, so that's why he got the votes. Because remember, I want to say they didn't think he won it till the next day, because all the big electoral colleges had came in already, but Trump was getting them little states, and they added up.
Here's why the electoral college is a good thing to me. A lot of people disagree with it, but I don't. In the population, the general population of this country, you have mentally ill people. You have people who don't know a damn thing about political, what's going on in the political field or nothing involving politics. Like myself, I don't really mess with it anymore. You have people that's just people who's not into this, know nothing about it. So why would you tell them to vote for somebody?
Because it's America.
No,
that's the one thing that makes us America.
No, we can't include
Everybody
people
got a
mentally
chance.
ill, people who don't know nothing about politics.
But I mean, it's the good and the bad. But then there's people who know a lot about politics, right?
And that's the few who would be making a better choice voting.
That's being selective. You can't do that in America. But I mean,
Come
technically,
on.
we do
What
it
it boils
anyway.
down
Right.
to is we don't choose the president of this
you
country.
think people should pass like a civil test to vote?
No, we don't choose the president. What's the point of it? We don't choose the president of the country. We only get to cast a little. I think
we don't control the president of the country, but
we don't choose. They got people psyched out here. They got people actually think we choose who the president gonna be. We don't.
So who chooses them then?
The electoral college, Congress.
And
they're not about to let the public
who
choose
elects
who
those
will be
people?
president. The people, but you still. This is a whole setup. This is a whole setup.
That's how they get people discouraged from voting.
Okay.
But could you do me a favor?
If you really think your vote choose the president, okay, they got a lot of people psyched like that.
My man Perfect Time in podcast say, he says the electoral college is composed of electors who cast one electoral vote following the votes that take place in the general election. So the general election is the popular vote, right?
Okay, so here's the breakdown with
and
that.
then that's what I'm saying. Like that's with January 6th, that's what the Republicans were
No,
trying
no,
to do.
sir.
They were trying to send those ballots back. I mean, those electoral votes back down to the states, so they can pick electoral voters to vote for Trump. But Mike Pence was like, "It's
exactly.
This has been certified by the Electoral College. I have to accept it." Even with Trump and Clinton, it still had to go that way because in those certain states like Wisconsin and Michigan, the electoral colleges, because they were small and black people didn't vote in the general election, that's how we won those 1 and 2, 3 votes, and they added up.
Bro, what you forget, what you missing, bro? You are saying two different types of votes, right or wrong?
No.
You saying electoral college
it's like
votes,
a domino, like okay,
votes.
it's like a domino. The general votes go into the electoral votes. They have to go.
It don't.
Yes, it does,
it's a different
bro.
set of people. Bro, they don't even go the same day, bro. They vote a month later.
But
they don't even vote the same
day. You know why they vote a month later? Because they tallying up the votes from the general election.
Bro, listen, bro. Let me tell you something that's real. If you really want to take over the country, all you have to do is get to all electoral college people who have to vote. They can vote any kind of way they fucking want.
All your vote is man. I'm gonna try and find a law that they have to go by the general.
They don't have to go by that, bro.
How come Hillary didn't win then?
Because I told you she lost the certain votes where the electoral votes were counted in Wisconsin.
The reason why they didn't want to vote for Hillary,
Al Gore didn't win.
They did not want Hillary as president.
Al Gore
the electoral didn't want her as president.
But he still lost the electoral. And remember, that went down to one state, free to green your state, Florida.
It don't matter. He
that y'all choose the president.
Yes. I don't think we look. Hold on, listen. I think we choose him, but we don't control him.
No, you don't choose him.
Yeah, but big business control him.
Hillary had the most popular votes, and we all thought she was gonna win. She thought she was gonna win, and what's his name won instead? Trump.
But he had enough. I didn't say it was fair. You saying how it go, but I didn't say it was fair.
We don't choose it. You got to read up on it, and I did some research on this last year.
Man, please just look at
it. They're gonna tell
Trump
you.
Had the
man, put it up there, and I don't put it up there. It takes place in
let me tell you why they don't do that, Conscious. Let me tell you why the popularity vote do not pick the presidency. Because, truthfully, 3 states, Florida, New York, California, if all those citizens vote for one candidate, bro, that take up most of the United States. 3 states can decide who will be president every fucking year. That's why they came up with the electoral system.
So then how did Trump lose? Because every president that's won the election won Ohio. And Trump won Ohio this time, but he still lost. Things changed because you know why people you know why he lost? Because people and demographics change when you move around. That's why he lost, man. The country is
electoral college vote, not because of the popularity vote. He lost. He won Ohio, but they made the numbers in other states. Whoever get the 270 first wins. Don't matter how you get the 270. What states give the electoral college vote?
You have to
add up to 270.
Right.
See, this is smart politicians.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But you know why that changes. Because
they looked at it like he could take Florida and he could take Ohio. But if we can get this state, and that state, we can still beat it. Because he can make up for those electoral college.
So it's forever changing. That's what I'm saying. That's how he lost. That's how he won Ohio and still lost the presidency. So
that's why
it's just getting the 270 quicker.
But what we're saying is that's why the electoral college vote controls the presidency and not the popularity vote.
We're just gonna have to.
The popularity vote is just a recommendation, bro.
But you have to. I understand what you're saying.
It's just a recommendation.
Look, I understand what you're saying. Like they could literally say, "No, we voted for." They could vote for somebody else, but by law, they have to vote for the general.
You man.
That's how Trump didn't get back in. because he was trying to get those
you say
votes
Trump,
that the electorals cast for Biden thrown back, right?
Listen,
You agree with that?
listen.
You ain't gonna even give me that one, Freddie.
No, because you're wrong.
You can't give me that. I'm not making this up. That's why they had the whole January 6th, because they were certifying, like you said, the electoral colleges
was
votes
lying
for Biden.
But what I'm trying to tell you is the people who were talking about with Trump was lying. They was not telling the truth. The system don't work the way they saying it was working. It don't go that way. That's why I got thrown out in every fucking court they took it to.
But that's what
the people looked at them like, what the fuck is you doing?
Free,
The system don't work like this.
I'm gonna look this shit up. I'm telling you though, because that's what they were trying to do on January 6th. They were trying to throw back the electoral vote for Biden.
Can we just go around and just say that they didn't want Trump as president no more? And they just said,
they
didn't care who they could. Everybody could have voted for Trump in the general election. They were not going to let Trump be president. They wanted Trump out of there.
You know what? If he would have handled the coronavirus better, I think if like in March, right when it first, like February, March, if he would have said, you know what, we're gonna shut down the USA for like 6 months and then we're gonna open back up on the 4th of July, he would have, and then gave people money, he would have won.
Absolutely.
But he didn't. So he lost his fucking job.
Yeah, he would have won.
Exactly.
He was stupid on that.
Fucking job.
And they were gonna get rid of him in any way possible. They would have got rid of him. They tried to impeach him twice.
I mean, I don't think he was really a good president, though. He wasn't really a good. What did he do?
He wasn't the best, he wasn't the worst. But I mean, but considering the stuff that he
was definitely one of them.
Wait a minute. More United States citizens died under his watch than ever before, and you saying he wasn't the worst? What? If not,
I would say Bush would have been the worst.
The job of his government.
In my opinion, Bush was the worst.
Which one?
His son.
The son.
His son.
I think 9/11 saved him. I think it saved us.
That's what I'm saying. 9/11 saved Bush, because if 9/11 didn't happen, Bush would have been gone. He would have been gone.
Yeah. He'd been gone like his daddy. That's true. I get that.
That's what I'm saying. He would have been gone.
That's true. Bush
and listen, the only reason why Trump even won because they wanted to get anybody but Obama. Not going to put Hillary in there because
I mean that was
the other countries was looking at the United States, especially like I think somebody said it. I think Freddie Green or somebody said it.
Yep.
Those white countries were looking at it. How you let this Negro get the election? How you even let that happen?
But our country's changing, man. Like even the foreigners have to realize that, like, we really becoming a multi pot. You know, a melting pot. Like
they ain't looking like that though.
And our friends at the border, they coming up in droves, bro.
But Conscious, that is true what you said. But in their mind is that change is dangerous. So whoever allow that change to happen to them, they look weak.
That just that just sounds so crazy to me. Y'all saying that like they would want to see a white man be president more than a minority. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's just crazy to me, man. Because these people
welcome to America. Where you been at?
No, I'm saying because we were talking about the outside, like China wants to see a white man over a black man ruling this country.
Show me.
I'm sure it don't matter. Like it don't matter who ruling is still number one.
In power. Show me an example in China where black people are in power. If they don't want them in power in their country,
but show me a spot where a lot of black people at in China. It ain't a heavy concentration in China, so why would it be like a lot of black people over there to run it if it ain't a lot of black people over there?
Listen, Conscious, this is what I'm saying. If you're the right person for the job, you'll get the job.
Yeah,
but if you black and you could be the right person for the job, bro, they don't give a damn about that because you black.
No, that ain't the case. I know a lot of folks who went over to China and doing well. Like, and my one homeboy say they love. He literally say the opposite. He say they love us over there. They ain't got nothing but respect for.
Yes, long as you coming to spend money.
No,
not coming to try to run their country.
No,
that's a different story, bro.
I feel you on that. Say that's something different running the country.
If you contribute
that's
to the
different,
environment, yeah. If you contribute to the country, yeah, they're fine.
right?
Yeah,
Love
but
you.
when it's time for
Come back
power,
next year. Spend more
that's a
money.
whole
Spend
different.
more money.
That's
Come
a
back
whole
next
different
year.
conversation.
Hold on, what
Right.
you saying, Miss Chantel?
I pretty much was about to agree that ain't no Asian, not just China man, no Asian gonna let some black man come run his country. It ain't happening.
But I don't think
It ain't happening.
I don't think they trying to over there. I don't think black people trying to go over there.
Don't even try.
Okay, conscious. What
You know
if
what
it
I mean?
happens?
So why would they worry about that?
What
Saying that ain't gonna happen.
What if you wake up one day and a black man running North Korea? You don't think China gonna try to run up in there?
Man, when is that gonna happen? When black people going to North Korea? I'm saying like you gotta be realistic.
That's a good point.
What I'm saying is,
black people going to North Korea. He said,
what I'm
you
saying
said
is,
North
if it
Korea
did
too, huh? The dictatorship one. I'm free to agree.
But if it did happen, conscious, if it did happen, will other countries around them look at North Korea as a strong country or as a weak country because they let a black man come in and take over power? How would they look at them? That's all what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean
The
that would
optics
definitely
of
would
it.
shift North Korea because, like I said, it's a dictatorship.
Exactly.
But that's wild.
Why.
It ain't even white people that can come
something?
in and just take over like that. Free to be.
Bro, look at America, bro. We had a black president, and after that black president, these white people had came out and showed you their ass.
But
they letting you know we white and we don't give a damn no more.
But they were
the last straw for them, bro.
They was putting
trying to put that fear back in you
white folks
to
hard.
be afraid of them.
Do you
all
know?
that shit you seeing January 6th, all that shit is a show to try to show black people that they still crazy and they'll still kill us. So you need to be afraid.
They didn't get away with it.
Sit
So
your
what's
ass
the
down
point
and
of
get
that?
out of power.
They didn't get away with it.
Not
So
only kill us, they'll kill their own people.
But they didn't get away with it, y'all. Why y'all afraid?
Exactly.
They didn't get
the
away
nigga
with it.
lovers. Exactly. They damn sure will. That is so true. They will kill white people who are helping black people to get in power.
But they didn't.
The kumbaya white people who want to sit at the beach with the drum and beat. Man, them Vikings gonna come in and handle them, man.
Vikings, damn, free to agree.
Let me say this.
You
guys
seen one
do
in the
know.
Capitol. QAnon Shaman. Look at QAnon Shaman. He in there with Viking horns on.
But I'm saying, you think he represents the majority of the Republican Party, man? He was.
I'm just saying though, bro.
But that's a good one.
Black
But
person.
Touche, my friend. Touche. You right. It was a Viking. But go ahead.
It's like a black person. Hey, how many black people did you see running around doing George Floyd looking like a damn Zulu?
You wouldn't have seen that. They would have got shot down. But let me say this.
But you got at least one white person looking like a goddamn Viking. One. That's enough. They crazy.
When Obama was in office, Gaddafi had spoken with Obama and everything like that, held a meeting, whatever. And Gaddafi said the one thing he regret is thinking that because America elected a black president, that this man was fully going to be a fair man. That's what he said he was thinking, that Obama was not going to behave like the traditional white man president. He said he was highly mistaken, and Obama was just as scared to represent blackness as other black people were. Basically, he was afraid, and he called him assimilated. And he said that's the most dangerous thing when you have a black man representing the White House. It's dangerous, he's saying, because you thinking he's not like the white people, but here he really is.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think black people were on Obama like we should have been.
I'm just saying,
if we was on Obama like we be on his YouTube and just gossiping shit. For real.
But what could he? What could we really do to stop?
You could have been calling them, especially like that third year of that first term. Start calling them like, do you want this vote? Well, you ain't did nothing yet.
He was a black man representing whiteness, period.
I think he had to represent America too.
He was a black man. Gaddafi said it himself. The man said,
hold on, like, and y'all gotta realize this. This was the first one. Like, he ain't just gonna LeBron James or Jackie Robinson the first time out. This politics.
Right.
You still gotta play that game, like. And that's what I'm saying.
But Obama job.
And then hold on, freak. And then black people didn't go and vote like them little elections, like every 2 years when he lost the House and the Senate. Like you got to be on that shit too. Like he needs support too, and not just from like black people voting, but his senators and Congress. You need people like who got his back. Like, and then some of the people, the white people who were Democrats, who have been waiting for like 20, 30 years to become president, he leapfrogged over all of them. You think they was happy?
Black people help Obama.
Things that like, because I used to feel the same way. Like Obama didn't do shit, but then I had to step back and like look at what he was like really facing. Like it was, and that's what I'm saying. Like black people weren't giving him the support, or even on his
him. Black people did
Come on,
help
man.
him.
We gave that man
because you know why,
support, bro? Don't do that.
First of all, he wouldn't become president.
I'm talking about like, hold on, Mr. I'm talking about like getting your senators that are Democrats elected, so that when he wanted to pass something, he could easily pass it with, you know what I'm saying, through them. That's what the support.
Okay, but you got to think about it though. The senators that were stopping Obama from doing anything was the Republicans.
No, and there was some and then the parties. That's what I'm saying. He lost control in the House or the Senate, one of them, because some of them Democrats.
Yeah, he lost both houses. He lost both.
That's what I'm saying. Some of them, Democrats were tired on them, man. And then we didn't re-elect new Democrats to fill in. It was Republicans, so he was dealing with that.
But what you got to understand too, Conscious, black people only have voting power in certain states. It's 52 fucking senators, and out the 52 senators, maybe 10 are where black people at.
No, but
come on, bro. That's a lot of white influence. That's a lot of white influence. And white people got different goals than black people, bro.
Yeah,
white people's goals are different than ours.
You're caught up in the process of it all, but it's so much bigger than the process.
That's where it starts at,
look what Ice Cube said. He said we shouldn't be voting if our vote don't bring anything forth for the black community. What's the point of voting? So before you go to cast a ballot and whatever, you guys need to organize, sit down and figure out what's going on, how you gonna move and all of that.
Definitely.
Because what is the point of black people individually voting and it brings nothing to their community? That's stupid.
But that's the problem in itself, Chantel, because they know that black people don't vote every time. They know, so they can do that little double step, like when it really count, when it's president, they be all on our back, right? Come on, y'all got to vote. But when it be senators, and Democrats, and legislations, the houses, and I'm talking about the small little like state representatives and shit like that, black people don't really go and vote. But them Republicans, they go and vote every time. And I'm not saying you could still be a black Republican and vote, but I'm just saying like black people don't go and vote every single time. And once they know you doing that, they're gonna start addressing your issues, because if they don't, they ain't gonna be there to do anything. They ain't gonna be able to help you. They're gonna be
conscious. That's not true, conscious. Let me tell you why that's not true. If black people wasn't voting, they would not be trying to spend billions of dollars to stop your ass from voting or making it hard.
But it's only the federal ones, right? You got it's only the big ones, and now it's gonna be the little ones. But
I don't give a damn. If you
I'm saying it's the little ones that count too.
Listen, bro.
It's them little ones that count
money
more.
Talk, conscious. Money talk. If they spent a dime trying to influence your ass not to go to that fucking ballot box, it must be important, because white people do not just throw away fucking money.
I'm not saying it don't count on the presidential level. Of course it counts. That's why they're gonna spend billions, because it's so much money in it. But I'm saying on those little and local affections, when you hiring the state representatives that pass them little voting laws, you know what I'm saying? That's when that shit count, and that's when black people don't go and vote, especially black man. I'm telling you. Like, cause I done caught up myself. Man, I ain't going to vote. Fuck it. It's only the little election. It don't
but listen,
we gotta go and vote every time. And then once they know we there, like a political party, like the black people votes every time party, that's gonna say some shit. Then they're gonna have to be like, you know what? We're gonna have to start addressing these motherfuckers, because they're gonna end up voting us out if we don't address them. They're gonna get people in who go vote for. Go and address that issue.
That's still not true, conscious. You got to look at it like this, bro. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. In cities that are majority black, it is majority black politicians in them. Them black people voted for those not the white people. The white people want white people.
I'm telling you, not every time.
So now, in a little city where you at or where I'm at, it's not enough of us black people. If all of us voted, all the white people voted, it's still more of them.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're
gonna win.
But you gotta.
So what I'm saying is, in the cities where the black people are voting and putting some politician in there that may be slowing shit down or whatever, that's why they trying to do shit to stop your vote from what you saying. The local elections. They want you to focus on the big boy. They don't want you to focus on the local one.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta go
every time you vote though, but think about it. Every time you go vote for the big boys, you vote for the local people too.
But they have elections. I'm talking about like even councilmen's, aldermen's. Like, you got to go to all of them city councils, school councils, who the judges are, like all that shit count. Like, and if they know black people showing up every time, they're gonna start addressing your needs. It's supply and demand. If you don't get my vote, you can't even try to start hustling the system. You dig what I'm saying?
What I'm saying
you ain't
is,
even in the house. I mean,
in certain places though, bro, certain places, all the black people in the world can go vote. It ain't enough for you.
Yeah, but I'm even that's what I'm saying. But in those places, like, they can, especially where they heavily concentrated, they might win like the little alderman or the little councilman, and that's where it starts. And then you even start bringing in white people to your plight and your clause. Like, you got to.
What I'm saying is, that's in Atlanta. In Atlanta,
no, you can do it in Ohio, Florida. But we gotta start.
No, you can't do it bro. You can't do it in Florida, bro. It ain't enough of us in Florida, and we all concentrated. Majority of us in like 3 fucking counties.
But see, that
the rest
I'm
of the counties
saying, like,
Florida
those 3 fucking counties. That's when y'all got to start with the councilman,
bro.
I ain't saying it's gonna happen overnight.
Counties. We got like 50 counties, and black people are mostly concentrated in 3. You understand? That's 47 fucking counties that we not at.
Yeah, no, I'm not
saying.
We
need white people to vote on our side too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's gonna have to start
to be able. Right, but we try, because Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade, bro, that's the biggest Democratic spots in Florida, and that's where the black people at. And every time you see it, you see always Palm Beach, Broward, and Dade. They always looking for us to hold up Florida, to try to get it from. That's black people. That is what I'm saying. We do vote, but they always come in and attack us. Every time you see an election and they're talking about Florida, they talking about Palm Beach, Broward, or Dade. That's it. Because that's the most concentrated area. That's where the most people at in Florida. And majority of the people down this way are either, black or, coming Caribbean, an immigrant or something. The regular white people not down here like that.
Do you think
they more in North Florida?
Do you think black immigrants like Haitians and Jamaicans vote?
Hell yeah, they vote.
Really? I'm just, what I'm saying?
Like the ones that got their papers and shit, hell yeah, they vote.
Are they more conservative or Democrat?
I'll say the darker you are, you're more Democrat. The more lighter, like the Cubans, they Republicans. Like the Cubans and shit, they Republicans, bro. If they was Democrats, they were. And the crazy part about, because I asked them, man, I'm like, man, y'all Republicans and shit, right? But them the motherfuckers that want to send y'all ass back, they had their choice, bitch. Ain't no more wet foot, dry foot, bitch. When you Cubans come over here and you touch the soil, bitch, you got to go back like the rest of the people.
Did you say wet foot, dry foot? Man, you going to hell.
Like a Cuban. If a Cuban touch Key West, that's the closest part to, that's the furthest part of the East Coast. If they touch Key West, like if they in the boat and the Coast Guard chasing them and shit, and they run the boat and run up on land and touch that sand, they're a U.S. citizen. Ain't shit you can do about that.
Damn.
But I don't know about now. I think Obama changed that shit, if I'm not mistaken. Obama or Bush, one of them changed that. Well, you can't just do it like that no more. Like, but you kind of still can do it. Like a Cuban kind of got special rights.
Probably 30 days.
Right. Like once they decide to flee, it's pretty much like guaranteed almost that they'll make it. But if they catch them in international water, they're going to send them back. They're going to make them turn that boat around. Bro, it be one dude down here, man, this motherfucker took an old 1950-something Ford truck, like San Francisco truck. Made that bitch a boat, bro.
What?
He driving the truck, bro, but it's a boat.
Is he driving the truck on like water?
Yeah, through the ocean. Bro, he coming through the ocean. He coming from Cuba trying to make it here, but the Coast Guard caught him, bro. It was on news. They sunk that shit. Like after they got the people off, you see the Coast Guard, like they'll shoot the boat up and sink it. Or they'll blow that bitch up. Like it's funny though, man. Like, but like we could do it as black people, but we're gonna have to take over like certain areas, bro. And I think our main focus should be the South, bro. I think we got enough influence down here in the South to do it. Although, like, hello.
Yeah. I'm trying to help Mella out in the back. Mella, I think you gotta just access the microphone. What up, Kev?
It says access the microphone.
Mr. Kev up here?
Yeah, Mr. Kev up here. Mella, can you hear us?
Mr. Brown Sugar himself. I mean, Queen Sugar. What is it? Queen Sugar?
Yeah, Queen Sugar.
I seen Mr. Kev on the set. Goddamn, I can't wait to watch the season. Now, I wasn't even watching that shit. Now I'm going to watch it now. I'm going to see if I can spot Mr. Kev.
Uh-oh. I don't know if he can hear us either, Mella, in the back. Like you're doing your camera. You're doing your camera, Mella, but I don't know what's going on with your mic.
Oh, I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
What's going on with you,
man? What's going on, Mr. Kev?
What's happening, bro? No, I'm sorry. I had to wait for a second, bro. I'm going back for a second. I'm just getting back to the computer. What's up with y'all?
Chilling.
Hey, I see you, Mr. Kev, on the set, Mr. Kev. Hey, man, that was straight there, Mr. Kev. I like that.
Yeah, man. I be trying to be, me, bro. I like to put people on, man. Let them know, we ain't really supposed to do that, but I like, man, fuck it. Let people know how it is and see how the background of some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Right, and let them know how, if they do get into that, what they doing, and and how they, you make a couple of dollars on the side as a second source of income, man, the side hustle,
Right. I can understand that.
Right, man, we got to work on 2 or 3 sources of income. That's the one thing we got to put together on.
So are you?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Kev. No, I was gonna say, are you in the Actors Guild or not? You just found that?
What'd you say?
I said you in the Actors Guild and all that.
Yeah, that in the South, Louisiana, they got a lot of, the movie industry moved down here. It's pretty, they got a lot of movies being shot in New Orleans. So what you do is you can sign up in, local areas too, like North Carolina. It depends wherever they shoot the movie. And you just sign up for like a company like My Casting File, put your photo up. And then when they look for extras in the background, they'll call you up and, you can make couple $100 a day doing that. And all you're really doing is just, they put you they dress you, put in an outfit, fit in the scene of the background. You pretty much there with a few other people sit there on their laptops, stuff like that, reading, stuff like that. When you got extra time. I can do it and sit there and trade stock at the same time.
Right.
Now, what I was showing on that channel, Big Dog, is now they see me around enough, and because they don't have a lot of people with the COVID shot, stuff like that, Louisiana pretty still strict. So when they do it, they're like this was Queen Sugar. The characters, the main character, Hollywood and Queen Sugar, and me, we the same height. Actually, I know him, but we the same height. And the other main character, the darker guy, I forgot his name, but what they'll do is they have me in what they call a
stand-in.
Stand-in, filling a stand-in. And I do the stand-in, you get a little extra props with that, and that goes along with your, with your little resume. So when they look for stand-ins, whenever movies come in, they know you got a little experience with that, because stand-in, they're right there by the actors. Right. They're right there. Right, and when people with a little experience, they don't want somebody passing out because they're standing next to them, that kind of shit.
Right.
So, and when you do that, you get your props, and you get a little extra change and stuff like that, get a little more hours. Then when they get used to seeing you on the set, they'll offer you a speaking role or something like that. Master P had 100 and something speaking roles. That way you get I think it's a SIP card or something like that. But RB was telling me how to do that, and and then your pay scale go up, and that's what it is. And when they come down, you'll be one of the first ones to call because you had that kind of experience for major productions like Disney and stuff. I got my daughter in on that too, man.
Oh, okay. Congratulations. That's what's up, man. You a jack of all trades, Kev, ain't you?
I had to learn to get it, man. Look, I told you, Brian started out as a busboy.
Right.
Then I learned how to wait tables. Then I learned how I was a line cook. And so, then I got my CDL, so I'm on UN max level.
Right.
Right. So in that, and always one hustle. What you say, because?
Say again. Uh-oh, you just went out, Mr. Kev.
No, I was trying to hear what your boy was saying.
Who?
Somebody else was talking. Green.
That might have been Free to Green. Was that Free to Green going in and out?
Yeah, we got somebody.
Did you do taxes too? Yeah, that might. Or is that? Oh, that's Mella.
Hey, Mella.
I think her thing still messed up.
You going in and out, Mella?
She can't get her mic to work. Uh-oh, we hear you now a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Is that Free to Green?
Yeah, this me. I was saying to Mr. Cal, I said, goddamn, if they cut the check, goddamn, Mr. Cal there.
Oh yeah. I got a red living on my own, so I got to do the check thing now.
Damn right, ain't nothing wrong with that, Mr. Cal. Don't get it. Hey, you gonna have me to watch it now?
The old extra source of income, but you got a grown man got to get their hustle on, bro. So
I see your thing moving, but I don't hear you, Mella.
That's real, Mr. Cal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, dude. I'm hearing your mute.
I was hearing you talking about Florida. I was like, yeah, man. And Cubans usually work both Republicans, hardcore Republicans down there.
Yeah, a lot of lads do too. I can't think like Colombians do.
Yeah,
there's a few of them that do. Even a few Mexicans,
Yeah, a lot of Mexicans, right? They converted. I think. You think being Catholic has a lot to do with that too?
Yeah, I think so because of you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, see that.
But that's what I don't understand, man. They get them little like hot button topics like abortion and same-sex marriages, and they fool people.
Oh yeah.
Let me tell you what it is, though.
Right.
I'm see. We think that they be voting against their interests, but the Republicans give them motherfucking shit versus the Democrats be trying to make it where everybody can get it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the contracts and all. You gotta think Republicans run Florida, so all these building contracts and shit.
Yeah, I can see that. a little bit. One hand watches.
So they vote for their money. They make more money under the Republicans.
With the Mexicans down on this end.
Yeah, cause even like the white dudes down here, like I'm in construction, so when I used to go on a construction site, the white boys was the main people on that. Man, you ain't see them no more, man. Ain't no but Mexicans and like bitch speaking Spanish. You don't see no white boys no more unless they supervisors or some shit like that. But like regular work, like they rare to see. Like you see a white boy, you be like, damn, look at the white boy. You be surprised.
They become a major part of the working class.
Yeah, they have.
That's a fact.
And it's like,
brothers need to step their game up. That's what I'm saying. Hey man, we got to step up there. They doing the basics. They do good jobs too.
Yeah, they work now. I ain't gonna lie, man. They put that shit together.
You know what you never see, Congress? You never see a panhandling Hispanic.
Never.
They have Home Depot all for and be there and they'll be broke, but they will never be.
See, down here where I'm at, Mr. Cal, I'm used to white people panhandling. Like down here, black people don't really panhandle down here. You don't really see them too much. Like if you see him, you know he on drugs. Like he look like it.
The old neighborhood.
Right, but some of the white people panhandle down here, you be thinking like, man, this bitch got a house somewhere. Cause like I told one of my homeboys one time, right? I said, bro, we ought to do an experiment. I said we ought to go get 4 white people, put them out here, and calculate how much money they make per hour. If they make more than $10 an hour, you goddamn right I'll be out here asking for money versus working on the job. I said that's how they look at it. They probably make more money. Cause I'm like, each one of them get like $1 per light changing.
Well,
and the light gonna change about 30, 40 times in an hour.
I think they did do a study on they got it on a little video on YouTube. They average out like $7 and something an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now down here in New Orleans, we didn't have white panhandling until after Katrina and stuff like that. Then you had because the Republicans closed down all the state mental health facilities, where if a family couldn't afford it, there was a state mental institution that you didn't have to pay without, was ran by the state. Well, they closed all those, so now we got a lot of people mentally ill, of course, no medication. Then they kind of flock. The families really can't handle them because of the medication. They flocked to the inner city, and then we had white boys because New Orleans became popular. White folks started importing damn panhandle. Like, white people got money down. Why y'all coming here? This one of the poorest damn cities.
Right.
Yeah, because it's a tourist city. And when you got a lot of tourists, then you get a lot of sympathy, and that's how they were doing their thing.
Right. So they want the white people to bed. Hey, listen, I work with this African dude, right? He my supervisor. We had to go get some parts. So he pull up, the white dude come, with the sign or whatever. He rolled down the window and give him $1. So I looked at him, I said, man, how the fuck you gonna give him $1? Man, he white. He can go take a bath and go get a job. He said, yes. That's why I give him $1, so he don't think to go take a bath and go get a job. He may come take my fucking job. I said, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Don't encourage him to go get a fucking job because he may get yours. I say, oh. I say, damn.
Said I know how to keep him not working. Here, take this $1, shit. If I
want to see him out here every day.
Shit.
Yeah, he said, I want to see him out here every day. Every time I come by, I want you here at this light. I got $1 for you. He said, because that $1 ain't shit for him. He said, I can give him $1 every day. It's nothing to me. It's nothing. $7, that's shit. That ain't shit. But if he can't take my fucking job, now my family don't eat. I say, okay. That shit makes sense, though. So when I think about it, I hear a lot of people always like telling people to go get a job. I said, you gonna fuck around and tell a bitch to go get a job, they gonna take your goddamn job. Job security is when people ain't looking for a job. But when people looking for a job, any little thing you do, your ass gonna get fired.
Man.
But when ain't nobody looking for it and they need help, bitch, they trying to give you money, all that to stay. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, don't go nowhere. We'll give you an extra $1. They working with you. But if it's 100 people out the door in line to get your job, bitch, they looking at you sideways. Bitch, you come to work late one day. I'm already paying you $20 an hour. This nigga want 10. So I can't just fire you because it's against the law. But if you slip one time, you're out of here, and I'm gonna go get the $10 man. That's how the Mexicans and shit got in, bro.
Yeah.
They was willing to work for less money.
Not only that, they had I think they had 200 Mexicans they found were illegal immigrants working at a refinery.
Yeah.
And they were like in the refinery said, well, we didn't know they had fake Social Security cards and stuff. But they said, okay, well, why are you paying this group $3 and $3 less than everybody else that with American? And that's how they got busted. Y'all, you paying them less, but you ain't know they was illegal immigrants.
And see, and then they try to make you feel bad for them when they talk about the farming ones. When they always talk about Mexicans and foreigners, they talk about the farming ones, the ones that be on the fields, farming, like, oh, look how hard they work to put food on your table. Bitch, go talk about the ones that's doing construction. Them motherfuckers making $25 an hour. Because now it's a bunch of them. So now they got power now. They could be like, listen, on my job, the Cubans, it's a bunch of them. They all homies. Let one of them get hot with okay, ain't none of them working. Them bitches be coming, the white boy, they be coming, all right. Cause they be telling me, cause I be down with them and shit, right? So
Right.
the white people come to me, cause somehow, I don't know, they act like they can't understand the Cubans.
That's how I would like that before you, the mediator.
Right. They'll come to me, Slim, hey, Slim, what's going on? I said, man, they tired of you yelling at them and shit. Like, they like, bitch, you got to start yelling at them, like, goddamn, let them do their job. You on this old Hitler shit. And they like, okay.
And you try to drive them with the work, you know.
Right.
Yeah, you trying to use like, you know, let's get this done. You like to stay on the people. The people know what they're doing, man. Let them know what they need to do, what you need, and that's it.
Right. Let them go. We get the job done at the end of the day. Right. They think that they, you know, if they ain't telling you to do work, they not doing their job. But we be like, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. And they be fucking with me sometimes, right? Sometimes I'll be doing shit, right? They be like, come on, Poppy, you got to go to work, Poppy. I'm like, bitch, I'm black. My people work for 400 years. I ain't doing shit. Leave me the fuck alone. They be like, come on, Poppy. All right, today, Poppy, me don't care. You black, me don't care what we got to work today.
Yeah. We had Hondurans here after Katrina. That's who helped rebuild New Orleans.
Hondurans?
People, man, I don't knock the hustle, bro. Anybody come that far and send their money home to their family and stuff like that, I respect them.
Yeah, I don't hate on them either.
Yeah,
they doing exactly what they supposed to do.
Right.
And if we can't look at that and do the same thing, if one of them becomes supervisor, I guarantee you, all of them are gonna be Mexican before that year over with. Everybody else gonna be gone. They finna go get their people.
Right.
The women be working. I be seeing women, they be painting.
That's why if somebody posed a question to me, one of my white friends, you know, I'm like you. They'll come to me and ask. They're like,
right.
You know, and these are good friends of mine. They're like, well, Kevin, why do you think, you know, Mexicans and Hispanics and stuff was able to come in and kind of get set into, you know, American, you know, everyday society, and it was harder for black people. I said, well, see, one thing, they culture is different. You know, their families live all in one house. I seen some of them dudes, you know, and they also come with a skill. They come with the skill of building houses. Here, we done closed down the damn trade schools.
Right.
Somebody from Michigan to do construction. When we get a hurricane, they come ask everybody from all other states instead of building more trade schools. They shut that down. So now you got a couple of generations without trade,
right?
And you know, stuff like that. Now they do come from a different culture, so their culture is a little tighter than ours as far as family. And the old ladies get out there, and, you know, with the food trucks. I seen them meet out there on the back of a van selling food out. You know, I get that. That's a nice hustle. You know.
Yeah, I see the little Mexican lady. She do that. The little Mexican lady, like before they go, cause like where I live at, the region where I live at, bro, we got like produce, cause the soil, like it's we call it the muck. It's Belgrade, Pahokee, like out west, cause it used to be like the lake. They dammed the shit, right? But the soil out there is so rich, bro. That's why all the sugar, they grow everything out there. So the Mexicans over here, they all gang up, they get the school bus, take them out there. But the Mexican lady be out there in the van, she be having breakfast, all that, selling plates, all that. I be like, boy, they hustle, boy.
Right.
She get that little extra money. Like you say, about 10 of them in the house. See, conscious. That's what I was saying with our women and men. It's more women than men. So these women should click together. Instead of 2 incomes coming in the house, you got more incomes coming into one house.
I feel what
so that way we can stack up our bread.
But I just don't think they're gonna do it. Like I said, I'm wholeheartedly with you on that one.
Nice for that, man. You got to remember, even though we live in America, we still the rich kids to other countries.
Yeah, that's real.
We the rich kids. And you know how you felt about rich kids growing up, they were pampered. So we just have, you know, whether we like it or not, we the rich kids. And it's a different type of grind. So, you know, I got to respect their hustle on that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our thing is, my personal thing with black folks is when we finally learn how to make money, we didn't know really what to do with it, and we didn't have the avenue to do it. Now that gets closed down. Now we know what to do with it, and we know how to. So now things are changing and now we know how to stack it, and we also see the hustle that's being played on us. So I always see the glasses half full.
Yeah.
For marketing themselves.
But
yeah,
I
I
mean,
think it's getting better though, because a
yeah.
lot of us, we said, like Mr. Kerr saying, a lot of us seeing the way to get money now, where you ain't got to go in the streets no more. Because I know a lot of cats that got bread. They look like they sell drugs, but they don't.
Mm-hmm.
That's like them boys doing that stock shit. They be telling me about them NFTs and all that. I be trying to keep up with. Like my son, them, they in that shit.
Oh yeah, wait, I'm about to make some more videos now, man. And see the portfolio, show people how to build portfolio is just for the average everyday person, man. A lot of people have a misconception of what it is to be in the stock market and invest. You're actually buying a share of a company,
Right.
and I just show them how to do it from the ground up, like what with my daughter. She gets some benefits from her mom being passed. Well, I said, well, we're gonna do it. Well, I'm gonna show y'all how to do it where you ain't got to pay thousands and all that. You could do this with $100 or $200 a month and get some stocks that go pay dividends. That's gonna grow instead of letting the bank use your money. You might as well do something on your own. The bank giving you 0.04 cent on the dollar, I think. Where if you buy Exxon stock, they're giving you 4% dividend.
Oh, so I see what you're saying. So you buying the stock, but using it almost like a savings account, but
Right.
you making interest off the shit.
Make it like a 401k.
Right.
A lot of my friends, like in Conscious Mobile, Conscious, I hate calling them, like in Conscious case, well, some of my friends before I worked at UPS, where they ain't had 401k. Only the chefs, the main chef get taken care of, the owner and sous chef, and they make good money, but the rest of them didn't have. So
Right.
like, you build your own retirement, and I said, well, I got you old UPS stock. I said, man, you can buy UPS stock. And you can buy $100 a damn month if you want it.
So,
Because
Mr. Kerr, you saying that
shares. You don't have to come up with $2,000 to buy one share of Google. You can
you
put your
said if I can,
and
you
then
said I
boom,
can get in the game with $100 a month. Like if I was to like take $100 a month, I can get in the game with that.
Yeah, I do 200, and I just show people what I do with a simple portfolio, the reasons why, the companies, and how I research it, not to try to, sell them anything, just to show that anybody can do this, and just how it go in plain English, man. All that suit and tie shit, you don't need that. It's still just the basic common sense and a few things that people don't know. And I just talk about it as I go, and just show you what I do with my own personal money. Yeah, go ahead.
You got a page, a channel and shit where you be doing that?
Yeah, 504, man.
Yeah,
And
drop
then
it chat, man.
I got a second page that I'm just gonna do stocks and show people how to do stocks and Bitcoin, right? Because some of my other partners, some of my balling ass partners, they're like, "Hey, what I doing?" They're about to throw 5 or 10 in Bitcoin. Like, nah, I don't do that yet, man. I got to show you because I know how to read the charts, right? There's a difference in that when the momentum and the money is moving in an upward swing. That's the biggest thing, and when they get out. That kind of thing. And so
Mr. Kerr, let me be one of your students and come on live with you. You show me like
I'm just getting back started, man. Like the last portfolio I had, I got a couple videos still up. I had one called the poor man's portfolio, the Duster portfolio, because people was on the. I said, well, everybody ain't got that kind of money. Shit, some dudes got to start and build their own thing. So I call it Dusty, right? So I wound up building. Make a long story short, I show them the stocks that I picked, Zoom, all that kind of stuff, PayPal, stuff like that. And then my brother invested $2,000. I showed what he did with his. And this nigga did 23 years. His portfolio better than mine. Well, I made 44% return. And then I sold it before the market crashed and just took my profit and then wait for it to come back. Now that the market's down, I can reinvest it and start it again. But I do that all the time. Then I know how to option trade.
What that mean? What does option trade mean?
Now, hold on, we can't give Kev secrets all not on this channel, man. I mean, unless you want to go into it.
I go through that anyway. Option trading is how some of them dudes make a living with the stock market, right? Meaning that you're putting money up. You can control a number of shares. I could control 100 shares with $200 of. Let me see what random stock. $400 will control 100 shares of Apple stock.
Okay.
Right? And everybody just took a hit. Well, let's say something familiar. PayPal. The whole market took a hit, but PayPal may be a good solid stock because I did my research on it and everything. So I waited for it to go. I can say, okay, right now the whole market is down. So I'm going to say that the stock price is going to go down $2 in the next month. And I see the whole market going. So my 400, if it goes down like $2 or $3, will turn into 1,000 profit. Almost like saying it's going down and you put your money up. All you can do is going up. And so that's that's option trade. You can put 100 shares with as little as like $100 or $200. So if the profit goes up $2, then you might make you get $200 because you're controlling the share, you don't own it. And that's how them dudes do that. It's once you learn that shit, you're like, man, that's all they do. I'm like, yeah. Now that's not the gambling part. The gambling part is when you dudes throw in their money in the Bitcoin. And then you have somebody like Elon Musk from Tesla say he's not going to accept Bitcoin and the shit drops because it's not sustainable, right? So when you do some investing, you want to think in terms of the future. People like me and grew up in the Jetson age, so when you read books like Peter Lynch, One Up on Wall Street, stuff like that, you think of the future. You have the electric cars coming. Well, they got 3 major companies that do the electric gas station. Charge Point, Beam, and another one. One is in Europe. They got the lock on Europe. Charge Point got the lock on pretty much all of the damn West Coast and growing. And they're working with Tesla, BMW, and Ford, and Chevy. So, and now even in the South, I know that the South is always behind 10 years behind New York, California. So when I start seeing charging stations across from the airport, okay, well, that is happening. So when I notice stuff like that with my investor in mind, I'm like, okay, what company is that? And then I can do the research on it, right? And so I'm waiting. Now, when it gets to politics, that's why I be on my politics conscious, because okay, if they pass this infrastructure bill, they stand a chance of growing to 500,000 charging stations, because they're still making that move by 2030. Well, now is the time to get in that, and I already know the 3 companies that they already been back in my mind. So it's just a matter of when it's time to put it in, and I can do that, on my phone or on my computer or whatever.
Is it a good time now, Mr. Kell, that you say everything is going down, like the market low?
Well, yeah, it's a good time to start learning about. I always tell people to learn about it. It's a good time now because everybody took a hit, right? When you got a company, and I always speak in terms of companies that we know. You got companies like Nike, and if I have my screen up or something like that, I'll pull up the chart. Nike, dropped down to $100 a share. Okay, well, shit, that's Nike might be, you always want to get some Nike stock. So you can say, okay, well, I can get in on that. Now you also have Foot Locker, who just decided not to sell Nike or reduce the amount of selling Nike products in their stores. Like, okay, well, that's a dumbass move, Foot Locker.
Right.
And they not gonna fucking drop. So that's when I'll put in an option trade of a put, like Foot Locker. That's just stupid, but I do my research and homework on it. And I'm like, okay, that stock, people go pull their money out of Foot Locker. And the stock drop, and I could make a profit on that, right? Now, because Foot Locker will be dirt cheap, then you look at different sectors, Foot Locker, Under Armour, stuff like that. So everything rolls in sectors when it comes to that. So when you got your oil and gas, Exxon, Valero, BP, which is British, so you can get a little love in different things. And also, if you're looking at electronic cars, okay, well, then you want to look at NIO, which is in China. That's their big car. They government control conscious all the products they sell. You got to get the seal of approval from that company's leaders to sell anything. Now, right now, Tesla makes 25% of their vehicles, but NIO is coming out with, they're putting their products out there and they're going to roll with NIO, right? And they're going to sling NIO so you can get in on NIO right now. And they're putting out their line of cars. And they got I went to their website. They got some nice looking cars coming out now. They usually have the box cars, but now they got more sporty looking cars. So Tesla don't have a lock on the game. So, Tesla might still be rolling in the future. You got both companies. You can put in both.
Try to get into the new players coming in the game.
Right. And they both got a lock on the game. No different than a street game, man. One selling one thing, one selling another. With them, the only two guys. And then lithium for battery. Right. That kind of thing.
Right. Not just invested in the car, because the car gonna sell everything, all the parts and stuff that going to the car gonna sell too.
Right. Just like it's not just your Apple iPhone, it's NVIDIA chip in there.
Right.
You can get a little bit of love on all of those. Because now you're looking at NVIDIA, NVIDIA is a company in your cell phones, in your flat screens, that kind of thing. You can also invest in a company that controls the Bluetooth connection. They got to pay them people. Right, and that so right now, look what you're looking at right now: cybersecurity companies.
Right.
Which one? And I, if I had the screen, I'll pull up the ones that got the military contract.
So they finna get paid,
huh?
So they gonna get paid. They got that military contract.
Right, and I just keep up with the news when I see, and then I can watch the money move, because when you're doing your investing, the news that you get from a company like cyberspace technology that do the defense contracts. Okay, when the news come up on a stock that you follow the research, it's about business. It ain't about those shit you see on ABC or nothing. This is the money. They got a new contract, or they might get a new contract and build another wing. Well, that might be good for in the next 5 years. They looking long term. That kind of thing there. Now, it might not be time to strike, but if it's cheap now, I might be able to build on it because I can see a future with it. That kind of thing.
Let me ask you a question about, because my homeboy be talking about it, but he said he fuck around with the penny stocks. Like what's that?
Well, that's more when you get into more gambling, though, man. Because see, the penny stock is technically, I think, it starts under like $10, or when they get down to such. Now you got to get lucky with that. And give you some example. I got in on a penny stock, and I did well with it, and I lost half of the shit back. And I'm gonna tell you what the stock was when the coronavirus first came out. China had a company that was testing it, and they had where you could point it at your forehead and take the temperature. Okay, I was like, okay, well, that's now they on the stock. It went from like a dollar a share to like $2. So I made like $1,400. But then it pulls back down because people cash back out. It's volatile, right? It's not real solid.
Right.
They do have good penny stock, like you got your marijuana companies, your hemp companies that hadn't taken off yet, but they're already solidified in the country already. Because they definitely letting the CBD oil, top CBD oil makers, and those stocks are still under $10 relatively for the most part.
Right.
Until they get into and then I look for the ones that's about to get into the medical industry, where they're gonna help autistic adults and stuff like children, and the ones that selling, whatever the distribution is out there, they're gonna sell the CBD oil, or they're doing the Mary Jane thing like Snoop Dogg is endorsing, and that's coming along, and you can keep up with those.
Damn. Man, I gotta
get into this shit.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was so late though, man. Shit, I gotta get ready for work.
Yeah, go ahead and get down, man. I'll talk to y'all later, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate the pull up, Kev, man. We gonna have to when you be the man, you gonna have to let me. Make sure I'm you, man. We gotta watch one of them shows, man.
Bella came up here, Bella talk, I'm gonna do a live thing, but I'm doing this movie thing in the daytime.
Oh, okay.
And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start off and I'm gonna make a little portfolio and show y'all how I set it up, the ones I'm interested in before I even put money into them. And then like I might pick 5 stocks I want to get in right now while they're down, like PayPal, that's gonna be here, Visa, that's gonna be here. You know, good solid companies. You always want to think of solid companies first.
Right.
UPS is gonna be here. You know, I might pick a couple of those and then say, okay, I'm gonna put $100 a month and $25 go spread through the top 4. Right.
So when you say $100 a month, you don't just put it in one spot, you spread it out.
Yeah, I can put it 25, 25, 25, but I do about 200, 300, and that's just on the side. And then next month I might have a little more extra change. You know, the extra change and say, well, okay, I'm gonna throw 400 in there because I want to build this portfolio up to $5,000 like a Roth IRA.
Okay.
And that's when if you go look at some of the old videos, you see me talking to my partners because he's like, yeah, well, look, bro, I want to do the big look, bro. This is how you invest in Bitcoin, right? So, and that's when I say, well, you build on that. Then, let's say you like those particular companies and you get it up to about 2,000, you can find some other ones and do like another little 4. Now you made portfolios that's working for you, paying dividends, and should be beating the interest off some money. You gotta go bankrupt doing this shit. Just extra money on the side.
Do you deal with like just like Coinbase, like one company, or you deal with a few of them? Like,
no, I don't use Coinbase. Coinbase is mainly for crypto, but you can do crypto with PayPal and Cash App now. And what I use is you can use M1 app. They do a good job for beginners of setting up portfolios, and I do an example of that. I use E-Trade because what you can do is you can actually trade and invest in stocks in a Roth IRA through E-Trade. E-Trade to set up your retirement, a 401k, all that if you want. So you can say I'm gonna do such and such stock, such and such in a Roth IRA, and such for my retirement. And because E-Trade is a bank, right? And I can also set up a custodial account for my kids with all the proper paperwork and everything like that. It's legit, right? So you can do it like that. But if I'm going to do partial shares, I use M1 app. You can also use your regular old PayPal or your Cash App. You can buy stocks with Cash App. You can buy $25 worth of Google stock, which is 2,000 and something on Cash App right now.
Damn.
But the thing is, you know, what I show you is when it's time to get there, you want to get focused. You want to get big and you want to get focused on what couple of companies that you like and that you're familiar with or that you use.
Right.
And I'll show you with the chart. Okay, this is where it's still down right now. The market's down. If it gets up to $15, $16 a share or 20 something dollars, then I will consider going in. And then I'll show you how to set up an alert where they alert you, okay, this stock just went up to your target point. Then you might be considering going in and put your little money in there, because it's on the upswing instead of the down.
Gotcha.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking out.
Yeah, I'm finna go sub to your panel now. You say it's KL4 like on your name, right?
Yeah, KL504, and then I got one. Actually, I'm gonna put it in the chat right quick. Hold on.
Yeah, put that in the chat, man.
Yeah, I got one strictly about stocks and Bitcoin that I was setting up. That's what I've been doing, setting up. I was gonna come out, and I got my daughter doing it too. I was gonna do mine strictly about stocks, boy, but Black YouTube on some other shit, man. I'm trying to help a motherfucker, bro.
Man.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna put the 1 second.
Yeah, Free to Green, put your channel in there too. And anybody who in the chat got a channel, please put it in there before we get up out of here.
Man, I don't even know how to do that shit, bro. I ain't lying to you.
Oh Lord.
Like, cause I'm on StreamYard. All I see is the StreamYard page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you probably on this phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I don't even.
We're gonna have to get you to start copying your YouTube channel and your links.
But I don't. How do you like chat in this chat that's on StreamYard. Like I don't even see nowhere where you type it. Like I don't even know how people shit pop. Is this what's on YouTube?
Oh, you on the app one, right? You must not be on like the internet part of you ain't on your browser part of StreamYard, is it?
Nah, I'm on. I think so. I'm on my browser because right now all
you
I
know
see
they got an
is
app
the
too.
latest
Bro. I don't know about that one. I'm on my computer.
Yeah, I'm on my computer, man.
The latest thing I see in the I see Mr. Cabs on just popped up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, everybody go there and check
YouTube.com/Cab
That
504
one that's the one I'm gonna just strictly lock in on stocks and stuff because I'm gonna go into detail. And I just finished setting that one up. So, and I got a Facebook group, man. I got about 600 members in the Facebook group, that have been following. I just try to give them ideas and that what books you study and look. Study this one, and this one, and this book over here is all gonna give you the basics of what you're trying to do. You ain't trying to make millions. You just trying to, make more make your money work for you. That's it.
That's real talk, there. That's
right.
real. Your money works for you.
You get lucky, you make a little change. That's fine. But then I'll put in a video. I'll put in a video of what I learned and where I learned it from. In the classes I took and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah. Make sure you go check that out.
I want to get into it though, man. I've been afraid to. Though. I ain't gonna even lie, man, because I don't know nothing about it. But I'm gonna fuck with you, though, Mr. Kel.
That's why That's why I be saying, black folks, we ain't got no more excuses now. The game's wide open.
Yeah,
you can't hide information from you.
It's time.
Right.
It is
and
time.
That's it. Just our last go around, like, all right, we need this, and after that, you can learn this shit on your own.
See, Mr. Kel, I'm gonna give y'all something that's real though, cause I thought like this game here, me seeing you in it and other regular black people in it, now I'll be feeling like, man, I can do this too. Cause before I thought only people that wore suits and went to school learned this shit can do that. You feel me?
Look to show you. Is this something I picked up on and learned because anybody can learn anything if they lock in on it. Right. Me, I had to have I had to make a change in how I made my money, because one, I couldn't hit the road because I got little when after mama passed. So yeah, I could be out there, making a nice little chunk of change, but I had to deal with this situation, so I had to learn how to do this. But I was already on it long before that, so you got to have more than one hustle. So I dug in on this kind of thing. Anybody can do this, man. Ain't that
right?
Right. Once you lock in on, anybody can learn.
Yes.
I got people in my group, man, top degrees asking me about stock advice.
That's crazy.
Top degrees in the market and asking me about stock advice. Or what 500 damn members and sit there and follow me, and you're gonna see them because I'm gonna bring them to the CAB 504 thing, but after being on some of these panels, I had to make another channel.
I know that.
That's why I had to make this the stock and Bitcoin channel. I was like, all right, this will just be for that, so I can bring my Facebook people. I can easily bring 1,000 in. My group is locked from just Facebook alone to YouTube. I only made YouTube videos so I can post them to my friend's phone and Facebook easier.
Oh yeah, that's what's up.
Right. Then I'm gonna show my kids. I show my kid how to do it. My kid know how to get up there and do that. She like Disney. Okay, good. Now do it.
Mr. Kel. What if we try to put like a group of us together, like we all put our money together and put that shit in the stock market?
No, just do it on your own. What you make a group for? You get the direct interest straight in your hand. But you also share the idea. See, group thing. Okay, well, we all put our 5,000 in. That's 15,000, and a 15 make 30. Well, if you just kept your 5, your 5 was gonna make 10 anyway.
Right.
So it'll make the same amount of money, huh?
You don't need a boss.
Less the risk, huh?
Right.
Same amount of money, less the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's real.
Is that completely in your control and hand? The thing is your money. So learn how to do this from the ground up.
Right. Yeah, I'm coming to see you, Mr. Cal. I'm coming to see you. I'm locking you in.
Right, yeah. We can get all that. I'm gonna probably get into it after I finish this filming thing, because they're trying to keep me for the whole season on Queen Sugar. But I did a couple.
Stay there. Flip them tax. I mean, you can flip the money while you on set.
And that's how I get the people that join my group from all different branches of life. What you doing? They'll see me doing it. Well, how you do that? Because they'll see me on my laptop.
Right.
I got a whole bunch of bar owners, business owners, doctors, lawyers, a bunch of them in there. And like even on the set, they was like, "What you doing, trading?" So I said, "Yeah, you know how to do that." This the one of the directors. They don't know it's a foreign language. Like we don't know shit about the legal system. We don't know legal jargon at all.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
After they get convicted.
That's how I felt, Mr. Kell. That's why I thought you had to have a suit on in order to know that shit. Cause I would look at them charts and all that shit going up and down. Like, man, what the fuck? I didn't take time to try to learn it.
Think that's what it is. It's not. And then just like my buddy, my little brother tell me, man, he went to the 8th grade because he stopped to work to take care of his mom. Not a man on 23 units of rental property from here to California.
Damn.
Anything can be learned.
That's real.
You know what I'm saying? I got people coming to me offering to give me their money. Well, Kevin, I'm gonna just give you $5,000. I said, no, I don't want your money.
I know that's right.
And then you know what they said? Well, I'm not gonna do this shit. I said, well, okay, I'm gonna come just open an account and then log in, and I'm gonna pick it and set it up for you. Well, how much I pay? No, just send some love when you start making a little change. That's all.
Oh, that's what's up.
Right, or little donor, whatever it's worth to you. They got Mella been on my page. Talk to Mella. Me and Mella, I sat there, me and Mella did a live together. I was showing her how it goes. Same thing with Gunner. When Gunner was talking about Bitcoin, he's like, "Oh, this motherfucker know what he talking about." Like, yeah, dude, I follow moving averages. And that same day, that Thanksgiving day, when me and Mella was up there, and the whole nigga thing with JB Gunner and them, that was the day I was just about to tell him. I said, "Well, listen, you want to get out. It was in November. You want to get out of Bitcoin right now." Right after that, Bitcoin dropped down all the way down to 40,000. But I knew that was going to happen because I was looking at the chart and I was looking at the ticks on the chart dropping. And then I could see the news pop up. Because you get it, like, okay, well, yeah. And then these people don't trust Biden either, and it's election time. Now the time out of it.
What about metals? You get into metals, Mr. Kell?
I haven't gotten into metals right now because see right now the dollar and in the banks are funding with the war right now. Normally right now, and I think Conch's on the panel when I'm here. Normally right now, what you'll see is when you have a down stock market or you have a recession or anything, those things go. The country rotates like that. You just got to catch it and be smart about it. But if it wasn't for a war going on right now, what you'll see when the stock market is down, you'll start seeing commercials saying, "We'll buy your gold." You don't see that shit right now.
Right.
That's because what they used to do, the hustle with that used to be, they'll buy your gold. They was giving you $200 and something an ounce, $250 for an ounce of gold. And the gold price, just like the stock price, gold kind of had they mirrored the same concept. The gold was worth 15,000 an ounce. I mean 1,500 an ounce, and they're giving you 250. And they know that 1,500 an ounce will go, 1,500 that they're gonna the money what it's gonna cost will go up to 18 to 19. So they just taking in and giving you 2,500 and then flipping the shit going up.
Right.
In a down market, but you don't see those commercials right now because they're not fucking with it.
Right. What about lead?
Especially in the hood.
You think lead will be going up? All them damn bullets they finna make.
I think they got that shit on reserve. But every time Trump, that shit overseas don't matter to us. It's when these white boys start running to the gun shops down here locally. When Trump and all the Trumpsters go buy all the ammunition and shit like that. But even then, that still rolls in waves because right now it might be a hot topic. You see lines outside the gun shop. Next year you won't.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it depends on the company. You know, I wouldn't even go there with that. What I would go to as far as something future wise would be military drones. They actually have that, and they got a drone company that got the contract for the military. Drones will have weapons on them.
Right.
So you look at who get that contract. What company get that contract? It's kind of like Lockheed Martin getting the contract to make the military planes. Well, that's a good start. Or Avondale Shipyard getting the contract to make, military ships in the time that they of need. Well, that's a good stock at that time. Right now, so we're looking at the future, and you can also say who make U.S. weapons. All that's it.
Where you go at to know about these companies, Mr. Cal? How you like? How you? Where you go at to know
I
about
gotta
these
end the
companies?
stream, y'all. I gotta end the stream.
Oh, my bad. Cause Mr. Cal calling out names and know what the hell they do.
I tell you what, we're gonna do this tomorrow, man. If y'all gonna be free around
Yeah, but actually, I will go live right now, but I got to get settled in because they're gonna have me up there early at the set. But I'm gonna definitely start doing something, bro, because people been asking me to do explain.
Yeah. We should be. I should be live tomorrow, man. We come and check us out.
Right. But I've been on it.
Yeah.
I'll hit you up when I see you live, but I'll do something Monday.
Yeah, that's real though, cause I got some questions for you that I know some niggas that don't know shit gonna want to ask. So I got you, Mr. Cal.
That's it. If we don't see, that's my thing. If black folks stop sharing knowledge,
right?
Put other people on. Like I got a damn aunt with a damn master's in accounting who works for one of the top Kodak company or something like that, right? Maybe 4,500 companies, but you take pride in a job, 6 figures, maybe 300,000-400,000 a year, but would not help set up my 401k in return. You see what I'm saying? And that's who helped put her in school. So you got black folks like that I don't care for.
Right.
I learned how to do it and set my mom and stuff up because she didn't have the job to have it. She cleaned houses for a living.
Right.
But people don't share knowledge.
We gonna have to. We about to change that. We about to share. Well, I don't know. You gonna share it on your channel if you.
All right, I hit y'all up, man. I talk to y'all later.
All right, man. Y'all be safe. Appreciate the pull up. All right,
y'all.
I hit
you
man,
up, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. We gonna be tagged today. Next month, we gonna start doing this on your channel. I'm gonna come on your panel.
That's real though. Hey,
yeah, so we can all grow, man.
I see you.
Yeah,
every time you on, I'm on you, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So every time you on, I got you.
That's real. That's real.
All right, man. Be safe.
All right, and everybody that's in the chat, Miss FedEx, I see you.
Yeah, next time we go live, you're gonna have to go on RBR, bro. Miss FedEx.
yeah, she checked it out earlier, bro.
All right, free. All right, y'all.
All right,
be
take
safe.
it easy.
Yep.